I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection, hearsay. Oh my god, I don't have a case. Objection, hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face. Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine. Objection, hearsay. I don't know why we ever wed. Objection, hearsay. Who the hell poops in someone's bed? I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object, the judge says that was your own question. Objection, hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection, hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name? My name is Johnny Depp. Objection, hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection, hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
All right, good morning. I'm Megan Fox. I write with pjmedia.com, and I'm here today. We are going to watch. What are we going to watch? We're going to watch the Johnny Depp trial again, and guess who's going to take the stand first thing this morning? Kate Moss. Well, that's going to be pretty interesting. So I suggest that you get in here. You like this stream, you share it if you want to get the numbers up, get the chat going. The chat has already been going for a while. Good morning, guys. You want to hear Camille? Is that what I'm hearing? And by the way, Kate Moss will be appearing by deposition. Now, I'm hoping that she is going to have really good lighting, really good cameras, with that it won't look like it's been taken on a potato. I mean, as a supermodel, I am expecting that she will be, thinking about these things. Because I was a little disappointed that we're going to see her by deposition. I would like to see her on the stand in person. But hopefully a person with her kind of star power, it will come through even on the deposition. Now, I have a feeling it's not deposition. I shouldn't say deposition. She's appearing by video. So it should be live questioning by a video. Iron Dog, what happened to the Ricada stream last night? Nick got tired. He's really tired. And he had to go to bed instead of do a stream. So we'll do it again soon. I guarantee you we will. I was tired too, so it was no skin off my back. I was like, dude, go to sleep. He's doing a 24-hour stream on Friday, so he needs to catch up on his sleep. I can't believe he's doing it. My God. So don't fret. I will be on Ricada Law. We're going to talk about my article about David Shane and how he tried to sue PJ Media, or at least he threatened to sue PJ Media. You remember David Shane. David Shane is Amber Heard's handsy PR guy. And one of you brilliant people made this for me. Remember David Shane? That's him. That's him right there. He has a problem with his hands. He doesn't know how to keep them to himself, apparently. At least that's what everyone is reporting. Oh my goodness. Good morning, everyone. I know, I can't wait to see oh, thank you, Christine. I'm back to my normal hair. After I get my hair done, they always blow it out for me, and then it's straight, and it feels weird to me. But it's back to my normal thing. All right, David Shame. I know the meme is so funny. You guys are so good with your memes. I love your memes. If you have memes to send me, send them to @MeganFoxWriter on Twitter. You can also reach the True Gadfly on Twitter there. And I need to put Stephanie's on here too. Let me change this. So if you guys want to reach out to Stephanie, by the way, Stephanie would love to have you follow her on Twitter. Let's see if I can find her. Because she has like 26 followers. She was like, it would be really great if I had more than 26 followers. So I think we can help her out with that, don't you? Don't you think we can help her out? Let's see. Attorney Sings. That's her. That is her handle. Attorney Sings. Okay, I'm going to scroll that across the bottom of the ticker for you. So find Attorney Sings, that's Stephanie on Twitter, and follow her because she's funny and you guys like her. All right. She'll be here soon. Actually, she popped in here for a second and then she took off. So, what do we have to talk about today? We are going to talk about one thing I just kind of want to address because everybody in the chat when it happened yesterday kind of there was that awful shooting in Texas, and I'll tell you what, one thing that I will not do and I do not engage in is giving any attention to these shooters. I won't do it. Not their names, not their faces. I have just reached my end with this. I refuse to give any more notoriety. So, if we're going to talk about anything regarding that event, let's talk about the victims and the parents and not please don't share his photograph. Please don't do it. Please do not share pictures of that person on social media. We need to stop doing that. We need to start burying them in the ground and moving on because we can't pick apart their whys and their reasons. They want to get attention. They want fame, and we should stop giving it to them. All right, so let's have a good time today, though. This could go to the jury. Yeah, the trial's over on Thursday. As far as I know, trial's over on Thursday. Oh, and I found out. Remember yesterday when Noodle Nuts was giving out that long laundry list of things he wanted to get on the record? Okay, so here's what he was doing. Apparently in Virginia, in order to get to set your case up for appeal, so I don't know, maybe they're planning on losing already. But to set your case up for appeal, you have to get all of the things that you objected to, that you wanted on the record, that you think gives you a right to appeal. You have to get it stated on the record. What we don't understand is whether or not those things could have been in writing. Like, did he have to do that in front of the cameras, or could he have just put it in writing? We don't know. The Virginia lawyers were not available last night on the LawTube streams that I saw to talk about this, so I don't know the answer. But I do know that it has something to do with getting it set up for an appeal. So these are what's the word? It's like housekeeping. When in law you have to do certain things and line up your ducks in order to be able to appeal, and that's what he was doing. And that's why he was talking so fast because it's like, I have to get this on the record, and I know the judge is pissed and she wants to go home, so I'm just gonna sit here and read through this as fast as possible. Okay, can I briefly explain the Kate Moss situation? Okay, Kate Moss is only coming into this, and she was called as a rebuttal witness because Amber Heard stupidly said her name on the stand. If Amber Heard had not done that, uh, they would not have been able to call Kate Moss as a witness. But while on the stand, Amber Heard claimed that during this very scary staircase incident, where she claims her sister was almost pushed down the stairs, she said, I remembered that incident with Kate Moss when Johnny pushed Kate Moss down the stairs, and, I had to act. Well, immediately, Johnny's lawyer turned around and looked at the other one and went, "Yes," because she opened the door, and when you open the door to these things, see, before, they weren't gonna let Kate Moss's testimony in. The judge said no. But then Amber on the stand goes and says her name. Well, that means you just open the door to it, and now the plaintiff has a right to rebut that statement, and so that's what's gonna happen. Kate Moss is coming to the stand, and she's gonna say, "I have no idea what the hell she's talking about. What are you talking about? That did not happen." Um, and that's everything I expect. Yesterday's testimony, I thought the best testimony. I don't know why a bunch of you think that it went poorly for Johnny's team yesterday. What trial were you watching? I wrote an entire article. Actually, it hasn't published yet, but it's going to be on VIP, PJ Media's VIP subscriber service. You can sign up with my promo code FOX for a discount, where I went over, it's called "Why Are Amber Heard's Experts So Weird?" And and it's really funny because it goes through each expert versus Johnny's expert, and why they're so different and why they're so damning to her case. And I did not see a win for Amber yesterday in any way. You're saying, what about Jennifer's letter? Well, Jennifer's letter wasn't going to be admitted because most of it is hearsay anyway. It was all somebody told me this, somebody told me that. Then we talked about this. There's no way to know if what was in her letter. The best thing in her letter was her saying to Whitney, which she got to say on the stand, stop doing this. You need to tell the truth. That was very powerful, in my opinion. The other powerful testimony we heard yesterday that was excellent for Johnny's case was the Hicksville Trailer Palace owner. I mean, that guy was so good, and he said everything that totally refuted Amber's testimony. Johnny ends up doing $62 worth of damage to a trailer that she said was destroyed. Wrecked. Her word was, it was wrecked. And the friend said the same thing. There was one broken light, and the owner testified that those lights break all the time. And they wouldn't let him say how it got broken. He said he knew how it got broken, but they wouldn't let him say how. My guess is Johnny knocked into it. That's my guess, that he ran into it, because these are small trailers and they get knocked off the wall all the time. Yeah. Disco King says, I thought Depp's team completely destroyed both Heard's and doctor and her Hollywood so-called expert. They absolutely did. And when my article publishes today, you can read about it. Also, I wrote another one that will not be behind. Thank you, Angie, for bringing that up. Okay. For some reason, when I publish these links in YouTube and Facebook, they are destroying the links. The links don't work. So I've never seen this happen before. I have to go back in after it publishes and put the links back in. I do not know why this is happening, but let me get Gadfly's, let me get his page up, and then I will share it in the link for you now. It really ticks me off because I don't know if this is intentional. I've never seen it happen before. I've never seen links just stop working after you post them, but none of my links are working. Not the merch store, nothing. So if you're going into the description for the links, they don't work, and I have to fix them later. All right. I can't do it now because I have to go. I would have to go into a different screen, so I have to wait till later, and it really pisses me off. And YouTube is screwing with me. They won't let me put my merch store on YouTube. They're claiming that I have too many videos that were demonetized. Of course, they demonetize every video I put up, but they don't tell me why. And I know for a fact that I'm not breaking any terms of service, so I don't know. All right, there's the merch store in the description, not the description, in the chat room as well. Do I think the TMZ reporter will be allowed? Well, what's happening is Johnny's team wants to put this reporter on the stand. Generally, I would be against reporters on the stand. I would be like, no, I won't give up my sources. I would definitely go to jail first. However, in this case, this case is not criminal. No one's liberty is on the line. No one's. So the idea that this is something that should be hidden when it's just being offered to prove who is lying. Someone gave that video to TMZ. Amber Heard says it was Johnny's lawyer. Johnny says it was Amber. We need to find out who did it. No one's getting in trouble for this. No one's going to go to jail over it. The reporter won't be in trouble for it. TMZ is not going to get in trouble for it. Their only reason why they're fighting it is because they don't want people to think that if they give them information that it could later be used in court. But I have news for you. If you are in a defamation case, everything can be used in court. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. We will have to see. Tom says you're breaking Heard's terms of service. You're covering it. Yeah. Terrible. The video we're talking about that TMZ published was the one with Johnny slamming cabinets. Do you remember that? All right, I'm gonna go and look for the live stream, but meanwhile, we're gonna play another terrific song by Gadfly. Let's play Camille. That's my favorite song. It really gets me in a good mood, and it makes my morning fun. So let's do that. Hold on. Have I shared it properly? No. All right, here we go. Let me know if you can't hear this. You should be able to hear it. Can you hear it?
I fell in love last night. I saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in the sides that was spewing lies. But don't look at the signs. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran unsorted, all the friends had a right time. You're lying on the stand, let you down. Not the same, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Come here. Sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think about what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the Let's go! Come on! Let's go!
This makes me laugh. Okay, sorry, I had myself on mute. Johnny's here.
That's it? Come on!
So, I know, I'm such a boomer sometimes. I can't, and I'm not a boomer, but I'm right at the edge of Gen X that is just sometimes bad with technology. All right, I can't handle the honking horns. We're going on mute. I can't handle the honking horns, but this is outside the courthouse. All right, so it is such a circus. Oh my goodness. And I will say again, I wish that the crowd would not boo Amber when she comes by. I think that what they should do is what will make her upset the most. Ignore her completely. Turn their backs on her. Don't give her any. Oh, that's a horrible noise. Sorry, I'm plugging in. All right. Yeah, ignore her. I think that she should be completely ignored, because I think that people like her really crave the attention. And I think if you don't, much like the shooters, if you don't give them attention, they don't get what they want. And I don't know if that will stop them from doing what they do, but I definitely think that it would be a better idea to ignore them. Ignore them, but prosecute them fully. Ignore, stop giving them attention, but prosecute the hell out of them. Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like they should just turn around and be silent and just let her see their backs. And, the booing and the jeering, it gives the media an excuse. It gives them an excuse to say that she's being abused. And I hate that, because she's not being abused. She's getting what she deserves for lying the way that she did. Or are we to believe that 4 LAPD officers are lying? All of Johnny's staff who are working for him, working class people, working normal jobs, they're all lying. Every single one of them, like from security to the butler to the housekeeper to the assistant, including her assistant, they're all lying. Plus, the manager at the Hicksville trailer park, he's lying. Now they didn't testify, but I just saw them on Twitter, and also he testified about them. 2 housekeepers and an innkeeper and a housekeeper at the Hicksville thing, they're lying? No. All right, so the second article that I have coming out today is about the Hicksville testimony and how it was so heartbreaking. He said that Johnny was cowering in fear from Amber. That's what he saw. He saw Amber screaming at Johnny and Johnny cowering in fear. I don't know how that doesn't destroy her case. I don't know how that testimony isn't, that's it. That's the icing on the cake. And then Kate Moss is going to come along and do some more damage. I mean, at this point, this is looking like one of those boxing matches, like an MMA match where, a guy's on top and just bashing your face in, and there's just blood everywhere at this point. Like it's time to break this up. It's time to get inside this, break these 2 apart and stop, because she's being destroyed. She's being absolutely destroyed. Her credibility is destroyed. This is the only beating Amber Heard has ever gotten. All right, maybe not ever, but certainly from Johnny, this is the worst beating that she ever got from this man. His attorneys are wicked good. Okay, Bryn, let's talk about that. So the Hicksville manager was great, but he kept trying to sneak in that he was a victim of abuse, not once, but twice. I just hope it didn't rub the jury the wrong way. Take into consideration his nerves. All he does is contact the attorneys to say, I know that that's a lie. Next thing you know, he's dragged in front of millions of people across the world. And I think if that is his story, and it appears to be, that it means a lot to him as far as why he reacted the way he did and how he felt about that situation. And I thought, for him, it was relevant to him. It wasn't relevant to the case, but maybe he didn't understand that. The guy's not a professional witness. So him saying, well, I went away because, it's just natural. It's a natural thing for him to say. And hey, as the public watching, a person who is a victim of abuse, those of you in the chat room who have been, you recognize other abusers. And so I thought it gave him more credibility, to tell you the truth. All right, 3 minutes until court starts. I can't wait for this Kate Moss testimony. This is going to be great. Gadfly is going to be joining us later. My sister Stephanie is also going to be joining us when she can. She's in court this morning. She is doing... I don't remember what they settled the case yesterday. She's in a custody case, and they have to go get it put on the record. She said she would be done around 10, and then she would be hopping on. Don't forget to visit the merch store. I have so much stuff in there that's so much fun. Isn't happy hour any hour? Mega Pint Me Justice for Johnny comes in a Mega Pint stickers, a travel Mega Pint, which I am drinking out of right now. I love mine. It keeps coffee really hot, and it keeps beer really cold. I love it. And also Frosty at the drop of a hat, time for a Mega Pint Justice for Johnny. There's all kinds of stuff in there, including Make Americans Friends Again, because I do believe that we should focus on the things that bring us together and not the things that drive us apart. And we can have fun together, even if we vote for different people. That's okay. Democrats are welcome here. So are Republicans. So are Libertarians. So are Green Party people. I'll even take a few anarchists. Oh, here's the court stream. Okay. She is wearing a swoopy hair today, looking like Grace Kelly. I think I like that hair. That's kind of the best style, I think, on her. That she should have done it She should have done it every day. I don't know what's with the weird, like, different hairstyles every day. I don't think it plays very well with a jury of working people in Virginia. Gadfly, good point. Elaine literally silenced an abuse victim. OMG. That's one way to look at it. She literally made someone on the stand stop talking about his own testimony of abuse. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Ali says, can you get a full-time lawyer? Because it's hard for your sister. I have two lawyers who come to this stream, Sean Kohlmeyer and Stephanie Kimbrell, and they both work. And so they can only be here when they can be here. But it's great when they can be. Not everybody is as lucky as I am to be doing this for work. So they do have to go to court and write motions and things and deal with their clients. So I do appreciate them when they are here, though. Actually, T-Rope, I don't think that he was gay, the Hicksville manager. I think he mentioned his ex-wife. He did kind of have a feminine presence, but I think he said he had an ex-wife. Which makes it even more interesting, because if he had an ex-wife who was an abuser, then he really knows what he's talking about in this case and how to recognize it, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I thought that was very interesting. I'm just looking at the comments. Don't forget, you guys, super chats are open on YouTube. I really appreciate it, since they're always demonetizing me, and they won't let me just make regular money on the streams. And so you can go down to the comments, click the little money sign there, and don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. If you don't send me a super chat, that's okay, but click that like button and hit the subscriber button, because that helps too. But here's how you do the super chats down here. You just click on that little money thing. All right, so they're going to sidebar, of course, as they always do. Let me make sure I have the volume on. No, I don't. Of course not. I haven't seen Johnny yet. I guess I missed him coming into the courtroom. Sorry about that. We were talking about things. Being based brings us together. The Salty Army are global. I agree. Ultra Mega Pint. Oh, somebody got so pissed yesterday at me for saying something about Trump. She said that I went on a rant about with Trump love. I totally didn't. That did not happen. That all I pointed out was some hoaxes that the media pulled regarding Trump, because they really did it to him a lot. But I surely did not go off on a pro-Trump rant. No, I didn't. I'm actually quite disappointed with him. All right, what's Johnny wearing? A silver tie, a black tie. And even if I did, if I had done that, couldn't we still be friends? You know, like leaving me screamy comments about how you're never going to watch me again because you found out that I voted for Trump or I said something positive about Trump. That shows a lot more about you and you're being unhinged. If you voted for Biden, you're welcome here. And I will listen to why you did. And if you like this man, this pudding brains guy who keeps gas prices at $5 a gallon, I will listen to you. I will. Penguin Overlord, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. I don't know why I can't find it. I see it up there, but I can't put it on the screen because the chat's moving so fast. I can't find it. Gadfly. Wow, way to bring up Trump again. Trump stream. Am I right, guys? Yeah. Thank you, Winter. It's not evil to like Trump. And I liked him for a while. I just thought that the end there was pretty bad. And I think his demeanor since has been pretty bad. He's pretty bitter. He lost his sense of humor, which was the thing I loved about him the most. I loved his sense of humor. And now he's just angry all the time. And I just can't take it anymore. But I appreciate what he did for this country. I'll tell you that much. All right, let's see. Gosh, you guys, the chat's moving so fast, I can't keep up. $1.89 gas and mean tweets. Sure do miss that. Thank you, Daily Donkey. Thank you. Yeah, but this is not a political stream. We're talking about law and justice. And we're talking about abuse and domestic abuse and how to avoid that and how to avoid abusers and how to read the crazy hot matrix. We talk about that here a lot. How to read that crazy hot matrix and to avoid a similar situation. Now, speaking of bruise kits, I see you're talking about those. I got my bruise kit from Amazon yesterday, and I said I was going to try and make that little mark on my cheek. I'll do it at some point today. Maybe I'll do it when the likes get to a decent number. Can we get 1,000 likes on this stream? I think we can. We've got 1,500 of you in here. If we get 1,000 likes on the stream, I'll use the bruise kit. I'll make a bruise on my face. Sarah Beth says, yeah, why can't we all just get along? That's right. We need to get along. We really do. We all going to be riding bikes. We're all going to be friends then because we're going to be in little biker gangs. Just like the 80s. Here we go. Jamo Riddle, $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Is Amber's sister in court today as well? I don't know. She was there yesterday, I think. But I don't know. I don't see her. You guys see her in the gallery? Keep looking. Yeah, if you're in Facebook right now, is there seriously 1.3, 1,300 on Facebook? Wow. Okay, well, like and share then on Facebook because if you share the stream, we can get even more in here. This is an awfully long sidebar. The heck are they doing? Oh, and remember, when this stream gets to 8 hours on Facebook, they're going to kill the stream. So you should have the YouTube link, and I'll put it in the chat for you. So if you want to go and bookmark that, so when the stream gets killed, it'll still be live on YouTube. And YouTube's more fun anyway, even though they're screwing with me. I have gotten the most ridiculous responses from their content creator team where they're just like, yeah, well, you have too many videos that have been demonetized. I'm like, well, why were they demonetized? Well, we can't tell you that. You need to go review our rules. Oh, I need to review your rules, but you won't tell me which one I broke. And I don't think I broke any of them. So what the hell? Honest to God. Okay, so I am in the YouTube studio right now. What was I doing in here? I was going to do something. I've completely forgotten what I was about to do. I went in here for a reason. Oh, I know. I'm checking the likes. Not bad. We have 280 live viewers in YouTube and only 180 likes. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. All right. All right, let's see. Daily Donkey says, Megan Fox, you are the only one from the MSM I follow or even trust. And the only reason is you was on Rakita's stream. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you. But I would not say that we are mainstream press. We are definitely outside of the mainstream. In fact, they're always trying to call us bloggers and stuff. I've been working at PJ Media now for 9 years, 10 years. I've kind of lost track. And we do a lot of good journalism, and we break stories like the one that I broke about David Grab-Ass Shane. Remember that story? Because I was the first one to have it. And then the Daily Mail and the Newsweek and the New York Post, all three of those big publications are now writing and investigating David Grab-Ass Handsy, Big Hand Shane. So we do break a lot of stories. That is true. Yeah, the streaming schedule is killing me as well, Foxy Fox. I am with you. I'm going to miss you guys when this is over, but hopefully I'll come up with other ways to still be doing this. All right, Star says, after the stream dies on Facebook, will you put it back up? Yes, I will. But you guys have to remind me in the chat because sometimes when it goes down, I don't notice. So you need to be like, hey, the stream's dead, and then I'll reset it. Okay. Ah. Man. This is going on and on and on, isn't it? I'm just looking at your... Oh, you saw DUI guy in the gallery? Yeah, they should be in there. Law and Lumber should be in there too. Runkle of the Bailey was there for several days. I'm not sure if he still is. I have not been able to catch up on those guys because I've just been so tired. After this stream, I go, I make dinner, I spend time with my kids, I help them with their homework, and then I go back to my computer and I write because I am mainly a writer and I have to write my articles. I don't think mine have published yet because I turned them in really late last night. I didn't get done till 1:30 in the morning. So this schedule is killing me. I'm going to enjoy the break when I get one. Because I need to get back to a regular writing schedule. And normally on my YouTube channel, what I normally do is I like to read articles, news articles to you guys that I am interested in. And I like to evaluate the news and how they tell you stories and what they're saying. Is it true or not? And I do these videos on YouTube where it's for you guys to do your chores or do some vacuuming, get some dishes done while you listen to me read you something, because something I always wanted was like an app that would read to me. And so instead of finding an app, because there doesn't seem to be one, I just became that app for my audience. Okay, again, Josie. She says, I'm out. I can't be bothered with tribal politics. Yeah, we're not doing that here. We were just discussing how we should get along and why we can't. And it's sad that people have to turn everything into tribal politics. But no, we're not going to be angry. The last few days are have everything is always nice in here. So everybody be nice to one another, because my motto is that we need to make Americans and people around the world friends again. But that means you have to accept that other people have different opinions than you, no matter what they are. Okay, so Runkle said he was going to try and be there for the closing arguments. Great. I know, most of this live feed is of them sidebarring. I know, I'm sorry. Yeah, if there's people who are doing political stuff in the chat that you don't like, just block them and then you won't see them and you can stay here. But Josie, we hope you stay because we like you. I was actually not doing this during the Rittenhouse case. Now, I covered it extensively on PJ Media. I have many, many, many articles on the Rittenhouse case. I was watching Rekida's stream at the time, totally riveted. I had not even considered that maybe I should do some streaming myself. It was this case that made me turn on the live stream because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I literally could not believe what I was seeing. And I've always been paying attention to, high profile court cases. I watch them, I report on them. But this has been really fun. Oh, okay. Runkle had to go back to Canada for court, and then he's flying back out today. That makes sense because I hadn't seen him in a couple of days, so I thought maybe he went back home. Kate Moss is testifying first thing this morning. That has not happened yet. Court has not even, it started, but they've been sidebarring this entire time. I don't know why. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? I agree with you. We should all be friends. Everyone be friends. Everyone hold hands and be friends. All right. I'm going to put a poll up in the YouTubes, on the YouTubes via the internets. If you are on YouTube, here's the poll. Which Gadfly song is your favorite? We're going to do Camille, Objection, Hearsay, Amber's song. That's the one that goes, I didn't punch you, I hit you. Why don't you understand? When they say Amber, when I say Amber, they say Amber who? No one knows who I am. Amber's song. And then what's the other one? Oh, yeah, Johnny's Rap. Okay. What's the other one? Doesn't he have 5 of them? Am I missing one? right there. All right, the poll's up. Let's see which one wins. By the time Gadfly gets in here, he will know which one of his songs is the most popular. I personally vote for Camille. Camille is my favorite. I love Camille. So far, we have Objection, Hearsay is winning. But I love the song Camille. I can't get it out of my head. I love it so much. And he's so, so, so talented. He writes them. He performs them. So good. All right. This is getting out of hand. Why is this taking so long? All right, what are we going to do while we're waiting for this? I guess I'll go back to does anybody have any questions? If you have questions, I'll just answer them from the chat right now. Let me scroll back up and see what I missed. Hey, that's cool. Jamie says they have tech that's called Orcam that helps the blind have things read to them. It uses video and can even read street signs for them. Wow, that is cool. Megan, please look into what's happening with the UK trial. Well, the UK trial's over, so I don't know how I could look into what's happening with them. Do you mean something new is happening? Do you mean I think she may be investigated for perjury, but I don't think they've decided to do that yet. No, I don't think so, William. So William says, is this to do with what her lawyer started to read out that he wanted to be entered into court? No. Yesterday, so I found out what happened there. Yesterday, when he was reading that long laundry list, that litany of things, litany of complaints, all of those things were what the judge had already decided could not come into this case. And in order to set his client up for an appeal, he had to get them read onto the record. It's just one of these standard things that they have to do. Now, I don't understand, and some of the lawyers on LawTube were saying we don't understand why they couldn't just do this in writing, but it must be a Virginia rule. Sounds like a Virginia rule to me. Is there an option to vote for all songs? I should have made one. Like, I can't pick. They're all too good, but I didn't. So no, there isn't. Let's see. Presley Wilson says, sorry, Gadfly, the Kiffness song, Jack Sparrow Testifying, is still my favorite. That little Irish ditty, what do you call that? A pirate song? There's a word for that. A shanty, a sea shanty. Yes, that was really good. Really, really good. But I'm biased to Gadfly because he's my co-host and friend, and I love him. He just came by one day to be interviewed about that song, and then he stayed. And I love it. I love him. I hope he stays forever. Hopefully he will help me write a Dungeons and Dragons game based on this trial that we can play live on a live stream. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be so much fun? I think we will have a blast doing that. Maria says Johnny needs a hug. Oh, again, if they're simping for Johnny in the comments, I will always put those up on the screen. Anyone who wants to talk about how handsome he looks today will always get put up on the screen. Okay. None. Badfly is trash. I think that Gadfly does not like to be complimented very much. He has a hard time taking a compliment. He's getting sick of me playing these songs. He's going to have me copyright struck just so I'll stop doing it. Do not report me. Okay, I'm looking through your chats. Nicole says, I always feel bad when everyone leaves Johnny at the table alone. Amber has direct line of sight to suck more of his soul. Don't leave Johnny alone. Justice for Johnny. He needs a buffer. That little blonde in the back should go sit next to him and block her sight. What's for dinner? Okay, that's a good question, Vicki. Thank you for asking me because I hadn't thought about it. Last night I did the Spanish rice. Oh, look who it is. It's Badfly. It's Badfly. Badfly is here.
Don't you armchair diagnose me over there. How dare you?
Well, you know, every time I tell you how talented you are, you're like, no, stop.
Right.
Stop.
Are we ready for the jury?
Chat, I
Yes,
need
Your Honor.
dinner. I need dinner
Okay.
recommendations because I didn't plan anything for tonight. And now I have anxiety. Thank you for that.
And how dare someone else say the Kiffness is better than me? I reject you.
I stood up for you. I think
Thank
that your
you.
songs are better.
Hey, you know, not for nothing, but I don't make parody songs, okay?
Right.
All right.
You make originals,
So it's not the same thing.
which is
okay?
much harder. Much harder. I can write a
didn't
parody
say that.
song.
I just said it's different.
No, it really is much harder because I can write a parody song all day long. I cannot write original music. I mean, I have, but it's very hard. I think it's very hard.
I bet it's great.
Yeah, it's very hard.
But the Kiffness is very funny, and so is Parody Whitney. I love them both. But I
Oh,
love
I
Weird
know.
Al too. I mean, like I like parody songs.
Right.
It's just not my thing.
It's just not what you do. No,
Yeah.
you make original meme songs, which is different.
Yes. Someone sent me an Instagram message and said you're the Kanye West of meme songs. And I said, that's my
Good
favorite
morning, ladies and
compliment.
gentlemen. All right.
That is so
Did we
much
see your
better
next
than
witness?
stay-at-home outrage potato.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand. She will be appearing on your screen.
All right, Ma'am,
We
ma'am, can
killed
you hear me?
Gadfly.
Yes. Can you
Really
count to
want-
5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
We want to see her.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say, good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss,
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
Yes, look at her cheekbones.
What, if
Those are
anything,
real, man.
happened
Real
when you were in
cheekbones.
Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you,
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss, please continue.
and I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room
Oh my God.
and got me medical attention.
What a monster.
Did Mr. Depp
Lock
push
him
you
up.
in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
She's
Ms.
laughing.
Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
Are they
All
gonna
right, any
cross her?
cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, she's more beautiful than Amber by a lot. She
I know.
also looks younger than her. How is that possible?
Yeah.
How
Well-
old is Kate Moss? My God,
All right,
she's
your next
gorgeous.
witness.
Kate Moss probably thinks this is so dumb because she's probably heard this like rumor for a while and is like always
Your
been
Honor,
like,
we're
no,
calling
it didn't
Dr.
happen.
Shannon Curry.
Just give us a moment.
What a
To move the TV.
beautiful woman. My God, I've seen pictures of her recently. She didn't look that good. And she looks good on a Zoom call? Crap. We're all doomed. There's no hope for any of us. Wrecked. Yep, totally wrecked. Kate Moss is almost 50. Maybe old. How old is she? We need to Google this because, wow. She's amazing looking. And those were some seriously real cheekbones. Oh, they're calling Dr. Curry back? Shut up. We love Dr. Curry. Dr. Muffins!
Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man?
All right, Dr. Curry.
Dr. Curry! Come back, Dr. Curry. The men in the chat are about to go crazy. She's not. Is she testifying in person? Where is she?
She's invisible.
Oh, they're waiting for. Here she comes. Nope, that's a dude. What is happening? What is happening?
Maybe she
What
was
am I-
like,
Why do I need to be quiet? There's nothing happening, Sue. Literally, no one is talking. I'm
No,
feeling
you-
the silence.
you need to listen to.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I don't know what we were listening to. If you want to hear this, just go over to Law and Crime on YouTube, and then you don't have to
My name is
hear
called
me.
Shannon Curry, Dr. Shannon Curry.
That's fine. Ma'am, you're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
Promise you, I won't talk over the important stuff.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
I'm
Sure.
Dr. Muffins.
I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by
She
Dr.
must be
Hughes.
new here.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions
Yeah.
and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Yes, she did.
Okay,
Yes,
the
she
first
did.
category you talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tell us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were two main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Hurd. Ms. Hurd endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Hurd's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Wow.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics talk a lot about relevance. Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the Danger Assessment Scale, its initial purpose was completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger, and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the Conflict Tactics Scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again, there is no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic if you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have the results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically
Emotional
about Dr.
damage.
Hughes's use of I think you called it the PCL-5?
Yes. So the PCL-5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL-5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician-administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not
Like she's a doctor.
I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past. But it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
And Your Honor, may we approach? All right.
All right, let's address a couple of questions. Do y'all think that Kate Moss's testimony was long enough? Yeah, what else did she need to say?
Yeah.
The allegation was Johnny pushed her down the stairs. She came to say, no, I slipped down the stairs. And Johnny then heroically swept me up in his arms, carried me into the hotel room, and ministered to my injuries. Could you think of a better rebuttal than that?
That's pretty good. I mean, I guess you could say like, what's this? You know, you could have like clarified that it was a rumor that was started years ago or something like that. I don't know, but it doesn't seem necessary. It's probably better actually to just leave it as.
Yeah, like
let the jury assume that Amber made it up.
Yeah, she just made it up. Yeah, don't say it was a rumor. Because
Yeah.
actually, I never heard that rumor. I heard that she slipped and fell down the stairs and was injured.
That's what I heard as well.
I never heard that it was related to any kind of abuse from Johnny Depp ever. That was started by Amber, probably.
Just like Waldminion.
Yeah. Nicole says if Amber's nose gets any higher in the air, she's going to trip over something and really break her nose. Yeah, and then she'll blame Johnny for it, though. Don't worry.
And then she'll look completely different than the pictures she has.
Jennifer says, and thank you for the super chat, Jennifer. On a serious note, if she is this sick, is she fit to be raising a child? I can't answer that question. Let me also say this, that a lot of people have mental illness, and that doesn't preclude them from being parents. and it shouldn't, unless the child is in some kind of danger. People with mental disabilities and mental illnesses are parents and have the right to be parents. So unless she shows that she is a danger to her child, then I think the answer is yes. But I am a little worried about it. I'll tell you that much. I'm a little worried about it. But a lot of people have parents who are tough to deal with, and that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to be parents. Imagine, though, being that kid and growing up and be like, you find out when you're 15, my mom was super rich and famous, and then she threw it all away on this stupid lie. Now she's like working in a strip club, and I'm, and the kid's working 2 jobs too. That's the thing that would bug me as being her kid.
Yeah.
What else do we have? I starred a couple of these.
No, Matthias, I did not do the shanty song. That is the Kiffness who did it, and it's a parody of the song The Weller Man, if you want to look at the
Kathy
song there.
says they should save all those Post-it notes from Amber and sell on eBay. They go in the trash otherwise. Who the hell would pay for those? Not me.
The same person who has like OJ merch.
OJ merch. Wasn't it OJ selling the OJ merch? Remember?
And stealing it.
And then stealing it. The sticky notes are flying.
Dr. Curry, let's look back at some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Okay.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Hurd was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So, for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
It's important to be ethical.
You talked a little bit about
As a doctor? Yeah.
ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave, the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Heard, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then, because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Heard's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the atypical response scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Heard scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered it incorrectly. She left huge sections very relevant sections blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for two separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do two separate CAPS interviews, period. You don't create your own question system. That is non-standard administration of the test, and it invalidates it.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI or the personality assessment and inventory that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What did she fail to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Hurd scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Hurd's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Hurd obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Hurd already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Hurd elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Hurd elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Hurd's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6
I wanna
code
take
type
this
is
test.
something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes.
It's bad.
We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Ooh. Ooh.
Describe for the jury the review process.
No objections yet.
That you went
What you
through
got today,
relative to
Rottenborn?
the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was
Right
reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Hurd's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that and the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Hurd, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Wow.
Look at her face.
Other results
She hates that so
you believe
much.
Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented?
Why are you smiling, Aaron? You're done.
The TSI too.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Heard's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98th percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that score, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98th percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Oh my God.
Yes.
I'm the 2%.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was
She scored weirder.
self-reports and personal
98%
opinion
of people.
as facts. What are you talking about there?
So
Amber's own lawyers are like,
in science
huh.
and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness, or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data.
Facts.
And it's very important
Those things
that
aren't allowed in this case.
we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay.
That's what Hughes did.
When did Dr.
She
Hughes
told that story like it
do
actually
this
happened.
most?
Oh, here
She
we
did
go.
this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants.
Wow.
She provided a
rewind
lot
that.
of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person. We have to get consent. And we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected,
This is so
researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Hurd daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger for Ms. Hurd's PTSD?
All right.
Okay, during this approach, I'm going to go into some of my notes. You guys are asking me, why am I going, wow? Because one of the major things I saw with Dr. Hughes' testimony that was such a problem is that she presented Amber's self-report as fact. She looked at the jury and she said he put his fingers inside her, you know where, and he moved her around violently. That's what she said. And then the media reported it as eyewitness testimony. It was absolutely unprofessional. It was the most awful thing I ever saw on the stand. She never said alleged. She never said this might have happened. She never said this is just Amber's report to me. And here's what Dr. Curry said. I couldn't have said it better myself. That she cloaked personal opinions or a self-report as facts. Wow. I've got my next article. I mean, this is cloaked personal opinions and self-report as facts. And we all saw that happen. It happened on the stand. It allowed the press to write defamatory articles about Johnny Depp. And in fact, I caught People Magazine doing it in real time on this stream. I made a clip of it. It's on my YouTube channel of People Magazine reporting Dr. Hughes stating that Johnny Depp hit Amber Heard without putting the word allegedly in it because they did it because she said it and they pretended she was a witness. So I also love the way that Dr. Curry is talking about how Hughes only gave 3 checklists and didn't do the PTSD test correctly. By the way, you need to know that Dr. Curry is one of the nation's leading experts on PTSD.
Dr. Hughes
she works
suggested
with veterans.
That
she knows what
perhaps
she's talking about.
Ms. Hurd's PTSD was somehow triggered. What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Dr. Curry, I just want to make sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes.
How much
That's all
have
they've
you
got.
charged so far?
That you're paid.
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr.
there we
Depp's
go.
house for
an
3 to 4
interview.
hours.
For an interview.
With Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner with
here we
at
go.
Mr. Depp's home with
This
Mr.
is-
Waldman,
She really thinks this is going to
Mr. Chu,
negate that
Ms.
testimony.
Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes,
And you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule, a Moscow mule.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
No animals.
Okay, that's good
This
to
is
know.
all she
And
has.
you talked about transparency. I just want to make sure you had several
Bring back the
designations,
muffin man.
expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes,
And in not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
Do you
Ms.
know the
Bredehoff, you're
Muffin Man?
mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your
I
reports,
did not
correct?
disclose that
Why
I was
should she
interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right.
Oh, boy.
And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. Oh, and are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to
Okay.
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we've promised to get this case to the jury. So I'd really appreciate if you just answer my question rather than trying to go further,
Sure.
okay? Thank you very much. Now, after you had the dinner, you then provided a designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But, and that was on the designation, was it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No,
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Do you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right.
Okay, what's going on? Did she forget to turn her microphone on again?
Not up here anymore.
Wasting the court's time.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Not
All right.
prepared. Stephanie, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Are you there? Can you talk? How was your case? Are you settled?
Hey, hi. I'm in the car, so my reception is not so great, but I just got back in the car after court.
Well, Dr. Curry just wrecked Dr. Hughes, and all that Elaine has in response is, did you have dinner at Johnny Depp's house?
So
That's literally
stupid.
She has nothing.
Her answer to that was perfect. Well, Her answer was perfect. I've never had a client whose celebrity caused them to basically be housebound. So yeah,
Right.
I
So
met
it's
at their house.
now, guys. Don't forget to follow
Big
Stephanie.
hairy deal.
Don't forget to follow Stephanie on Twitter. She's at Attorney Sings. You can find her there. Follow her. Send her a nice message. We know how much you love her, and she helps us out here when she can. How'd your court case go? Are you settled?
Yes.
Oh, fine. Yeah, settled, over, done. That's good.
Good.
Now, you recall testifying in your
Not one off the
deposition on March
file.
21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes,
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult. After about 250 cases, it's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic,
Abuse or violence?
yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Right. Personally, I thought that was the problem with Dr. Hughes, is that Hughes was the expert in domestic violence, but no expertise in PTSD. And Amber's claiming that she has PTSD, and she should have to prove that. And that's why Dr. Curry came in, and she's the expert on PTSD. So if Amber's lying about PTSD, she's lying about everything. Oh, Elaine, with the stomping around. Boy, does
Line
she
16
stomp.
of page 207, have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no. Now, you would agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes,
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SKID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present?
No, not in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
No, she
It's a
doesn't.
good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Hurd, you said you talked about, you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No,
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
yes,
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection, right?
yes,
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he
Said
also
that.
specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes.
And did Dr.
Not her
Anderson,
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right, did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you've said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse and violence?
I don't know why
I know
it
it's
matters.
quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29 hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother.
yes,
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand, that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests,
No.
correct?
Most of them are checklists,
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay.
but they weren't
And
tests.
so you disregard, no, I'm not even going to say that. Okay.
Oh.
Let's go to the CAPS-5 and PTSD. Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, it's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a structured clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, oh, except for the CAPS-5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical notes that said Amber had come to...
Objection, hearsay.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes. I was
Okay.
going to ask a particular question.
Okay.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
Not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score
Mhm.
section of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles and Professional Code of Conduct. right?
Mhm.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology, correct?
Yes.
And Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp,
Please bring up
Mr.
the
Waldman,
muffins
Mr.
again.
Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shaw, correct?
That's incorrect.
Oh.
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shaw. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up day 10 of
This
the
constant
trial testimony at page
obsession
2710?
with dinner and drinks and who she talked to is just incredible. I have no idea why that should
2710.
negate her testimony.
Lines 12 through 18.
She is just obsessed with dinner and drinks. And what did you eat at John? And what was the
May we
takeout?
approach?
All right.
Did you use chopsticks?
Alrighty.
Did you use forks? Did you eat that food with a lamb? Did you eat it with a band? Did you eat it in a box? Did you eat it with a fox? I mean, my God, Elaine, what is this? What is this lawyering? I don't know what this lawyering, but I think it's, I don't know what it is, but I think it's pretty bad. Look, yeah, Sean says she's trying to create an air of bias. But I think we all saw who was biased, and that would be Dr. Hughes, who couldn't even admit that men were victims of domestic violence. She was like, yeah, that happens. But on the most part, women are victims. She refused to even acknowledge, and also has never testified on behalf of a man who is a victim of domestic violence. She used gendered language throughout her testimony, and she prejudiced the jury by, as Dr. Curry so eloquently stated, by cloaking the personal opinions and the self-report of Amber Heard as facts. And they are not facts, they were self-report. And she prejudiced that jury, she prejudiced the media. She's a terrible expert.
Also have, okay.
Yep.
So, Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case. And if you can look at page 2710, line 13. Now, my question was, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes.
Correct?
I still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's the objection? I'm sorry. Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. What's the objection? You're on approach? Okay.
This whole thing is just insane. Oops. Stephanie, are you still there? Can you hear me at all? I don't think that Elaine has much. I like this comment by Jackson Myers. If you have the law, bang the law. If you have the facts, bang the facts. If you have neither, bang the table. Elaine is banging the table. I would agree. I would agree that she doesn't seem to have much, because this is just irritating everybody. If we have to hear about this dinner at Johnny's house one more time, I just don't understand where she's going with this. Everyone understands that celebrities usually meet in their homes for things like this.
Now,
I'm freezing to death. My
you
office is
have not
cold
rendered
today.
any
Under my
opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you.
redirect.
I love the way she gives up sometimes. Like, all right, no, never mind. The redirection.
You were asked about the skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines.
Yes.
Specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm working on a new poll. What questions should Elaine have asked?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and
Was
do not
the
do any outside
takeout
research.
delicious? What, if any, sides did you eat? That's another good one. Do you put hot sauce on your Depp takeout?
All right. Just for planning purposes, Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion, so.
All right.
Okay,
new poll
just to let you know.
Going up. Choose the question Elaine should have asked.
They need to work on that. They're
about
going to find out who the next witness
alleged
is.
dinner.
So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay? All right, thank you.
Good God. All right. Gadfly had to go take care of his animals, I think. So I'm not sure if he's going to be back, if he's back yet. Oh, he's in the chat. He says, I'm happy Gadfly isn't there. He's annoying. Where are you? Come back. Anyway. Oh, Sean's here. Hi, Sean.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
So what did you get to watch that testimony?
I did. I literally woke up, saw your message, and turned on YouTube. Yeah.
All right. So what were your thoughts on that?
That's a devastating redirect. I mean, it's really devastating. I think that she destroyed the other shrink's testimony. She exposed it as being highly biased, and there's this old adage with lawyers that when you hire an expert, you get the opinion that you pay for. And if you find experts that are willing to sort of play loose with the rules, they can manipulate the testing in order to give you what you want. And I think that's what she exposed.
I'll tell you what, I am like, here's the thing that I thought she said that struck me, because this was the thing that bothered me about Hugh's about Hugh's testimony. So Curry said that Hughes cloaked personal opinions and self-report as facts, and that their job as experts is to constrain our comments without opinion.
Yeah.
And I felt that Dr. Curry did that quite well, constraining her comments without opinion or bias. But Dr. Hughes did not. And I thought describing that as cloaking personal opinions and self-report as facts was it was devastating, because that's what we saw happen.
Yeah, that's exactly what you saw happen. That's exactly what you saw happen. You know, and again, it's, let's not forget that Elaine's a capable lawyer, but she's doing the best she can with a steaming pile of something.
Capable
Right. Okay. And
yeah, let's talk about that. When you're an attorney and your client has got no facts on their side, and it's a really tough case, but you have to defend them anyway. What is that like?
Well, that's what you do, right? You hire an expert, and you get the expert to deliver the opinion that you think that you need in order to counter what it is that you're seeing in the other facts. I mean, the guy who said, when you've got the facts, you pound the facts. When you got the law, you pound the law. When you got nothing, you pound the table. He's really right on.
Or you encourage
That was a great
settlement.
quote.
How about you encourage a settlement? If you don't have the facts or the law, you have a come to Jesus meeting.
Yeah, of course. I mean, right. But I mean, you and I both know that, sometimes you get clients that, you just can't really talk to them. They won't do that.
This is true. This is true. But there reaches a point sometimes where you have to say, I'm not going to do what you're asking me to do. I've done that before. I've been fired by clients before because I would not present a case that was just so lacking in any merit whatsoever.
Me too, but let me say one point to that.
I mean,
a friend of mine pointed something out. She looked up online that Amber has spent about $6 million on this defense, and I think that's the answer. I think that's the answer right there, right?
What?
I think Amber said that.
This is not a $6 million defense, is it?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, how much? The last time I hired an expert and talked about testifying, they said that there was a $5,000 base fee, and then showing up, there was going to be an hourly fee on top of that. The last time and that was an accident reconstruction expert. The last time I looked at what a shrink would cost, they were somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1,500 an hour. And California has higher rates than almost anywhere else. I mean, I would not be surprised at all to find out that Amber has spent that sort of money in, overall in this. But, that's really what's going on, right? Elaine's getting paid a crap load of money, and her client is saying, I want the best defense that I can get with what I've got. And Elaine's doing the best she can.
Sounds to me like Elaine's doing really well for Elaine and not doing so great for Amber.
She's not doing that well for Elaine. I don't know who's going to ask for
Who's going to
her.
hire her after this?
Well, yeah, but I mean, she's getting $6 million apparently, or whatever. At some point you have to tell your clients, look, it's time to fish or cut bait. And you have to kind of be the heavy sometimes on your clients.
But
yeah,
do you really think that Amber is going to listen to that? I do not. This is someone we've just heard her be diagnosed with these different disorders and what that comes with. Is she someone you can't talk to? Can the lawyer control her?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, Stephanie, let's just imagine you and I were partners. I certainly hope these lawyers have a
file full of CYA letters.
Yeah, but I mean, let's just imagine, Stephanie, that you and I were partners, and that we have Amber as, the client, and we have that come to Jesus, conversation with her, and we say to her, listen, you need to pull your head out of your ass, and you need to find a settlement to this issue, and what if she says just no? What if just no? But the other side of that equation too is like, what if we do go and approach, Johnny and say, is there a settlement of this issue? And Johnny says, no, there's no settlement of this issue. I'm going to try the case and I want to have a public accounting of it. And then our client, then we're stuck, right? And then
I never considered that he wouldn't settle. maybe he would
I
not
don't think he
settle.
would.
I don't know.
Right.
I
Listen,
don't think
at
I
that
would.
point, you
With
sure
this dog
better
shit
have
case.
you sure
Right.
better have a file. You better have a file full of CYA letters that you
Mhm.
told your client on whatever dates you told them.
she's
It's my
gonna sue them.
recommendation that you
She's gonna
settle
sue
this.
them.
I don't like the
No
way
doubt.
this is going.
Right. Right.
That's
Because
why I'm
otherwise
saying
you're
they
going to
better have the CYA
uncomfortable.
letters.
Yeah. Otherwise you're going to have uncomfortable conversations with your malpractice insurer when she files a malpractice claim against you.
I mean, my goodness, you have to have it written down. Like, listen, I advised you to do blah, 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 and you refused to do blah, 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 and here we are.
Yep.
I mean, that's it. This is against my advice. That's what I would make them sign.
Yeah. But I
Yeah.
mean, you know, let's just consider that Elaine really may have been stuck in this case and stuck also with her ethical responsibility to try and give her client the best defense that she can, you know, and given everything that's going on.
You have no ethical obligation to suborn perjury, obviously.
That's true.
You can't do that.
I think that Elaine may not have been aware of Kate Moss's testimony, nor was she aware of the manager at the
So I
Hicksville.
completely missed Kate Moss's testimony because I was in court. Was it epic?
It was epic. It was under 5 minutes, and this was her testimony, Stephanie. Johnny and I were on a trip in Mexico. He left the room before me. I walked out. It was raining. I slipped on the stairs. I fell. I hurt my back. And he heroically came running when I screamed, scooped me up in his arms, took me into the hotel room, and got me medical attention.
Stop!
No, for real. That was her testimony. And he was like, no more questions. And is there any cross? No.
So did she do the catwalk into the courtroom?
No, she was on a video. She was on a video stream, but she was beautiful. She looked amazing with her real high cheekbones, actual real cheekbones.
Her actual cheekbones?
Yes. She looked amazing. She looked younger than Amber, and she's like 48 years old. And she looked younger than 36-year-old Amber. She looked amazing. She looked so
good. Hard living does bad things to your looks.
Well, Kate Moss actually had a lot of hard living. She did a lot of, I believe she was into a lot of party drugs, but she looks good now.
Didn't she stop it when she was young?
I don't know, but she looks great now. I'll tell you what, she looks sober and she looks good. She looks beautiful.
Wow.
She was very well-spoken, of course. And I mean, basically that was it. That was the only testimony she gave. And then she was out of there. And so it was devastating. And I'm not sure Elaine knew about that, or she would never have allowed Amber to say that on the stand. I don't think she knew about the Hicksville thing either. That Hicksville manager was devastating to her testimony. He saw Amber yelling at Johnny and said he was cowering in fear from her. That's devastating.
Okay, yes. And you have an obligation to investigate the facts of your case. Now, Sean will tell you, I'm sure, that when you have clients who don't have gazillions of dollars, there's only so much independent investigation as an attorney you can do. I mean, you can call witnesses, you can talk to people, you can try to back up your client's story by calling people, but you don't have the resources. They're not going to pay you to hire, private investigators to go get all the details of all. But when you're Elaine and your client is spending $6 million, I mean, why didn't you guys go interview the people who run that campground? Why didn't you go find out from the source?
Yeah,
that
they should
that
never
didn't
have allowed her
happen?
to go forward with that.
Why did you believe somebody like Rocky
and
or any of these drug addicted people,
succubus freeloaders,
to say what supposedly happened? Why didn't you go find somebody who's not connected to these people to see what an unbiased, unconnected person had to say about what happened?
Again, this is why I say, how good of a lawyer really is this team of people?
That's why I said ish when he said, she's competent ish. I don't know.
Okay, so, and then again, in the courtroom, by the way, the lawyers that are in the courtroom are reporting that the differences between the two legal teams are very, very evident. For one, Johnny's team, Ben Chu seems to have it all down to delegating authority. And he said Elaine's team is always looking at her, always looking to her before they do anything. What is that noise? There's something popping.
It's not me. I'm not being noisy.
It's not me. I can hear it.
It's you, Sean. It's something going on by you. It's popping. The
I'm muted and it's still popping.
All right, let's
Is it?
mute. I'll mute me and see if it stops popping.
Okay. All right, maybe it is Stephanie. It must be Stephanie.
I'm the guilty party once again.
All right. Anyway, the lawyers inside the courtroom say that Elaine's team keeps looking to her for all their direction, like mother may I, all the time. And that she appears to be, wielding a whip of, control over this group. And it's interesting to me because if it's true that clients pick lawyers like them, and Johnny's team is all very chill, very relaxed, very confident, and Amber's team is all being run by this one overbearing woman, that says something to me.
Yeah. I will also say that this is kind of unrelated, but DUI guy was also reporting things on Amber's legal team's computer screens yesterday.
Oh, no way. What did he see?
I saw that. They left
Yeah.
up their bill of $25,000 was on one of their team's computers, and
Really?
he saw it.
Why were they working on their bill during court?
Oh, I mean, bad look. Very bad look. There's
He's like,
cameras.
you guys need to keep that away from the oh my gosh, I can't even think of the word right now.
The gallery?
Yeah, that one. Thanks.
Although honestly, it didn't seem like much of a bill considering. I mean, maybe that was for what? For a few minutes?
I thought it was a
For
like
a couple of
cleaning
hours?
bill or something. I'll have to see what he exactly said.
I mean, I'm looking at a courtroom full of lawyers, and you're billing for every lawyer in there. Each side has 5+ lawyers plus experts. That's a big bill at the end of every day. A very big bill.
Why would they be billing while they're in court? Who's doing that?
Why would they have their bill up on their screen? I have no idea. That's bizarre.
Planning what vacations they're going to take after this.
This is not the time. You guys
They're
need to
like,
focus.
ooh, I'm gonna
to
get myself a new motorcycle.
You are on your last legs. You need to focus and fight hard. You should not be thinking about your bill.
Yeah, no. All right. So so far today, we have heard from 2 witnesses. We heard from Kate Moss and then Dr. Curry. Dr. Muffins has just completely destroyed Dr. Hughes. Another thing that Dr. Curry said that I thought was very interesting was that Amber's scores on the malingering test were so high, and I'm quoting here, were so high that it completely ruled out PTSD. Her scores were 98% higher. No, sorry, worse than 98% of people who took the test for feigning. Worse than 98%. That's how high. Wow, that's high. That's like
high. That's
almost 100%. Think about that. You are 2% away.
She's almost the worst malingerer we have ever seen.
She's literally the worst faker anybody's ever seen, and it's been tested.
Wow.
Okay, I want to show you guys this. So last night I stayed up till 1:30 in the morning because I had to get my writing done. And somebody in editing, all right, you're popping again. Mute yourself.
I have to go to work. Bye-bye.
Oh, bye, Sean.
Bye. I'll be
All
back.
right. Okay, be back later. All right, I stayed up till 1:30 in the morning writing, and somebody in editing screwed up and didn't put my picture here, and I'm really upset about it. I just sent them a text. They need to get the picture there because I had this funny picture, the screenshot of Dr. Spiegel, and somebody put it up without adding the picture. But anyway, I've got one on VIP and one on regular on the free side. We've got eyewitness says Johnny Depp was cowering and afraid of Amber Heard. And also, why are Amber Heard's experts so weird? If you are a VIP member, you can access this article and use my promo code FOX for a discount. This article goes over the many witnesses, the expert witnesses in Amber's case and how strange they were. Can we please watch this one again? Because it's ridiculous.
Did you look at that one when you were comparing this processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka as a.
You know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no, he does not use one now. If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness.
I'm an expert.
Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel.
I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the questions.
Okay.
Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
We've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
And counsel for Mr. Depp came and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed?
I mean, come on. And so I go over in this article, I go over every expert that she's had so far and why they're so weird in comparison to the other experts, to Johnny's. Like here's hers, here's Johnny's. Here's her expert, the guy who can't do math. And then here's Johnny's, like showing you what the Q scores actually mean. And then there's this one getting wrecked by this one. And you've got to read this, you guys. It's really funny. You can sign up on pjmedia.com. You can get access to my weekly podcast that is there. And also 2 articles that are exclusive for our VIP subscribers. I will drop the link in the chat. Now, the next one, the other one that is on the free side that anybody can go and read is, let's move over there. Come on. Eyewitness says Johnny Depp was cowering and afraid of Amber Heard. And I would really appreciate if you guys would share these articles out on social media because it does help me out a lot. So if you, especially on Facebook, if you can start spreading those around in groups where you know people will enjoy them, I would appreciate it. But this one is also good. That testimony where he said he was cowering and afraid of Amber, that really, it kind of hit me in the gut. That was just unbelievable, terrible. Also, what we found out in this testimony is that Amber Heard told the jury that he wrecked a trailer when he attacked her. She said, and I quote, "It seemed he turned all that rage onto the trailer. He started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little pull-down tabletop." Heard described what she said was a horrific event that ended with a wrecked trailer. "We had to get the manager, who started out furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh tank top or black meshy shirt. And he came to the trailer and said, 'Whoa, what happened here?' And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember this man being so charmed." Well, then that man showed up to testify and said everything that she said was a lie. She said she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it because it was really triggering for me. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and it was really odd to see. Then when he went to inspect the trailer, he found one broken light worth $62. I observed that there was a light sconce near the bedroom that had been broken off the wall. Knight wasn't able to explain how it happened due to objections from Heard's legal team, but he was able to say that lights break there all the time. Everything else looked fine, said Knight, refuting Heard's testimony that the trailer was wrecked. I thought yesterday's testimony was one of the most damaging we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think that so there was the one thing brought up that he followed a Johnny Depp person on Twitter, right? I mean,
yeah, that was
all,
dumb. Explain that. Explain how that works.
First of all, I don't think it matters who you follow on Twitter. People accidentally follow people on Twitter all the time. Sometimes you'll check who you're following and you're like, I don't remember ever following that person. So it wasn't like he committed perjury or anything. He could have just been mistaken and didn't know he followed someone like that. But also, Johnny Depp fan, said, I changed my name to Johnny Depp fan recently. My name before up until about a month ago was just J Depp, and their name was that's what their name showed on Twitter. So I mean, it's reasonable to assume that someone could see somebody's tweets and not put just J Depp with Johnny Depp together, you know, if you're not looking at like their icons
Well,
and
of
stuff.
course it is. And also, what is he on trial now for who he follows on Twitter?
Yeah,
That's-
right.
It's absurd. And she was trying to make it sound like, oh, well, you're a Depp fan. And he's like, no, not really.
No. And he was about to say more. I wish he didn't stop him because I bet he was about to go. And also, I don't like that guy. I don't think his acting's very good.
Yeah, that was
But
actually
he
quite
stopped him.
funny. That was quite funny. Yeah, so you sent me a DM just now of the DUI guy's tweet, and what it says is Gordon and Reese has a bill for $25,000 for services on their computer. I saw it in open court on one of the team members' computers. Keep that private info away from eyes if you want it to stay private. Team Amber Heard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's embarrassing. That's really embarrassing.
Depp's whole
Boy,
team
I
of
just
like privacy
realized
screens.
Yeah, I just realized that I forgot to share the stream on Twitter and stuff today. But gosh, it doesn't really matter. I can't believe the number of people who are here. It's been over 1,000 all day. So don't forget to slap that like button and share and subscribe and do all the things that help all the algorithms because it will help us. Also, don't forget, all the links in the description don't work because YouTube is screwing with me and so is Facebook. So if you want to go to the merch store to help me out, I will drop a link in the chat. And all of this stuff is so much fun. I've got Objection Hearsay t-shirts that say #men2. Comes in all kinds of different things. Sweatshirts, megapints, travel megapints, wine coolers, mugs. And we also have Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour t-shirts, mugs, megapints. I'm drinking out of one right now. I personally love it. It keeps my coffee nice and hot, but I've also drank beer out of it. It keeps it nice and cold. So these are great. I love these stainless steel mugs. Love them.
Get it. Get that merch.
Get that merch because YouTube is not going to let me put it on my channel now. Did you hear this? This is the newest. So they have a policy where once you reach 10,000 subscribers, they said you could have your merch on your page. Oh no, that's not what's happening for me. I'm like, how come I can't do it still? It's not allowed on my page. And I finally get a hold of some YouTube person and they say, your channel doesn't meet the requirements. So I go down the list of requirements. I'm like, yes, I do. I meet all of these requirements. And he says, no, you have too many videos that are demonetized. I was like, but wait, you demonetize every single video I put up and then I have to fight it and then I win and then they become undemonetized, but you're still counting that against me? That's not fair. So can't. All right, Tracy says, reliable sources in the UK have confirmed that Amber is now facing a police investigation for perjury and will not be allowed back in the UK. Now, I heard this rumor, but I have not been able to corroborate it yet. So let's go see. Let me check the Googles and see if anybody is reporting this.
Yeah, people also say that Amber Heard's been replaced with Paris Hilton on Aquaman
Right, and that
2,
has not
so,
happened.
So,
But we want to make sure that if we're reporting it, we're telling the truth. And it says she is still under investigation for perjury in Australia. That's true. That's very, very true. But it looks like for right now, none of the major news sources are reporting anything in the UK. So I think for now, we're going to suggest that that is still a rumor. And I will say, though, that I would not be surprised to see that happen in the coming days, though. It depends. Court is back. Thank you for telling me. Sorry about that.
all right, you're right
Johnny's
this time,
drawing.
chat.
All right.
I heard they plan to kill off Mira and introduce a dolphin in Aquaman 2.
Okay, so I read that last night. And again, it wasn't one of the major sources. It was like one of these gossip sites. And so I don't think that we can put a whole lot of what they were saying, not a dolphin, the character dolphin.
Character. Yeah.
The character
Gotcha.
dolphin. I think maybe they'll do that for Aquaman 3, but I don't think they'll do it for Aquaman 2. I think they've made their choice. They're going to cut her down to 8 minutes and expect people to go see it. And I don't really think anybody's going to go see it.
Maybe not, but I will say it sounds like a much better movie than the first Aquaman. To do like a buddy comedy with him and Patrick Wilson going around
Yes.
the ocean. That sounds way better than whatever their freaking battle between the sea and the land was.
Yeah,
so
that was
boring to me.
dumb. That was dumb. The only thing I liked about that movie was the underwater scene when they go to Atlantis for the first time, and the colors were really bright. It was all that glowy under the sea stuff. I thought that was interesting for my eyes.
Yeah.
And I appreciated that scene because I was rewatching it the other night because I couldn't remember Amber Heard in it. So I wanted to rewatch it to see, like, did I even remember this chick? And that scene caught me. That scene definitely caught me. Yeah, Judy, thank you for saying that. That was hilarious. She said they were weird. All the experts, they were super weird. And by the way, not only were they all weird, but Dr. Hughes looked like a Disney villain with those high arched eyebrows next to Dr. Curry, who looked like a Disney princess. I mean, you could not get two, more different looking people next to each other. One looked like she looked in her magic mirror every day and got insulted. And the other one looked like she talks to birds in the forest. And it's just so bizarre. Like, if you are her, it's another indication that Amber's team is not very good, because when you are picking an expert witness for court, you need to take these things into consideration. People care, especially when it's nationally televised. Okay, it would internationally televised. It wouldn't make a difference or it would probably make very little difference if you're just talking about some trial that nobody's watching. It's just a jury. They probably won't be putting much stock in it. But when you have an international audience and you put a guy on the stand who moves his mouth like a psycho and has hair sticking up on top of his head like a crazy, like some kind of mad scientist, you cannot expect to win with those optics. You can't. And clearly Johnny's team took all those optics into consideration. Every one of his experts were well-dressed, well-groomed, well-spoken, unemotional, professional, and every single one of hers were over-emotional, making faces at the jury. Dr. Hughes was rolling her eyes at the jury and huffing, reading her notes against court order, just doing stuff that is just crazy. Her expert witnesses were bizarre. So check out that article on PJ Media because it's funny. You'll like it. Yes, Dr. Hughes is a bit Ursula from The Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
Do I enjoy flavored coffee? I actually don't. I like dark roast coffee with some, usually just half and half, but I'm out of half and half. So I have a milk foamer. So I foam up some milk and throw that in my coffee. But I don't use sugar and I don't use flavors. Hey there. How are you? She can come on the stream. How's it going? You're muted.
Oh, sorry.
You're muted and we can't hear you.
I'm so dumb.
Hi,
Say
Gadfly's
hello.
girlfriend.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. Have you been
I said,
watching?
Hi, Gadfly's girlford. Yeah, she has been watching. She works, so she can't watch it as much as
I do work. She's working. Not like us bums.
Yeah, not like us bums, exactly. But she has been catching up with it every night, and it's yeah. Everyone has the same reaction to it, honestly. I mean, other than some psychos online, but
Hi, Gadfly's girlfriend. Everyone in the chat is welcoming Gadfly's girlfriend to the stream. Hi, Gadfly's lady.
Thank you, much appreciated. Always welcome.
She's cute. You did well.
Don't I know it?
I love picturing her bopping around the house to Camille.
I do hear it every now and again. And I like go into like her office and then I just stare at her.
Of course she's playing it. Of course she is. We're all playing it. It's so good. My kids, I told you this the other day, but I didn't tell the stream. So it was like yesterday, I'm upstairs and I can hear when my kids do the dishes. They're always in charge of dinner dishes. And I can hear the music when they turn it on. They always turn on music really loud. Well, I'm in my room and the music goes on And it's Camille. And I did not instigate that, I swear. And my kids are bopping around doing dishes to Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. They're so cute. They're down there singing and dancing, doing dishes to it. Oh, I love it.
Well, I appreciate it. That is great. Happy to bring some joy into the world during this nightmare.
Oh, I forgot to check the poll. Mary says, love your latest poll. How is the poll doing? All right, the last poll question was, what question should Elaine have asked? Was the takeout delicious? What, if any, side dishes did you eat? Do you put hot sauce on your food? Or did Depp tip the delivery man? Did Depp tip the delivery man? Won with 34%, with a close second of what, if any, side dishes did you eat? We'll be ending that one now. We'll be moving on to another one.
Ooh, what's the next poll?
What should the next poll be? Let's look at the chat. Maybe the chat has some. Oh, they want to know what your favorite song is, Gadfly. Do you mean his favorite song of the ones he has written, or just in general?
I could tell you my favorite one of whatever. I could actually put them in a personal order.
Oh, good. Okay, what's your personal order?
Okay, my least favorite is. Well, I thought I could do this easier. my least favorite is probably Johnny Depp's rap, I think.
Okay.
My second least favorite, I shouldn't say that. Number 4 is Johnny Depp's rap. Number 3 is Objection Hearsay. Number 2 would be Amber Heard's song, and then number 1 would be Camille, because it's the most song version, and I feel like I could just make a song.
So the chat decided on the poll that Objection Hearsay ran away with it. With
I know.
52%, 53%. And then it was split. And the next popular song was Amber's song. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Camille. Camille was number 2. Amber's song was number 3. And Johnny Depp rap was number 4.
Hey, well, at least we can agree on that.
Yeah, you were right. They agreed with you on that one. But yeah,
just because
Camille
that one's
was
not
number
the most...
2. Camille was number 2. And Objection Hearsay only had like 52%.
I figured as much. It is fine. It's great.
I personally, Camille is number 1 for me. Number 1 for me, definitely. And then Objection
thanks.
Hearsay. No, actually, that's hard to say because Amber's song is so good too. So I'm split on that number 2 spot. I'm split.
Well, just because I know that Camille is the least funny one, and Amber's song is probably the second least funny one. And then Objection Hearsay.
I don't know. I didn't punch you. I hit you. It was pretty funny.
Pretty funny. And then then I feel like the Johnny Depp rap was just rattling off a bunch of memes basically, but I did that on purpose because I felt like people wanted more.
I thought Johnny Depp's
ha-has.
song was also funny. The Johnny Depp rap is also very funny. And I think what makes Amber's song so funny to me is your mouth on her face. I can't get over the goatee on Amber Heard. It's so funny.
I think she looks pretty good.
You know what would improve your face, Amber? A goatee.
My favorite song overall, though, is New Slang by The Shins.
Oh, I'm looking in the audience now. Let's see if we can see the LawTube. Where's LawTube? Oh, there's DUI guy. I see him. He's in the
your next
front on the
witness.
left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right? All right, you ready for the jury?
Send the links to Amber's song. Okay, I will. I'll put it in the chat. I can't play it because I'll get copyrighted. A damn content creator who does it is just such an ass. He keeps copywriting me.
Yeah, I hate that guy.
Guy. I didn't punch you, I hit you. I'm the girl from Aquaman. When I say Amber, they say Amber. No one knows who I am.
Yeah, Aquaman was... I'll give credit to James Wan because they didn't know if it was going to be the only Aquaman movie that ever gets made in the history of life. So we just put all the Aquaman things into the movie, which is pretty cool, but also it doesn't really work as a movie for me.
The chat says we need to do a duet. I think that would be fun. I also like the chat idea of you making a song with my laughter.
Were you ready for the next witness? Or do you
Yes,
want
we
to
call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
Yeah, we
That would
should.
be funny. You could sample my laughter and use it in something. That would be epic.
That would actually be fun, yeah. See if we can get a clean audio of your laugh.
I will.
So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Richard, thanks for the super chat.
Johnny's
He
back.
says, I get the feeling Amber went shopping for experts with a bias toward
morning,
men
Mr.
and
Depp.
believe
Good
all
morning.
women mentality, and that's why they're so cookie.
We heard
Johnny's
a
on
lot
the stand?
about some statements
Megan.
that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please
Yes.
publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
This is going to be all the whole time, guys. This is going to be the whole time. I know you're saying it for us to be quiet, but they're going to object and approach a million times.
And they are, because here's what's going to happen is that they are going to tell him, it's going to be like Waldman's testimony. He is not going to give up his attorney-client privilege. He's going to be instructed on many occasions, do not answer this question. I'm instructing my client not to answer this question because it could or would violate attorney-client privilege. So yeah, it's going to be back and forth with a lot of silence and a lot of nothing. But I didn't even see him take the stand. I was not paying attention.
I
That
know.
was funny. I was like, holy crap, Johnny's on the stand. Who called him? Was it his own
Yeah.
side or theirs?
It's his own side, I believe.
These are rebuttal witnesses. So yeah, this is his own side. All right, well, Johnny's looking pretty dapper today. He's wearing a blue and silver striped tie and is that a gray suit? It looks a little brownish to me, actually. Why would I be shushing? Nothing's happening. Stop saying shush when nothing's happening.
The mics are literally muted in court. We can't hear anything.
If we stopped talking, listen, it's silence. Well, now it came back on, of course.
We can pull the exhibit back up. Thank you. Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was
I didn't do it. The audio cut out.
It's the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
Chat. You're such a bunch of Sims.
This is also already in evidence. Thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I did, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't.
know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard had expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
I love that. He doesn't want him to bring up the perjury in Australia. It was a potential problem for her because they had smuggled dogs into Australia, or she had.
Yeah.
Some of you had asked, why do they ask the judge, can I approach the witness? Can I approach the judge? That is courtesy. It's because it's a civilized sort of thing. In a courtroom, there could be a lot of, especially in criminal court, you're talking about there's somebody on the stand who might have murdered someone or someone. You don't want to upset the witness. You don't want to make anyone think you're coming at them, especially a judge or whatever. So you just say, Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Your Honor, may I approach the bench? So that everybody in the room knows what's happening. That's why there's a bailiff in the room, by the way, because it's not unheard of that somebody has come across the table and come at a witness or come at the judge. Bailiffs will have wrestled people out of courtrooms a lot of times. So you just want to make sure everybody's not feeling intimidated by the lawyer. You don't want to intimidate a witness or appear to be intimidating. So that's why they do that. Boy, she's got a lot of smiling going on right now. She just is very smiley. Everybody has noticed that she's got this smug look on her face, and for some reason this testimony is making her laugh a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously could be the case that Johnny helped her audition. It doesn't mean that if her audition went horrible that they would have hired her still. But the truth is somewhere in the middle, from saying like Johnny had no influence, and if
Yeah.
Johnny's like, well, I helped a lot, maybe he only helped a little bit, but it's weird to frame it in a certain
The
way.
chat says, let's just all stare at Johnny. Keep your eyes averted from the witch on the right side of your screen. Don't look her in the eyes. Remember, don't look her in the eyes.
The S on her head is a symbol for hope.
That hairstyle, the chat had a lot to say about the hairstyle. And I kind of liked it when she walked in. But now that I'm looking at it, I really don't understand the two-tone hair color that she has. This is something we try to avoid as women when we go to the salon. Did she not get a toner?
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Miss Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Miss Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi for a few years. I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Disney Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How many?
I also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra residue.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die.
Good answer. Yes.
And probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Miss Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Miss Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, like back here.
Approximately how far away from Miss Heard, from you was Miss Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. She walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible in the background on the floor.
Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle is?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head. And the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo, no, I didn't. No, not that I recall. No.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through.
Sure.
Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay. We've discussed this several times.
All right, you guys, those of you in the comment section who are worried about Johnny, that there's something wrong with him, there's nothing wrong with him. You just don't remember his baseline. This is his baseline. This is how he speaks. He's been speaking like this from the beginning of this trial. He also, let's not forget that if he's a victim of abuse, he is facing his accuser, who is literally smirking and smiling at him and daring him to look at her. And we already know he has said he will never look at her again. I bet it's pretty difficult to sit up on that stand and not look at her when she's causing this kind of commotion, waving her arms, laughing and smiling, making a ruckus with her lawyers. She's trying to get his attention. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with him. I mean, what do you think, Gadfly? Are you unimpressed with how he's speaking right now?
No, I don't want to accuse the chat of anything, but I feel that maybe some of them have not watched his testimony originally, maybe just saw some clips. And
Sure.
that might be why they have this impression, because this is pretty much how he was on the stand. So I'm confused.
Yeah,
as
this
to
is
whether asking
baseline
what's wrong with him.
Johnny. This is normal way that he talks in this case. And you have to also keep in mind nerves, anxiety. He's been doing this for many weeks. We are on week 6 of this, and now he's been called back to the stand to defend himself from these outrageous and ridiculous accusations. I think that we're just all forgetting, because it's been several weeks since you've seen him speak. This is normal for him. There's nothing wrong with him other than the fact that this is a very highly anxiety-inducing situation. He has ADHD. He has difficulty concentrating. He also may have, like we talked about before, because of his long history with drug abuse, difficulty with speech and recalling things. So he takes his time, and he has a stutter as well, that I think he has talked about in the past.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, and the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off. The tip of my finger. Just but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There was a murder.
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and
So poetic.
and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
so where was this photograph taken?
That was in the, that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment. And just out back, you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
The way he talks.
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
He's
I
trying to
believe he was
respond.
about to explain.
Well, us stating the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect
She hit me.
what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh, a new picture that's not in evidence? This is interesting. We didn't
Mr.
see this
Depp,
one.
do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes,
Why
this is
can't we see it?
the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the
They
train,
have
yes.
to publish it to the jury, and I don't think they've done that yet.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301
Yeah,
into
here we go.
evidence.
Any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Switching to the big screen so I can look closely.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
Oh, it's hard to
I
see.
see
Can they
pretty
make it
much
bigger?
the same. I see that the area
It's
in
black
here
eye.
has been is swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down.
I'd say you could see that pretty clearly. Even in a
Mr.
grainy
Depp, do
black
you
and
recall
white
Ms. Heard
photo.
testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
She did say that.
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago.
Don't sniff into the microphone, Johnny.
And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Hurd about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor.
That was a
Hearsay.
mistake.
May we approach Your Honor?
Okay. She doesn't like stories about ex-girlfriends, Johnny. That'll get you punched right in the eye. Be
It's probably like-
careful.
Yeah, he was probably telling her like, "Hey, when I was with Kate Moss, it was raining and she slipped down the stairs and hurt herself. So be careful, while it's raining out here." And then she was
Right.
like,
And then she never forgave him for telling her about when he dated a supermodel that isn't
Mhm.
her.
"Oh, when you were with Kate Moss, you think of Kate Moss every time it rains?"
Yeah, right. That's what it turned into. Oh, so now every time it rains, I have to think of Kate Moss and you screwing in a hotel room in Mexico?
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Hurd about the staircase, or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Ms. Hurd took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
Get
What's
Mr.
a rumor?
Rotten
to the question.
trending on Twitter.
Sorry.
Mr. Rotten.
Overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
Overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's.
Say it again, Johnny. Say
Voice.
it again.
What was you looking? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Hurd about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, a monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her
3
lower back.
stairs.
So,
that had to hurt.
and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt. She was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. But that's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Hurd
Me either. That's what I said earlier on the stream.
grabbed hold of it.
Oh.
It's like that. Sorry.
Jeez.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Hurd's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Hurd?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life. And that was seemed pretty obvious.
Ouch.
So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey. And then, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and
Elaine
it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation. For
Elaine
knowledge.
told him to
Your Honor,
do that. You
I
saw
asked
that, right?
What he observed, between them. I think this is responsive
They
to
don't
that.
move without Elaine's
And his
order.
testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
Why did you wait in the car?
And when you
didn't
said
drag her
Miss
off
Heard
there?
would push Whitney around, do you mean that the physically push her or metaphorically?
He was probably scared.
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going, that's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use one approach. Okay.
I liked the way he put that Mandel ended up with a bunch of money that he worked very hard for. That was pretty interesting. I'm looking at Rekida's Twitter right now, and he says, I found this pretty interesting. He said, Depp is doing extremely well on direct. Cross will be the risk, and we'll see how it goes. So far, they've navigated the pitfalls, Waldman, communications, etc. very well. Rottenborn is going to be a nasty boy on Cross, though. He's dripping with anticipation. I think that's true. I think Rottenborn, although I'm not sure how much of a risk it will be. I mean, Johnny is good with Rottenborn. He makes the gallery laugh at Rottenborn. He makes us laugh at Rottenborn, and I think that those are all good things to look forward to.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, and have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean,
Solid dude.
if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name. It was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant and to the
May
issue.
we approach Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Well. Imagine
well.
imagine doing charity just for the sake of the people who need the help instead of getting your name in headlines.
Oh, instead of saying it on a TV show, I wanted nothing other than for you to know that I donated money I didn't donate yet.
Exactly. This woman is such a horror of a human being. I mean, when we get down to this children's hospital donation crap, I don't care about the ACLU. Fuck the ACLU. I don't care about them. You stiff them all day long. I don't care. But when you stiff a bunch of sick and dying children with cancer, you go right to the lowest rung for me on the ladder of humanity. You're at the bottom. Oh, look at Whitney's face. We finally got a shot of Whitney's face.
Yeah, I'd say anyone who does that is born rotten. You know what I mean?
Horrible. I loved when he said Mr. Rotten. Born. And he can get away with it because he speaks so slowly and interrupts himself when he talks that he can get away with it not being, you can't call him out on it. You can't.
Yeah. I think that Whitney, they're saying that when he's, lied and stuff like that. I think that, I mean, you got to cut a sibling a slight bit of slack. You know what I mean? Like, I know she's obviously tricked and stuff, but I wouldn't go after her for being like some evil person who's lying
Whitney?
to
No.
incriminate Johnny. Yeah, that's what.
No.
Yeah, Whitney, not Amber. I'm talking about Whitney.
I think Whitney is obviously a victim of Amber's as well. And I'm so sorry she chose Amber in this fight because I think Johnny would have taken care of her forever. Like, I don't think Johnny would. I think Johnny does love her. I think he was telling the truth.
Yeah,
And I don't think And I think she'd be better off keeping Johnny as a friend than her sister. Because her sister is, as we can see, just, I don't know. It sounds like a very abusive, toxic relationship. And then we didn't just hear it from Johnny. Her ex-boss, we read that letter yesterday. Her ex-boss said the same thing, that Amber was abusive in that letter.
Yeah.
The
I saw a
whole
couple
thing
people
is
mention.
sad.
Saw a couple people mention Prince, and Prince was the same way. Anytime anyone bought his donations, he told them to shut up.
He didn't want to hear. Yeah, he didn't
Mr.
want
Depp,
people
what is
talking
your
about it.
relationship with the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Hey, Sean, welcome back to the program.
Hi.
So, interestingly, what do you think about Amber's behavior? What do you think about her facial expressions while Johnny is testifying about how she would beat up on her sister
I didn't
and
see
lied
any
about
that I
Kate
just
Moss?
got here.
Oh, you didn't see the facial expressions? Oh my gosh. Well, she's got her chin lifted up. She's smirking and smiling throughout the whole thing. In fact, there were several times when she was laughing with her attorney, listening to his testimony about how she was terribly abusive. I mean, the chat noticed it. They're like, okay, you're a victim of abuse, but you are literally laughing in the face of your supposed abuser. You've got PTSD, but, it's just, it doesn't match. Nothing on her face matches what this story is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, here's the dirty secret. She's the abuser, not him.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th, I was not in Los Angeles. I was on DeWato on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
to this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key
you wanna
dates.
I have Tourette's. Wow. So, I mean, they're obviously going with the Franco route, saying, well, May 27th, I'm pretty sure that was the date that Franco came to the elevator, and she clearly knew Johnny would be out of town for touring, and the date his movie's opening. So, why do you have James Franco coming on over and then at 11 p.m.?
Was that the time that she allegedly had a threesome with other people?
I think that was a different time. I think that was with Elon Musk. I'll double check the elevator unless the chat wants to clarify, but I'm pretty sure that May 27th is the elevator thing with when James Franco comes over and like incognito and lays his head on her shoulder.
But all of that information has been excluded from the jury, right?
No, they saw the tapes, and Amber had to say what the date was and the time.
And did the jury get, as part of the trial, the allegations that Amber is sleeping around?
That's been brought up.
Got it. So that's as a response to the idea that Johnny's just some out of control, jealous lover.
Right. May 22nd is when James Franco came to the elevator. So did they say 27th or 22nd? I don't know.
Yeah. You've watched it more carefully than I have.
Yeah, it was pretty. It's been. I mean, I don't know. I've watched too much of it, probably, honestly, for my psyche.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, this is. Make no mistake. This is a very important case. It's going to be taught in law school for sure. It's going to be. It's going to be used to show how do you do direct examination, how do you do cross examination. What will a civil trial look like that actually has the resources put behind it to do all of that? It's gonna open new ground if Johnny wins, in that every time a man is falsely accused of domestic violence, or anytime any person is falsely accused of domestic violence, but it's usually men, that the accuser needs to think very seriously about what the result of a defamation lawsuit could be.
Right. Good point.
Right.
And yes, correction. I'm sorry. The 22nd was Franco. They are talking about the 27th, which was when she filed for the restraining order.
Yeah. So this case is in many respects as important to sort of the culture as, say, maybe the O.J. Simpson case was.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point or just, okay. All right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. And don't break anything on your way out. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow, man.
Hang on, I'm coming back. Wow, 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 wow.
What a perfect lunch break for them also. I mean, geez.
All right. So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third-party motion, can I have attorneys come forward on our...
Okay, she's going to be hearing a motion right now, so we may have more to listen to after the jury leaves. I'm not sure, but all right, guys.
Do we know what the motion is?
We don't know what it is yet.
She said it's a third-party motion.
Oh, TMZ. This is the TMZ motion. That's what this is.
What's the TMZ motion?
It's the motion to intervene to stop their reporter from testifying on because Johnny's lawyers are calling the reporter who broke the cabinet breaking video. They want to know
they know who gave the
video. So now they're going to fight. So this is going to be fun. We're going to get to watch this, I think. Yeah, nobody's going anywhere.
Well, you probably find that really interesting, right? Because the reporter's probably going to say, "I won't reveal my source." Right?
Yeah, I do find it interesting, and I will say this: I would normally be on the side of I will never give up my sources. Put me in jail first. This is not a criminal case. No one's liberty is at stake. This is literally a case about defamation and someone lying. If I were the reporter on this case and I knew and I saw her lying on the stand, I would come forward I would come forward voluntarily. This is not about protecting someone from some kind of retaliation. That's not what, and that's what that's for. That's what privilege with reporters is for. It's for protecting whistleblowers. It's protecting people who are truly in danger.
But correct me if I'm wrong, right? I mean, there's no actually official recognized privilege. It's just the professional ethics of the reporter, right?
Well, I think some courts have recognized the privilege, but it has limits. It's not unlimited. In a criminal case, you're far more likely to get away with saying, "I'll, hold me in contempt. I'm not going to hand it over." In a civil case, though, I don't know. And doesn't a reporter typically, iron that out with the source at the very beginning? Like, if they insist on anonymity, then they'll say, "Okay, I'll give you an anonymity." Yeah, generally. Now, if TMZ has gotten into a position where they paid someone a lot of money for this video, which they probably did, they pay people for this kind of stuff all the time. They don't want that to be revealed. They also don't want people who might come forward with stuff to think, well, if I give this to TMZ, one day I could be being outed on the stand. Mm-hmm. But frankly, for me, this is much different. I can see it both ways, but I also think that TMZ's practices should be exposed. I don't think that's real journalism, paying people for celebrity videos to rat on your husband. It's not real journalism. It's tabloid yellow journalism. It sucks. And I don't get paid. My sources do not pay me to put stuff, or I don't pay them to get their stories. It's just nuts. I get paid by my publication. I am an independent contractor. So there have been like a couple of occasions where someone has hired me to write something, and then I will do that. But that's a whole lot different than turning around and paying someone $100,000 for a video that then goes into People magazine to slander someone else. I mean, that's not journalism.
I'll say even worse. Worse. I mean, you could, let's say, and this has happened before with TMZ. Let's say you find yourself at a party and there's a celebrity there and he or she, has relations with somebody, then passes out naked, and then you go in there and snap a picture of them. TMZ will buy that from you. And that's not okay. That's violating. That's horrible.
That's not okay. TMZ sucks.
Screw TMZ. I would love that case. Gadfly, if you know those people, send them my way so that I can sue them.
Yeah, right.
I want that case.
But
here's something else to consider. Here's something else to consider. TMZ, I'm eating, by the way, so if I'm chewing, just ignore me. But I don't want my egg to get cold. TMZ would never, ever go forward with any photograph or video if they did not have the copyright owner's permission. They know they would get sued out of existence if they did. There's no chance that the owner of this video, who is Amber Heard, did not give them her permission.
That makes a lot of sense. It also makes a lot of sense too that there's a big distinction between real journalism and tabloid journalism. Right? This isn't Watergate. Right.
I had that exact thought
yesterday.
This is not Watergate. You are not protecting, some major source in the government. Like, give me a break.
Right.
We need to know the truth.
That just really makes a lot of sense. And, that the reporter's ethical, obligations need to be dependent upon what the content is about.
Yeah. I mean, like the iCloud hack. wasn't Watergate. You know what I mean? That's just releasing people's private photos and stuff. Like it's just not the same thing.
Yeah. You know, and the fact is that celebrities have even though they put themselves into a fishbowl, they do have a certain right of privacy still. You know, like.
Yeah, I think that they made that social transaction to get, noticed in public at the grocery store and stuff like that. I feel bad for them that they get bothered while eating dinner and stuff, but I think that's kind of par for the course with being a big celebrity. But I think that if your private photos you're filming or you're taking pictures of in your own home, or someone is videotaping you without your knowledge in your own home, that's a totally different thing. That crosses the line for me, for sure.
Well, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy at your front door.
Exactly.
Right. So, but when you're passed out, naked, in somebody's bedroom at some party that you're at too, I think you also have a reasonable expectation that you're not going to find these naked photos of yourself all over the internet.
Yeah, it's a violation. And
Right.
for TMZ to be preying on that and incentivizing people to do things like that if they catch a celebrity in a bad scenario, that's the issue with TMZ overall. But for this case, especially, I think they have to say their source because it's important to Johnny Depp's case against her inherently. Because if they say it was Amber or one of her friends,
Right,
I mean,
because
you
that
can't-
discredits her in saying that she didn't want Johnny to learn about the divorce filing via the media. She wanted to inform him about it first. If she's releasing that information beforehand, then she's revealing that she's lying about that as well.
Right.
Yeah, how would she know if his lawyer released it to the press? How would she know ahead of time?
Say that again?
How would she know if it was his lawyer that released it, which is what her story is? Why would she be trying to get a hold of him to tell him? If it was it would be Johnny that would know, not her. Her lies don't make any freaking sense.
Her whole thing about that, the only connection that anyone has to TMZ is Johnny Depp's lawyer has an in with TMZ, is ridiculous. Every publicist, especially in Los Angeles, could contact TMZ. That is
I could contact
super
TMZ right now.
You can. Their contact page is incredible. You click contact, and it has 3 gigantic blocks. You can email them, you can call them, or you can text them even.
Yeah, no way that her story makes any sense. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh yeah, I'm looking it up right
egg
now.
on my face.
They've got a contact us form.
And anybody can send them any kind of tips, any kind of anything. All right, Iron Dog wants to know what's going on with the judge. They're deciding, I hope they're going to do it publicly. Maybe she's hearing it privately, but this is the motion to be heard for the TMZ. And I don't see TMZ's lawyers, by the way. I only see Johnny's and Amber's lawyers. I think the TMZ lawyer should be there. Oh, maybe not, because if the TMZ, okay, they are motioning to intervene so that they can stop this reporter from testifying. But hopefully, I hope that the judge doesn't allow them to do that. We'll see.
We should probably briefly explain what a motion to intervene is.
Yeah, go ahead.
So a motion to intervene is when a third party that's not a party to the lawsuit, so they don't have standing inside the lawsuit itself, and standing is a legal concept, that they want to intervene and enter the lawsuit for a discriminate legal issue, meaning a specific legal issue that impacts them. So from what you've described, and I haven't read this motion, but from what you've described, it sounds like that Johnny wants TMZ to reveal who the source was, and TMZ wants to intervene on that, limited legal issue.
He subpoenaed the reporter. And I'm not even sure if the reporter works for TMZ anymore. I heard that maybe the reporter doesn't.
Right. So even without reading the motion, we can figure out some of what's going on, right? So Johnny's subpoenaing the reporter because he wants the reporter to take the stand and testify about X, Y, and Z. We think we know what that is, but he wants the reporter to testify about X, Y, and Z, and TMZ wants to intervene, for the purpose of saying that the reporter either can't testify about X, Y, and Z, or what they can testify is about limited to maybe say only Y and Z.
Right. And they're going to try and pull this reporter privilege stuff. And I think in a case like this, it's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Like you said, it's not Watergate.
No, it's very, very
Nobody's
telling that. Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's very telling that Johnny pushed for this obviously so hard to get the reporter's source. And now Amber's team is so actively trying to get them to not say who the source is.
Yeah. Sean,
I
you
think
can
that-
actually Google the motion because it is online. They published it. I've seen it. So if you want to pull it up, that way you can read through it and maybe see if there's something in it we're not sure about. But nobody's liberty is at stake here. Nobody's going to jail. No one's getting the electric chair. There are no witnesses to intimidate with any kind of nothing. This is simply, and you would think TMZ would want this story. This is a much bigger story than Johnny Depp attacked some cabinets. This is their moment to come flying in on a white horse and say, we know who did it, and it's her right there. She's sitting in the courtroom, and we paid her this amount of money for the video. We all know you do it, Harvey. We know you do it, so why don't you just admit it?
Yeah, but I get where TMZ's coming from business wise, because they have ends with so many people. I mean, they have flight attendants contacting them, telling them who's on planes and coming in. They have all these connections across the world, really, for TMZ. And I think they're thinking about, like, yeah, this is big right now, but this Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff in the news cycle is going to go away eventually. And we want it to be the future of TMZ.
They want to continue their doing business with shady people. But
Absolutely.
here's the thing. All right,
We got to take a client call.
All right, here's what you can do, Harvey. Leak the information to another press outlet. My email's open. My Twitter DMs are open. Leak it to me. I will put it out there, and then you don't have to be implicated. How about that? Leak it to anybody. Leak it to any other network, because this is a big story. Somebody inside TMZ needs to just leak their internal documents, and then nobody can really point a finger at anybody in particular. Oh, it was just hacked. But this needs to come out.
Yeah.
This needs to come out. Yeah, and this is a good point. The defender, the Boston, says that law should not apply to someone being the source for their own gain.
Correct.
Yeah.
If they were paid, then it's kind of you're off the table. I mean, I think it's just not the same thing.
Yeah, I think you should be able to be subpoenaed in court and have that revealed. If you were paid a large amount of money for some kind of evidence that is this important in a trial this big, yeah, we deserve to know who you are. The judge should want to know who you are, and so should the jury. How can the jury make an informed decision on this defamation case if they don't have all the facts? And this is a major fact that they need to find out. And if I'm on that jury, I want this TMZ reporter on the stand, in the hot seat, answering questions. And if you're wondering why my camera's off, it's because StreamYard has my camera lagging behind so badly when I share a live stream that it's hard for you to watch. I look like Max Headroom, and my head is moving all over the place, and my mouth is not going with the words that I'm saying. So I'm just leaving it off until we go on a break where I can actually remove the court from the stream, and then the camera will fix itself.
And someone said the source should only be revealed if it's Amber or Depp or someone on behalf of them. Yeah, I think that's probably fair, but I also think we should stop. I mean, I still hesitate, like what you were saying, Megan and Sean. Like, I hesitate to call a TMZ source a source, because that comes with the connotation that this is news,
legitimate,
and it's not news.
Yeah. Right.
It's not legitimate news. It's a video recording someone secretly took of Johnny Depp being angry in his own home.
Now let me
releasing
give
it for
you
gain.
Let me give you an example of what a legitimate source actually is. So I reported a case in the St. Louis family court battle over there going on in St. Louis, Missouri. and a child, a 14-year-old, in family court secretly recorded herself telling the judge not to send her to her father because she said he was sexually abusing her. And the judge sent her anyway. She said this in open court. The judge never called for any evidentiary hearing, and that tape got leaked to someone who leaked it to me, and I published it. The entire court of St. Louis came after me. They came after PJ Media. They said that we had violated some kind of Missouri law. Like, I give a shit. I'm in New York. Come at me, bro. You can't do shit to me in New York from Missouri. And they were wrong, by the way. What was violated was just not a law, but a policy, a court policy, which is not the same thing as a law. But they sent scary lawyers to try and intimidate PJ Media into taking down that recording. Now, if I had ever been called into court and I was asked, who gave you that recording? I would say, I refuse to tell you. Put me in jail. I will not tell you who gave me that recording. I will protect the identity of the source, because that person would then be subject to retaliatory behavior from a retaliatory, corrupt court. And it would be my obligation as a journalist to say, no, go fuck yourself. Put me in jail. And that's what I would have done. That's different, because the consequences to the source are much higher than the consequences to me as the journalist by saying, no, I won't tell you. No judge is going to put me in jail for very long for not revealing a source. I mean, maybe a couple days, but I can handle that.
Yeah, the consequence in this case would be either to Johnny or Amber, whoever has closer ties to the source of the video. That'd be about it. I mean, not the video, the news about the restraining order, and the video, I guess, because TMZ has the copyright on the video, but was also there first on the scene for the restraining order that Amber Heard was doing. So it was clear. I mean, clearly someone had an in with TMZ.
Coordinated. Look, it could have been. It may not have been Amber herself who personally gave it to them. She probably gave it to.
I doubt it was.
She probably gave it to someone like Eve Barlow, and then Eve Barlow handed it over to TMZ. All right, what's happening right now for those of you just joining the chat is I'm going to change the ticker so that I can stop answering this question.
We're still going to take a full hour of lunch after this, right?
No, I think lunch has already started. Well, they're walking away now. All right, so what they're doing is deciding on the TMZ motion to intervene. TMZ is trying to stop their reporter from being on the stand. Johnny wants to have the reporter on the stand because we want to know who gave you the video.
How you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you.
This is
Thank
TMZ's lawyer right now.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. If you could just come to the center. Okay.
Yeah, I approach.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Go to the other side. All right.
Good to see you.
Mr. Tobin, if you want to.
Certainly, thank you.
I got to make this relatively short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases, and I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. If I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies,
It is for criminal, not for civil.
whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned
that
with.
argument
As
sucks.
far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr,
Yes,
here
sir.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment
for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then their rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
But if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
That's
incorrect, Your Honor. He's voluntarily. A subpoena from this court would not be enforceable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. Wow. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
Well, and if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly, and that's that's why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right, and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee, and you have some avenues to go deal with that.
But once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
Right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege, it has been recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public without the ability to enforce its promises. By current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand Mr. Tobin's argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
Objection, shut up.
Objection, shut up. I already read your motion. Let's not waste my whole day.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene.
Judge, you're so smart.
Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed, PC versus Bank National Trust Co., 2013 Westlaw 5849140.
Where's that smirk now, Amber?
Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify.
Right.
TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions.
Voluntarily.
And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow,
oh my God.
to the extent they
You're
have
so screwed.
A beef, as it were,
no
a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. It is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to
Oh no! The stream! Again with the stream going down. You've got to be kidding me. Come on, Law and Crime.
I love they just dropped in, and TMZ is not news, as we know.
It's not all right.
Or to intervene because they're not intervening as a party, plaintiff
again,
or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into why the privilege is inapplicable, but I will reserve that.
Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Hurd, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is somebody who should have been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent. I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Heard, so I think it's never going to come in.
Ms. Berghoff, I understand all that argument. Do you have any argument as to this particular motion?
No,
okay, then we can address you.
My point is, though,
You don't
if
have
you
an
balance the
No, Elaine, you
prejudice
don't have an
versus
argument.
the probative value, I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr.
None
Tobin,
of
your
that was
motion, you get the
relevant.
last word, sir.
I appreciate that the court kind of shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. Their ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in
airlines.
the case in that particular.
I understand.
sir.
There is
You're
no other
losing.
mechanism, though, and so
Sit down.
it would be an interesting procedural issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalism organization or anybody else who's a First Amendment holder
keep using
would be
that word
denied
journalist.
intervention on a constitutional-based
I don't
privilege.
think you know what it means.
I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is
Stephanie
a
agrees with
compulsory
me.
process,
He's
and he
gonna
will have an
lose.
obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a rogue employee's
Judge
privilege
Penny
to
is
waive
patient.
on behalf of its employer. This is an unusual situation.
Tell me about
But the
it.
law, the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
for either
tell you
of
for
us,
Mr. Tobin.
for anybody here on the
Yes,
not
sir.
a
I
First
appreciate you
Amendment
coming in
case.
today, and I appreciate
you,
your
Your Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you.
TMZ
All right, in this
is
matter,
tabloid journalism.
under Virginia Rules Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are
Stephanie
not
said
germane to the
TMZ
trial. The
is
central
gonna lose.
issues in this case are whether defendant
She's gonna
defamed
dismiss
plaintiff
it.
and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion.
Yep, we saw that coming. TMZ. Oh, I just lost the stream. What happened?
Stream went down. I don't know.
Stream went down. I'm going to go to a different one. I have it ready to go, so hold on. She just denied TMZ's motion. The reporter, I did not know this, but the reporter came forward voluntarily and was not subpoenaed.
Under the
That
circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
what? You'll find out when he gets on the
Your
stand.
Honor, I
Elaine.
don't think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this case. Okay? All right.
Wrecked again, Elaine.
Oh, Mr. Rattenberg is almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But truly, I really am the messenger.
judge
here.
wants to
Mr.
eat.
Murphy, just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay,
Your
all
Honor.
right, okay.
I apologize.
That's fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
What is happening? Man, this poor judge just wants to go eat. Hold on, let me get the new ticker up. Somebody talk, because I have to write this. I've tried it 3 times and I can't get through it.
Another TMZ lawyer coming out of the woodwork to give a little detail. Ben Chu's going up there to listen and going, "No, idiot."
She's not going to change her mind after she's ruled. What are they even trying?
Okay, let me just say I can't believe she tried to get them to have to do a proffer of one of their rebuttal witnesses so she could think about it over lunch and figure out how to cross-examine him. How ridiculous. Elaine.
What's a proffer exactly? Please explain that to
Where
the
you
to
tell the
audience.
judge what you suspect the testimony to be ahead of time. Why would they agree to that? They're not going to agree to doing that. This is
No.
a fair rebuttal witness who's being
Yeah, they're
called
the
to
ones who
rebut what she
claimed.
claimed.
She's the one who claimed she didn't give it to TMZ and she would have no idea how to contact them. So they have a right to rebut that.
Yes, they do. And Elaine is ridiculous to say they have to proffer it ahead of time.
She
No,
tried to
no,
do
they
that.
don't.
Get
She tried
wrecked, TMZ.
Yeah, she tried to do that with the Hicksville Palace person too.
Oh yeah, she did. That's
Yeah.
right.
And
All
judge
right,
was like, no.
All right, so what's happening here is that the TMZ reporter was not subpoenaed. I thought he was subpoenaed. He was not. He came forward
All right.
on his own,
So
like the
court will be
manager
in
from
recess.
Hicksville.
Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for
To
lunch, okay?
rat on Amber. And it's
No
going
change.
to be
Oh.
fantastic. All right, let's
They're
get
doing
rid
a
of
full
this
hour from now.
full hour from now. All right,
Yeah,
so that
she's-
means the court will resume at 2. Let's get out of here. We don't need to see this anymore, and I can get my camera back to work. It's the only time my camera works is when I get out of the stream. All right, so TMZ is wrecked and leaving the courtroom in their paparazzi mobile, and they will be going back to LA to cry and take more pictures, more fuzzy pictures of celebrities to sell in People magazine. Taking pictures of people I don't know and do not recognize to sell.
Yeah, with their bikinis falling off so they can get that really good shot.
I mean, look, paparazzi serves a purpose. Some of them,
Yeah.
you know, let's look at it this way. Some celebrities, actually many of them, partner with the paparazzi to make sure that the paparazzi gives them the publicity that they need, and they are helped in their career by that. But to call TMZ journalism, I mean, okay, look, they have broken a few stories. I will give them that. They have broken some stories.
Yes.
But I do not like the way they do business. We do not pay people at PJ Media. We do not pay them for their stories. We do not pay them for videos. Our sources give us those videos because they're interested in getting justice. They're interested in having people see their story. I think it's highly unethical to be paying people for dirt on other people. It reminds me of that song, that great song, Dirty Laundry. You know, they are the Dirty Laundry Network. And to put that up there on, even with the New York Times, who I can't stand, but to try and put TMZ and the New York Times in the same category is absurd. It's absurd. Okay, the chat wants to know, who do we think leaked the story? Obviously, it was Amber. It came from her phone. It was in her possession. She is the legal copyright holder until she sold it to TMZ. And now they have the copyright. She could not have sold. I do not believe that she could have indirectly sold it. I don't know how that would work. I would need a copyright lawyer. Stephanie, how does this work? Are you still there? If Amber's
I'm still here.
would Amber be able to sell her video, like sell the copyright to Eve Barlow, and then Eve could sell it to TMZ?
I guess, but there should be a paper trail for that.
Yeah, because the copyright is a very big issue here, and I would be very surprised if the lawyers who are doing this interrogation don't say, let's talk about copyright of this video, because now TMZ owns the copyright. Where did it originate? We know it was on Amber's phone, so she is the original copyright holder. What are the steps the copyright took from Amber to TMZ is what we need to know.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you could, I don't know if they could claim that she has a copyright on a video you took. I don't know. I have no idea.
No, they
Until-
bought they bought the copyright. They own it now.
Well, I'm
which
saying they could
means-
have created a copyright for the video. I don't know. I don't
No,
know how
they
it all
would
works.
they would never print anything they did not have permission from the original owner to do, because then they could get wrecked in a lawsuit. If Johnny truly was the copyright holder of that video, he would have already sued TMZ and won.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, because they can't print something, a picture, not a picture. You can't put a picture up unless you own the copyright or you've bought it from the AP or something like that. And that goes for video too. If it depends, it's kind of iffy these days because on social media, like videos run on Twitter. So like on PJ Media, I can put a Twitter link up that has a video that I didn't pay a copyright for just because it's on a publicly available social media.
Sure.
But a publication, if they are going to be the first one to publish something, they must have a copyright for it. Copyright law is it's very black and white. You either have it or you don't. And if you don't have the copyright, you can be sued. So yes, those of you in the chat still asking, the reporter will testify from TMZ, and that reporter came forward voluntarily. What does that mean to you exactly?
Means that somebody, well, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't argue like that the reporter's been watching the trial, because to me it kind of seems like they have.
Yeah, right. Because, well, it depends on when the reporter came forward.
True.
Doesn't it? Because they could have had this up their sleeve for a long time. We don't know how long his attorneys had this witness.
Yeah.
And we don't know when
Man.
he came forward.
Well, they didn't know if she was going to get up there and lie and say she had nothing to do with getting the video to TMZ, which is what she did. So
Right.
until she got up there and lied and said that, they didn't have to say anything about what potential rebuttal witness they might have. They didn't know they would need this witness until she got up there and lied. And
Yeah, but
said,
I'm
"I have
pretty
no
sure
way of
they had it.
contacting TMZ."
I would bet they
Probably,
had
of
this
course they
witness
did.
for a while.
Yeah. Kate
Alex
Moss
wants to
situation.
know if the TMZ bro will be testifying today. I believe so. I believe that's it, probably right after lunch. So,
Well, they have to do cross for Johnny first, because they haven't done that
oh
yet.
yeah, they haven't, but they're not going to be able to spend much time on it. How much time do they have left?
Like an hour, 2 hours,
2 hours total?
2.5
I mean,
maybe.
not including their clothes. So how much time are they really going to spend on him? I guess we'll find out. But they need to be careful about how they use their time. This judge isn't going to play. You can tell. I like how Judge Penny is so transparent. You can tell the second she starts talking where she's going. And I like that. She's right. She's out there with what she thinks. And I also loved her saying, "I've already read your motion. Let's not go over it. Okay? Please don't stand there
Yeah.
and read your motion to me. I've already read it, and I'm going to give you some direction. Here, you lose on argument 1, you lose on argument 2. Argument 3, I'm willing to hear you on, so let's hear it." I love that about her. She's like, let's get down to it. I'm hungry. Lunch is coming. Stop keeping me from my Sammy. Stephanie, what are your thoughts on Judge Penny?
I like her. I think she's pretty good, although it's pretty obvious that when she gave her decision just now, she had it written ahead of time. So though she gave him an opportunity to argue it, she already had decided.
She
what
does that
was
all
gonna
the
do.
time. She did
Well,
that
no.
on every motion. She had decided before, the night before. Do you think
Yeah.
do you think that judges often change their minds in the middle of the argument? I find that they've already decided before.
It just totally depends. Sometimes they do.
You've had a judge.
Sometimes.
You think you've persuaded a judge in the middle of, after even though knowing he read your motion the night before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One sleepy reader says, being a judge looks incredibly boring. Well, Stephanie could tell you because she was a judge. Stephanie, they want to know also, is your microphone under a pillow that you're resting on?
No.
Or are you
I'm
speaking
at
into
my
a potato?
desk. No. I'm at my
Okay.
desk and I'm annoying Brittany, so I have to stop talking.
Brittany will be fine for the next 5 minutes. We just want to know what What did I ask? I've just forgotten completely what somebody asked you.
Something
Oh
about
yeah,
is being
being
a
a
judge
judge.
boring?
They say is it boring? Well, Stephanie has been a judge. Was it boring?
Well, the kind of judge I was an administrative law judge overseeing cases between government agencies and individuals and businesses. And yes, I have to admit that was extremely boring. I'm not going to lie.
All right, well there you have it, chat. You thought that judging is boring, and you have confirmation of it right here.
But no, but I've also clerked for judges who are the type of judge like Judge Penny in trial court and circuit court, and that I would say is the farthest thing from boring. That is not boring. That was lots of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What makes it fun to be in that type of court?
Well, when you get to see really good trial lawyers doing their thing.
Yeah,
it's
like
my
this.
cousin. It's like my cousin Vinny every day when it's really good lawyers.
Good lawyering is fun. Lenora wants to know,
fun.
do you ever zone out? Did you zone out when you were judging, or were you paying attention the whole time?
I'm going to go ahead and say I was paying attention the whole entire time, never missed a second of important testimony.
She's going to protect her answer and go with every second. I never once.
I took copious notes.
All right. Well, I'll let you go. Brittany, have a wonderful day. I hope you guys are you going to stay?
Megan says, Brittany, have a wonderful day.
Are you staying in the you want me to just put you in the green room and you can listen, or are you going to pop back in
leave
later?
me on and I'll pop back in when I can, but I'm listening.
All right. Okay. So what are we going to do now? Do we have, I guess I should go over I'm going to go over to some of your comments that I didn't get to from a while back. So this is like from earlier in the program, but Josie says, I suffer from stress and anxiety and I'm raising my grandchildren. I'm a good parent. I've done it twice now and they are healthy, happy teens. That was back when we were talking about how people who can have mental disorders and problems and still be good parents. So good for you, Josie. And I know that that's true. So thanks for backing me up on that one. Can you imagine finding out that your mom pooped the bed when she was 30?
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I think there's a big difference from saying psychological issues like anxiety and stuff like that than Amber Heard's case. I mean, I have anxiety, but I'm not gonna deal with.
Yeah, right.
Amber Heard
Well,
would.
and I had a friend though whose mom had what's that disorder? It's schizophrenia.
Yeah.
And it was difficult, but I mean, I wouldn't have said she needed to be taken away. I mean, she had her father. Her father was, mentally well. It was difficult, but that was her experience. That was her experience growing up, and lots of people have parents who suffer from mental illness. And frankly, believe me, folks, the foster care system is so much worse than anything you could think Amber Heard might do to this child. The foster care system is so screwed that I would not wish that on anyone, unless there was some severe, and I mean severe trauma going on.
Yeah, I mean, let's make it clear. There's even her abuse to Johnny Depp is not necessarily indicative that she will be abusive to the child or even be a bad mom. Honestly, I don't know. That's something that, that's for a different court to decide if
it comes to that. I mean, so far there's been no allegation of anything like that.
Exactly.
Pam says, so I've been referring to this as the defecation trial. I think you're not alone. I think a lot of people have been referring to it that way. Okay, Julie says, it's so crazy that she doesn't realize how bad her cheekbones look.
I mean, there's lots of celebrities that have done and a lot of them are older than Amber Heard and have done too much to their face and they don't realize what's going on. Would you stop bringing Angelina Jolie down with this sinking ship of a woman?
I'm not comparing her normal face to Amber's face. I'm comparing these prosthetics that she wore in this movie. It is amazing to me that Amber doesn't realize how bad and how much like a Disney villain she really looks. I mean, come on. The comparison.
I still don't appreciate it. How dare you?
All right, here's a palate cleanser. How about this?
Yeah. Okay.
Here, we have Amber Heard is dressed up as Dr. Evil. Gadfly made this meme for us, and I really like it. All right, let's see.
I saw Asmongold said that she also looked like Kim Jong Un, and he put a picture of
Yes,
him
I
next to
said
her.
that. I
Oh, you
said
did
that
too?
the day that we saw her in that. I was like, why is she going with the Chairman Mao Kim Jong Il commie look? I don't understand it. Commies get the wall. We don't like commies here. Don't. What does this say? Don't Elaine look like a little creature from the Lord of the Rings when she gets mad and stands in front of the judge?
Yeah, there was a moment I wish I could remember what it was now, but I was watching a stream of the trial yesterday, and there's a moment where Noodle Face or whatever his name is,
Noodle Nuts.
Noodle Nuts, yeah, they had approached the judge and he was arguing, and then the judge clearly sided with Johnny Depp's lawyer, and Noodle Nuts stomps his feet and goes, "Ah." I was like, "Dude, this guy's like a child."
Yeah, and today Elaine was like stomping around the courtroom in her her reasonable flats that she's wearing. She's wearing these like comfort pumps or something. All right. Tish says AH's hair looks like soft serve ice cream to me. I think this is a very good observation, Tish. Very good. It did look like some kind of swirl of something on top of her head. I still can't get over the two-tone look. And anybody who says the two-tone blonde is in, like with that super bright blonde with the really dark roots, I don't get it. I spend my whole life trying to avoid that look, but whatever floats your boat, but I'm not into it. And I think it looks silly on her, and it makes her look like she does not have the means to get it done. Look, a lot of hair comments. Her hair has two tones. LOL. She needs a toner. Yes, that's what. When your hair is that yellow, like chicky yellow, your salon girl did a bad job. She forgot to put the purple shampoo on afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably intentional because there definitely are people, especially in Los Angeles, that go for that look, I guess.
It's bizarre.
A little bizarre,
See, like,
but hey.
everybody noticed it. Did Amber Turd forget to tone her highlights after bleaching them? Have no idea, just asking. That is what it looks like. And everybody is like, what's the deal with the two different hair colors on her head? It's very, I'm trying to say this in a proper way. I can't. I'm not going to do it. I'll put it this way. Amber has been quoted as saying that she can go trailer park real fast. And I would say that her hair kind of resembles that type of personality, if you know what I mean. Okay. Ashley Vaught said, and there was mules there, not the animal, to be clear. That was a good moment.
Yeah. Man, curry was great.
That was so good. And what did you have for dinner? And what was in the glasses you were drinking? Were there mules? Didn't you say there were mules? What the hell?
Didn't you say there were mules something? Elaine, please get out of here.
All right, for this next couple of comments, do you know how to can you do Trump voice? Because I can't do it, but it really needs to be read in Trump voice. I wish I
can
could.
try.
All right, first I'll read the first one, then you have to read the second one. Dr. Hughes reminds me of Trump, but not funny, says a Foxy Fox, and Uncommon Sense comes back with.
I gave her the most beautiful test. It was the greatest, most beautiful test. Nobody gives a better test than me. That's my best Trump. It's a little high, but it's not bad.
That was really good. That was so much better than I would have done. Oh my gosh, that joke! I love that joke. That was so funny. Gave it the greatest, most beautiful.
Greatest test, the best test. Most people are saying that no one's done a test even close to us. That's just what I heard.
I missed that part of Trump. I missed the funny Trump. I don't miss any of the other
Good
shit.
stand up, man. I really do think no.
He could have.
I'm gonna play both sides of the chat. I don't like Trump. I didn't vote for Trump. I think he's a silly man. However, his stand-up comedy's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's really good. And I felt like people who really hated him never gave it a decent chance, like to say, okay, put aside how you feel about this man, but really truly just listen to the comedy part of it, because I had so much fun laughing through those 4 years at the rallies in particular, and the things he would say, and the water glass tossing water all over the place. It was just funny. Funny stuff that didn't have anything to do with anything.
Okay. There's a great song that Shmoyoho made.
I love Shmoyoho.
Yeah,
the one
auto tuning.
The ramp one.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, I wish I could play it, but I've
Ran down the ramp.
yeah. I have it on my playlist. I ran down the ramp.
So you didn't
I
run
look
at
very
all.
handsome. I ran.
Yeah, his timing was good. The whole yesterday when Elaine kept calling that umbrella guy Umbrella Man, I kept thinking of I think it was Amy Coney Barrett, I can't remember, who called him Umbrella Man like a million times, doing the same joke over and over again.
Yeah, Umbrella
So
Man,
bad.
Objection, Jasmine, the simping, I did hit some simping comments to get on here. Objection, he looks too sexy. We can't concentrate. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
And then we had what you were just talking about. Muffin Man, Umbrella Man, Wald Man, Aquaman.
All the mans.
All the mans. We have all the mans. Oh, okay. Let's see. Ashley said, this man supposedly assaulted you with a broken bottle and you're staring at him, smiling and laughing. You know, she was
For real.
like daring him to look at her. Daring him. In fact, I took a screenshot of her face. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I took a screenshot of her face that really just pissed me off. Because it was just so, let me see. Will it pull up? No, I have one too many pictures in the thing here. So let me delete something. I have so many pictures on my overlays that it's like, no, delete something first. Here we go. Well, that's happening. Just look at David Shane, grab ass Shane for a second. Because he's funny. All right. Look at this look on her face. I can't with this. I mean,
Gross.
the haughty chin, the tilted up, the looking at it, like daring him to look at her. I just hate this. I hate it. I hate it so much. And it really bothered me. And I think it bothered all of the entire chat. Hey, what happened? Where did that go? Are you kidding me? All right, there. I don't know what happened. I couldn't get it to come down off the screen. See, she's infecting StreamYard with her face.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the jury probably saw it too. I mean, her like just smiling and laughing while everyone's making like good points. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, everyone noticed she's glaring at him. She's still abusing him with her nasty smirks. Elizabeth said she's a vile person. No abused person stares down their abuser, smirks at them in that defiant way. I sure as hell never stared down my father. Even after I was a grown-ass woman, I still would never be defiant of him. I tried my best to stay away from him. And I feel like this is what we're hearing from victims who are saying this is not the way people behave.
Yeah.
Vicky says he tried to deflect the second bottle. It hit him at an angle. Weirder accidents have occurred. Explanations are hard to concur. My husband got his forefinger caught in a press. The meat blew out from his tip. Oh, the doctor said he'd never seen anything like it before. He had to consult with an orthopedic doctor to repair it. They even said it was a first for both of them.
This happens all the time.
This is a very good point, Vicky. Injuries sometimes can happen in ways that doctors have never seen before, right? I mean, here, perfect example. So that's a really good point. Thanks for bringing that up. Ashley says, I mean, that is quite the horrendous claim. Seems odd that any of this would be a laughing matter for somebody who went through such trauma.
Yeah, this is the night where she was brutally assaulted with a Maker's Mark bottle. She was bleeding from multiple different areas, her private area and everything. This was what she claims one of the worst, if not the worst night of her entire life. And Johnny Depp is saying, well, that didn't happen. And instead of being angry or sad, or, I mean, she's just smirking and laughing at him and writing notes for her lawyers. Like, I mean,
I think if you're actually an abuser and someone is saying, I mean, if you're an abused victim, if you're a victim of an abuser and your abuser's on the stand and he's telling this totally false story, I mean, can you even look at him in the face? Are you just trying to get through it? Are you just like turtling down here?
Yeah, you'd
and
be
just
disgusted.
Yeah, I mean, her reaction is just so bizarre, and it speaks to perhaps she has other things going on, which we have heard from Dr. Curry. Eliana says she doesn't act as a victim of an abuser. She acts smug and smiling all the time. She lies and she's an abusive person. That is what we believe. Nicole said, OMG, she looks like she's watching a comedy show. Unbelievable. And nothing about that testimony was funny. Well, except for the Tourette's part. I will give you that when he said
Rottenborn was funny.
Tourette's and rotten. Born. That's how I'm going to say it from now on.
Yeah.
Mr. Rotten Born. It's too good. Pam says, I'm disgusted with the smug look on her face. That's not the face of a victim. It's the face of an abuser. So everybody pretty much saw the same thing. And I hope that the jury is seeing what all of you are seeing as well.
Yeah, I hope they are too. I bet you they are. I bet you they're loving their extended lunch today. That's all I can think of.
Well, right. Yeah, because they don't have to come back until, so they got like an hour and a half, really, because
Yeah.
we had to sit through the TMZ thing and they get the whole hour and a half. You want to hear something so dumb that I did to my husband? This is the kind of stuff that I do to him that drives him crazy. So when I went to go make myself an egg on toast, I go downstairs and he's fiddling with a new microwave on the dining room table that we had to get because our microwave broke. And this is what it's like to live with someone with ADD who doesn't notice things, right? Because I don't notice anything. I see that he's taking it out. It registers with me that he's taking it out of the box and he's obviously about to put it up. And there's a big thing over the stove. That's where it's going to go. I walk into the kitchen. I turn the stove on. I start making an egg. No, zero fucks given, right? No clue. But it completely doesn't register with me at all. It's not like he's going to put up the microwave, so I should not use the stove. And I don't know why he didn't stop me. But after I was finished and I turned off the stove and I go upstairs and I'm sitting here waiting, he texts me. He goes, did you, and actually I should read the text because it's funny. This is what it's like to live with me. Out of curiosity, did you think for a second that, gee, Mr. Fox is messing around with the microwave? Maybe I shouldn't use the cooktop or ask. I'll just work on it later, but come on, dear. My response to him was, no, I didn't. I'm very sorry. Why didn't you stop me? Oh, man. Terrible. That's what it's like living with me. I'm completely oblivious of everything around me. And it's very difficult because it often comes off as rudeness. It often, people who don't know me would be like, that's the rudest person I ever met. Right? Because you see that this is happening, but yet you do this other thing. And literally I'm just like, la, 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 la. I just need an egg. No problem. It's so bad. I wish I could stop. I didn't take my medication today. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know.
Not to throw my girlfriend under the bus, Girlfly.
Girlfly. I like that. Girlfly.
But yeah, she'll do that sometimes. But even worse, she'll be like, "Hey, can you do the dishes or whatever?" And I'm gonna be like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then I start, and then immediately needs the sink, and I'm like, "Why did you finish what you're doing?"
Why did you ask me to do this? I do it to my kids all the time. You know what I did to my daughter? This poor, at least, thank God she laughs at me at this point, because otherwise she would get her feelings really hurt. We're out in the garden the other day and she's helping me weed. And I say to her, oh, can you go feed the dog? Because we didn't feed he hasn't been fed. She goes, yeah, sure. She turns around, she walks in the house. She's gone for a while. I totally forget that I have told her to go feed the dog. When she comes back outside, I go, where have you been? You left me here by myself to do this. She's like, Mom, you told me to go feed the dog. I'm wondering when I need to go get a cognitive test. Which is one of the reasons why I'm listening to Dr. Curry and I'm like, maybe I should take that test.
She's making a lot of points.
I don't know what the hell is wrong with me.
Oh man.
Then I went to the ear doctor because every time my kids talk to me, I don't hear them. And they're like, Mom, you don't hear me. I'm talking to you. Why don't you hear me? And I'm like, gosh, I must be losing my hearing. Maybe I need a hearing aid. I'll go get it checked, right? I go. She plays all these tones that I'm thinking to myself, why are these so low? Why is she playing these tiny tones way in the background? But I'm hearing them and I'm telling her. She comes in and she goes, there's nothing wrong with your hearing. You have the best hearing of anyone who comes in here. You actually have hearing that is kind of off the charts good. I'm like, that can't be. That cannot be, because I don't hear my children. She goes, yeah, that's something else. Then she goes, well, do you have any neurological disorders? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I do. Right. I have ADD. She goes, well, that's a processing disorder, and that's your problem. Your problem is not the sound. It's that your brain's not processing certain things. Like my brain is blocking out mom, 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 like that cartoon.
Yeah, super selective.
So I can't even blame it on bad hearing. Now my children are just like, no, she's just ignoring us. It's all right. She doesn't have bad hearing. She just doesn't hear a damn thing that we say. Oh.
I like that. I should have turned my little glowing orb up there so I could be a full streamer.
You have glowing orbs? You should definitely
This
turn
little
those
thing.
on. You should definitely turn that on. I have like a diffuser sitting on my desk that glows, but you can't see it in the camera. But I should probably turn it on. It makes it smell nice in here.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the right ticker that says court is on lunch. There we go. All right.
Court is on
And
lunch.
don't forget, if you are in the chat room, you're listening to the stream, we're glad that you're here. A bunch of you dropped off probably to go and have lunch of your own, which is perfectly acceptable. We accept that. That's a reasonable reason to not be on the stream, but I hope you come back because at 2 o'clock when they resume, we will be right here to hear the TMZ reporter. In the meantime, should you find yourself needing, I don't know, a t-shirt, a mug, go over to the store. Isn't happy hour any hour? Mega Pint Me, hashtag Justice for Johnny. There's Make Americans Friends Again merch. There's Mega Pints. There's stickers. There's beer glasses. There's Frosty at the drop of a hat. Time for a Mega Pint. Justice for Johnny. All kinds of stuff, including the newest merch, Objection, Hearsay. If you have a lawyer in your life, I think they would probably really enjoy that. Comes in all different kinds of things. I will drop the link for you in the chat so you can check it out, because YouTube sucks and are shitty to me, and they won't let me sell my merch on YouTube. So I have to just shill it in the comments section.
Yeah. Good. Put it in there, stupid YouTube.
Eat shit, YouTube.
Yeah, that's why. See, I can say that because I come over to your stream.
They're totally going to hit me for that, by the way.
I know.
You said eat shit, YouTube. That's not allowed on the YouTubes.
That's against our code of conduct.
Gadfly, do you have giant antique jars full of cocaine?
Absolutely. Multiple of them, yeah.
When can we come over?
Yeah.
The new one should be haha TMZ, get bent.
Yeah, that's what I just tweeted. I said, get wrecked, TMZ.
Get wrecked. You should write a song called Get Wrecked TMZ.
I refuse to speak of TMZ.
Jennifer wants to know, where else are you two working on? What else are we working on besides this trial? Not much at the moment. Everything I'm working on is related to this trial. So I am streaming about this trial. I'm commenting about this trial. I am making appearances on other people's shows about this trial, and then I am writing about this trial at night.
I'm making some songs that aren't related to the trial because I think I don't think I'm gonna do another one, honestly.
Oh,
Too close to the end.
That.
Too
Don't
much.
say that. That's
I mean, everything's already too funny. You know, like it's already a song in itself. Like I'm not gonna make one about the crazy doctor because watching his videos is gonna be better than watching a song about him. I mean, there's like so I don't know. I made my love song for Camille. She deserved it for that beautiful cross of amber.
Well, now you've done it. You said Camille. Now you've done
no.
it. You have now done it.
We're gonna
Because
go-
now I have to play it.
No.
Yes, I do. It's lunch. We haven't had our lunchtime dance break, and that's happening right now because you said it, and I'm doing it. Sorry, get wrecked, Gadfly.
I'm plugging in my orb.
Get wrecked with your own song.
I fell in love last night.
saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in his sides that was spewing lies. But don't look in his eyes. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran out, so did all the friends. And right down there, you're lying on the stand, legend down off the scene, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what do you give me? You just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here. Sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow.
I love that song so much. Hey, Sean, are you done with your call? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm done with my call.
Awesome.
I had a motion that's due by noon, but we've worked out an agreement to kick it for a week.
All right.
Yeah.
Do that.
I was able to see some of that. I was able to see Johnny's testimony.
You didn't see, did you see the TMZ motion?
No, I just saw the beginning of them talking with the judge. I did go and was able to pull the first couple of pages from the motion. That was available. Not much more than just the first couple of pages was available. So
was it interesting or no?
Yeah, I mean, let me see. I think it's still up. It would be over here, right? Yeah. So, yeah, they're seeking a protective order precluding Mr. Tremaine from disclosing TMZ's privileged information, which must be the identity of the person who submitted the video. And in the alternative, they're seeking a motion to quash the subpoena. So yeah, that's exactly.
But they lied. There was no subpoena.
There wasn't a subpoena.
No.
Well, what they're saying, they say in the alternative.
On
this other page this is a different page that I'm looking at now than what I was looking at previously. But yeah, so.
Yeah, it turns out Ben Chu stands up screaming, no, there was no subpoena. The journalist came forward on their own, on his own.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. So what happened? Did they win? Did they lose?
Oh, TMZ lost. Eat shit, TMZ. The
they lost.
The reporter will be coming to the stand after lunch, we do believe.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, I mean, this case it's very interesting from a perspective of, what it's going to teach in future generations and, on. I think it's a really important case. I mean.
Yeah, I do too. Do too. And also, now that we know that the reporter volunteered to give this testimony, it makes it even. Didn't I say, if I'm the reporter, I would volunteer this information?
Yeah, that's a completely different analysis. Yeah. I mean, if I was a law professor, I absolutely would structure at least a significant portion of either, a torts course or a civil procedure course around, this case. Mhm.
I would teach an entire class on how to cross-examine an expert witness and put Wayne Dennison's cross-examination of Dr. Doofenshmirtz on played on YouTube for my class.
Yeah. I went back and I saw some of that last night. His testimony, and my Lord, what a crappy witness. I mean,
Oh, so bad.
I mean, sitting up there saying, when I testify as an expert witness, blah 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 blah, and then he gets into an argument with the judge, and the judge is like, sir, just answer the questions. Oh, okay, I'm like, what? I mean, yeah, he was a really disappointing witness, and it's disappointing in that sense, in that Amber has not brought to the stand witnesses of a comparable quality as what Johnny has brought to the
No,
stand.
and that's what my new article is about on PJ Media. I wrote I entitled it, "Why Are Amber Heard's Experts Such Weirdos?"
Yeah.
Why are they all weirdos? Because it's not helping her, and I don't understand why her legal team allowed it. I don't understand why the legal team didn't say, no, these people are too weird. We cannot they will not play well to a jury. You have to take into consideration, juries are just people. And if you find somebody weird, they're for sure going to find them weird as well. It's
Well,
on
the answer to
PJ
that
Media's
question may be that this is what they can get, right?
Oh God, is that possible? So
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean, this is the process of finding an expert witness. You first of all, you have to figure out, who are the providers who, are available for expert witness work. And particularly when you're talking about doctors, and when you're talking about doctors wanting to testify against other doctors, the pool of people who will do that is, relatively small. So, but even in a place like California, we're the most populous, state in the union, and blah blah blah, it's still not going to be the easiest thing in the world to find people who are going to be willing to, do the work and testify. And then, if you've got somebody of really high caliber on the other side of the equation, like I think, everyone, agrees that, the shrink testifying for Johnny, who I can't remember her name,
Dr. Curry, Dr. Muffins,
Dr.
either one
Curry,
will do.
is eminently qualified. I mean, I went and looked at her website. She's eminently qualified. She speaks with authority. The people who are going to want to come out and say that what she did, was inaccurate or wrong, or not, doesn't comply with, the standards, is probably a fairly small group of people. And remember too, that when a doctor is testifying against another doctor and saying that this person didn't comply with the standards of the profession, didn't comply with the experts, they're effectively saying that the other person committed malpractice. So, again, finding people who are willing to put their credibility on the line to do that is, a small group of people. And what you often find is that the people who will do that are people who do that, frequently. Now, what makes this unique is
professionally, like as a cottage industry.
Yeah, they keep doing that. So, I mean, for instance,
largest amount.
right?
Yeah, but Sean, I forgot to qualify you before you came on this stream. Are you board certified? You too, Gadfly, because if you're not board certified, apparently you can't talk about anything if you're not board certified, according to Elaine Breedhoff.
Right.
Yeah, and according to some people think that that's important, maybe, I guess. I don't know if that convinced anybody, but
well, for the jury may or may not think that's important or not.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What makes this unique is that it doesn't appear that there's an insurance company funding this defense.
Yeah.
Right. It appears like what's happening is that this is actually the money that Amber got, from Johnny. So, this may be the best guy that they were able to find that was willing to,
Yeah, so that makes me wonder, Sean, I wonder how many experts they went through before they found one who would say yes to this shit case.
Well, and then Johnny's rebuttal for this guy specifically was Dr. Shaw, who came up, the British guy, And he came up and he was way more credible and was so calm and collected. Everyone definitely would have respected what he was saying. He had like 50 published papers. He had written textbooks. I mean,
I
like,
know.
But you see, that's an easier thing to do, Gadfly. In saying, is it easier to find, other doctors who are going to say, that the doctor that you hired that, found X, Y, and Z and followed the methodology, that they did it appropriately. It's going to be much easier to find an expert willing to say that and get paid $5,000 to do it, then it's going to be to find an expert to say, no, absolutely not. They violated all the ethical rules. I'm an expert witness and I can diagnose, this guy over here with narcissistic personality disorder based upon his
Movies,
commercials.
He literally said he watched Pirates and that's how he did it. And then when he got called on it in the stand, he says, well, I misspoke. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, that was unbelievable.
He's a horrible witness. He's a horrible witness.
Out that track 2 just said DUI guy also said 3 jurors chuckled when JD said he missed the tip of his finger. That was quite a moment when he said it was quite a big chunk and I miss it.
But again, he may be the best that Amber Heard was able to find because it certainly appears. I'm going to be really surprised if the case goes against Johnny, because it certainly appears that Amber's had a steaming pile of dog stuff, as a case to defend from the beginning.
And that includes her expert witnesses. Like none of them have been impressive. That one that she got, the brunette, here, I'll go down to her picture because it's down here. This one who was supposed to be the expert on her damages, she did no research whatsoever. She compared her to actors who are A-list actors, not comparable at all. She did not know what causation meant. I'm not sure how they found this person or I don't know how they even made her an expert. I think she should have lost that voir dire for being an actual expert. Because to me, it didn't sound like she did anything. When you put her next to Richard Marx, this guy,
this guy works.
You know what?
The industry.
But you know what, Megan? My impression is that she's the best expert witness that Amber's been able to put forward, and she still doesn't measure up.
At the beginning of her testimony, me and Megan were like, she seems like a pretty professional woman. And then she started saying things like comparing her to Zendaya and stuff and like basing her income on theoretical income she hasn't even got. It's like,
we thought that she was she seemed credible. She was not crazy like the other expert testimonies. She was coming across as like a competent person. But you're right. Then she started saying all this stupid shit that made no sense about how Amber Heard would have made him $38 million. Like she just pulled that number out of her ass. I want us to watch this Richard Marx's rebuttal of her yesterday, just to see the glaringly obvious difference between the two.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard's career trajectory with that of other actors, including Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine?
I heard that.
And what's your opinion of those actors as comparables for Ms. Heard?
Even Ms. Heard's agent, Jessica Kay, said that 4 of those actors weren't
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
And I believe same response, Your Honor, that it was in testimony that was played in court earlier this week.
That's not what she testified to. He's characterizing testimony that was from days ago, and I don't even think she testified to that, Your Honor.
But you can cross-examine.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Marks.
Again, they are not comparable. Jason Momoa was Aquaman. Chris Pine was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot was Wonder Woman. Zendaya has been working on Disney Channel since she was 13. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She goes by one name. Ana de Armas, when she was in a movie that they call, her breakout, it was as a nude poster. She's been in Ensemble Piece, Knives Out. These are not comparables. Now,
Ms. Arnold stuck to Jason Momoa, who's the most non-comparable because of his history and his career. But she didn't give us the advantage of telling us what his contracts were, what he renegotiated to, what he earned. She didn't give us any of those building blocks. She just she set him up as a comparable and then said what Ms. Heard should earn, but she never gave us the salary of Jason Momoa or the other comparables. And she built like this house of cards on nothing.
Nothing.
She showed us with her words, the beautiful clothing that the emperor was wearing. But we can see, if you know the business.
Objection, Your Honor.
That he wasn't.
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I love that guy.
You're speaking about Mr. Momoa as a comparable. Are you aware that Ms.
Yeah, I mean,
Arnold,
it just keeps coming back to the same thing. Is that
Mr.
as an attorney, when you get a case, you analyze the facts, because I don't make the facts, right? I just analyze what they are, and then I take a look at what the law says, and then I say, well, okay, what facts do I have to go to, what elements, and when Amber went to these attorneys and said, I've been sued for defamation, Elaine and her team went and looked up the standards and the elements for defamation, and then said, okay, so to defend against a defamation case, you have to do A, B, and C. What facts do we have to go, to support, these defenses, and what facts do we have to punch holes into, Johnny's, claims that, to go to these elements. And, bottom line is that, Amber brought to them, a really bad case to defend, and
that's okay.
what do
So
they do?
Johnny
They do the
proved,
best they can with the steaming pile of crap she brought them.
yeah, and Johnny proved that he lost money, a lot of it. He proved he lost pirates. Now they're trying to say he never had a contract, but everybody knows that they are making another Pirates 5. It is starring Margot Robbie. They have already talked about it. There's no chance in hell that that's not happening, although it shouldn't happen without Johnny. Absolutely shouldn't. I won't watch it. They proved that he lost Fantastic Beasts, another franchise.
That one's obvious.
Another one I won't watch until it's free.
Yeah, I won't watch it at all because I frankly don't really like the series. And also they piss me off with replacing him. So it's like, why would I do that? I just think that that Johnny can prove that he had monetary damages. We saw the monetary damages. His financial guy spelled them out for us, gave us actual facts and figures, which is something. Facts and figures. The only facts and figures we see in this case are on Johnny's side. And that's another thing that's in this article is about the different facts and figures. For instance, the difference between this guy here and this guy here was immense, absolutely immense. He proved, this guy here, Banya, proved that the so-called defamatory statements, which, this was another thing that bothered me. The judge kept allowing, and the other side did not, Johnny's lawyers did not object to Amber's lawyers referring to the Waldman statements as the Waldman-Depp statements. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I did.
They started doing that yesterday. They hadn't done it before yesterday, but yesterday, all of a sudden, it went from the Waldman statements to the Waldman-Depp statements. I think that that's highly prejudicial to the jury. Depp did not make those statements. Waldman did, and they should not be able to say the Waldman-Depp statements. That's insane.
Weren't they making an agency argument on that one?
Mm-hmm.
They did. And did they win on that agency argument?
They won on the jury might conclude that there was agency, and so I'm going to let the jury decide. They did. The judge didn't decide that yes, he was acting as an agent.
Which means they're going to now have to put a jury instructions on agency.
Yes, which is very
confusing.
difficult. Really confusing.
I'd be so confused if I was a juror when all this was brought up. I'd be confused if there was a countersuit in a case to begin with, honestly. But even still, I have two small arguments with both of the witnesses on Johnny's side. They're pretty small though. For the most part, I think they were really good for Johnny's side. I think that it could be interpreted as Richard Marx was repeating what Dennison said, because I said that the other day that Dennison kind of slipped up and said that Ana de Armas was as a nude billboard in the movie when he was talking about Amber Heard, but I think it could have come across as that he was saying that was Anna's role, which is not the case. Anna had a really big role, and I feel like that's how people could portray what Richard Marx just said, because he said Ana de Armas, her breakout role was as a nude poster, which again is not true.
Interesting.
So I
Okay,
feel
yeah.
like he was kind of repeating what Dennison said. And this guy,
Yeah.
Banya, made an argument that the Waldman statements have nothing to do with Adam Waldman when it comes to statistics and data of how things were responded to, which is technically true, but I feel like that's a hard argument to make to a jury. I don't think they're going to get what he's saying when he said that.
Well, I thought he did do a good job showing that the spikes in the negative hashtags for her did not correlate with the Waldman statements being printed.
No, that part, yeah, I agree with. But whenever
That
he
was
said
that
like,
was so clear. Those giant spikes came after, and then he showed that one was on a downswing, like, and then came after that. Like, it didn't happen the way they're saying that it did. In fact, I never heard of Adam Waldman.
No,
I'm a journalist who was covering this. I actually wrote about her. What I heard and why I wrote about her, and when I remember those hashtags trending, is when the audio came out. It was the audio of her saying, "I didn't punch you, I hit you." That's when she started trending.
that was the time. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That was the time. God, my ears are getting sore.
Yeah, I just feel like, and I'm nitpicking for the sake of playing devil's advocate, but I just feel that it was a hard argument to say Adam Waldman has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. I don't think the jury's going to understand what he meant by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what he meant by that.
He's saying that if you're saying Adam Waldman, he was tasked with seeing if the Waldman statements had anything to do with Amber Heard, and he was trying to say I wasn't even tasked with if Adam Waldman, the person, has anything to do with that with Amber Heard. I was tasked with if the Waldman statements in and of themselves have to do it, as if they're a third entity that has nothing to do with Adam Waldman, which that's why it was kind of confusing, but I don't think it matters overall because
All right.
he also showed.
You know what I'm not confused about? I am not confused about the fact that this guy is the weirdest guy I ever saw.
Did you look at that one when you were comparing
Let's watch
this
this again.
speed?
What the actual hell?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
Look at Johnny's face.
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
You have to answer
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka as a...
You know whether Marlon Brando used an
Willy
earpiece?
Wonka means nothing to you?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no, he does not use one now. If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was,
Oh, you know that.
but read he was, and that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question, you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness.
Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel.
I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
3 times she had to tell him to
Mr.
shut up.
Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay, let's talk about that. How come Johnny's lawyer didn't say, "Who told you it was vomitous"?
Yeah, I don't
He
know.
really missed that opportunity, don't you think, Sean, to say who told you that?
Well, maybe. I mean, this guy's a horrible witness. I mean, he's just a horrible witness. I mean, the very first thing that Amber's team should have done is hand him a comb, right?
And then they had a 15-minute break and nobody handed him a comb.
Right.
On the whole break. Like, what are
Right.
you doing?
And it seems like they didn't do any witness prep at all. They didn't stick him into a conference room, all right? And they didn't have Elaine, act as Johnny's lawyer, right?
God, this
and
goes right
cross-exam-
back to
They didn't do
what
any witness.
terrible
Right.
lawyers these people are.
He's just a horrible. Well, again, remember, she's hemorrhaging money, right? And she's getting the defense that she can afford and that she is paying for. So, and there's a limit to what they can do, right?
Didn't we?
So it
hear,
seems like they
though-
just stuck this guy on the stand, right? And and then once they get him up there, where you could see from the dynamic between, Johnny and his lead attorney, right, that they're analyzing that and going, this guy is a horrible witness. So at some level, you're just kind of like, well, just let him be a horrible witness.
Let him be horrible. We won't say anything.
Right? Because the risk of making objections, is that you come across looking like an asshole that's trying to keep the jury from hearing the truth.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. Well, the chat is asking for another music break. And so that's what's going to happen right now because we have about 4 minutes. Sorry, Gadfly. It is what it is. We have about 4 minutes before we're going back to court. And we want to go back on a happy note. And so what better way to do that than to use one of Gadfly's amazing hit songs?
I used to be respected, people took me at my word.
It's our favorite.
Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection, hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection, hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face. Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine. Objection, hearsay. I don't know why we have a wed. Objection, hearsay. Who the hell poops in someone's bed? I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object. The judge says
that was your own question.
Objection, hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection, hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection, hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection, hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
All right. The chat loves it. They will never get sick of hearing that ever, ever, ever. And we think Gadfly is super talented. And, when I watch that, I am very taken aback by the video editing skills. I think the video editing of that is so funny. Did it take you a really long time to do it or not?
Oh, sorry. I was playing Miss Pac-Man. What was your question?
Saying that the video editing skills of that's one of my favorite parts of it is the video editing. What do you use
Objection,
to do
hearsay?
that? Yeah. What do you use to do that?
I use Final Cut Pro to edit videos.
Does it take you a super long time like it does me because I have boomer thumbs and I just can't figure it out even though I'm not a boomer?
What's so funny about Objection Hearsay is I wrote that song, I put it online, I edited the video, and posted it to YouTube in probably 4 hours.
Come on.
It took me 0 time.
Oh my God. It's just that just means it was very inspired. That's just all that means. You were inspired, you were focused, and it's perfect. It's perfect.
Easy. Again, I have to thank Girlfly for it because I was just like, she was like, when I come home tonight, I want that song to be out. And I'm like, it's just a dumb song I was singing.
Women are good for that, for being the motivation back there and to push you along a little bit.
I know, so I had to do it. And then I posted it and went back to my video games.
I can't believe, Megan, that you just said women are good for motivation.
Well, some women. Let me put a codicil on that. Some women can be good at helping.
I feel so devalued.
Well, I don't know. You probably missed the microwave story, but clearly not in my house. I'm not the motivating one in my house. I'm the one that gets in the way in my house. So not all women.
Hashtag not all women.
Oh, court's back. Hold on.
All right, court. All right, this cross is going to be great, and then TMZ is going to be so good. I'm so
going to be
excited.
lit AF. What am I on? What channel am I on? I need to make it smaller so I can see. Oh, it's Fox. All right, we may have to go back to, don't complain about the camera angles because court or whatever I was on, Law and Crime sucks because their stream kept interrupting. So I think we're going to stay on Fox as long as the the audio's good. Because Long Crime, I think, has too many people, and it is just screwing with the stream badly. Tina says, I don't do motivation that well. Hashtag not all women. Behind every good man is a good woman. Well, except Johnny Depp lately.
see?
Hashtag not all women.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right. But that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
That's defendants?
Defendants exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you
Yeah.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it?
Sure. We'll do 1905.
It's like she's trying to accuse him of all the things she did, like doctoring photos.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Also, 1905, they're up to 1900 at this point. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, yeah, they have thousands of exhibits. Thousands.
My Lord.
Can you imagine? Judge Penny is going to need a week at a spa,
I think there's still some.
maybe more after this. Can we get close-ups on these photographs? What was that? Just a flash? That's all we get? Yeah, Amber said that Johnny photoshopped that black eye in himself. Come on now.
But now they're going to claim it wasn't photoshopped. It just happened before the train ride.
Yeah, and also, I want the metadata. I want a technology expert to come in and talk about these pictures because I feel like a lot of these pictures, there's something wrong with the metadata. Alicia says, I'm going to need a week at the spa. Yeah, forget about the judge. We're going to need it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you for reminding me, but my ticker is not correct. Okay, sorry. Let me go back to Johnny retakes the stand.
All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah, well, the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to appear sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
That was in fact in the dark. I had a chef, I had people on either side of me, so I don't see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Depp, if you could wait for the next question. Next question.
Next question.
Sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection calls for speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
1859.
I will say that
Is in
picture looked like
evidence?
he had a black
Your
eye.
Honor.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. I wish they would put them both next to each other. That would be very helpful.
Mr. Depp, this is the same picture or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please.
Yeah, they would. They would airbrush
Your Honor, I
photos.
move for the admission of
Yeah, I would think
this
so.
exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your
it's
Honor,
been-
I'd move
it's
to strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photo.
Did they kill the microphone or did the stream freeze? Oh, for God's sake, now WGN is having the same problem. I can't win, you guys. I
This is
cannot
far.
win. Hold on. I guess this is just what happens when this many people are watching live at the same time. The streams can't handle it. And I'm sure everyone moved over from Law and Crime. It's coming. Hold on. Looks like he got it into the record.
So what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop, those are both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And.
No, you answered my question.
How do you know I wasn't done?
You answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
And of course, they don't give us the chance to actually see those. They just flash them up on the screen. So we weren't allowed
Mr. Depp, you
to
had
compare
that,
them.
whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
let's
the
go to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit.
I agree. Let's see the pictures
One,
again. 'cause
actually,
he
no,
wouldn't-
let's
he
talk
didn't
about
leave them up.
Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And
Oh, I
you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart
She
from you
did
for some
too.
time and
He definitely said that.
and gone from the bag. Correct?
Objection form compound.
Oh, overruled.
I also heard Miss Heard say I reached into a bag and threw and poured a bunch of MDMA down my mouth.
Correct. That's right. She didn't say you poured
handfuls.
10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful.
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was begging for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs?
No, I don't, but I do recall being in great pain and great distress, so.
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay, publish.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir.
And Whitey stuff is cocaine.
I would say.
And the e-business is ecstasy.
You
already
yeah,
testified.
quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So I
take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But,
can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already testified to that.
Second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Thank you, Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big. It's broken. The handles up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
There's objection, hold on. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
No, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay. Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this. I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we
testified
will.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area.
There was
where
one
I-
phone, it just
Okay.
wasn't the antique phone.
Let's pull up Michelle, please. The UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have?
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your Honor, may I please? I would like to have
the stream.
what he's the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy.
I gotta get a different stream. The sound is killing me.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so, yeah, okay, here.
Yep.
So I do remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
Yeah, well,
telephone was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked a question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up on the line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Ms. Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seemed to be, yes.
Thank you. Answer my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm
Redirect is
angry
coming.
and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your
How would I
recollection.
know what
Can
I've
you pull
said
up
Be great.
the Ghost in the
at
Machine
any
article,
given
please?
time ever?
Possibly
No.
about paparazzis.
The scum of the earth TMZ folks that we were just talking about. Yes, we could see you saying that about them. And we forgive you. Because we agree.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see
I wanna
the
see this
long
picture.
paragraph above that starts with
Shirtless
in the Mark
and wearing
Hotel.
a crown?
Ah, yes,
You see
yes,
that?
yes. I
At
do.
the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said, I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted.
So lame.
Did I read that right?
Show the shirtless picture. The ladies in the
You did
sim
read that
chat
right,
room are
yes.
waiting.
You can take that down, Michelle, please.
Show the picture.
Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
Oh,
Haven't you?
Christ.
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect-
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take. Haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX883, please?
Can we know like when this was? Was he 20 years old? Like,
Yeah,
There's
like
not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883.
when?
883, Your Honor.
It's not,
DX
is it
It
empty?
is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
More fabricated bullshit, probably.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages
Oh,
from
look at her.
you
She's rubbing her
to
eyes.
Stephen Deuters on February 22nd,
Look at her. She's
2017,
crying.
correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything
She's
that
pretending
I've
to
ever
cry.
said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp.
I
Your Honor, I
can't
move for
assure
the
you
admission
that.
of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, do you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
Wow. Okay, so they're trying to put in evidence that hasn't been on the record. More fuckery afoot. Thank you, Uncommon Sense.
Yeah.
That sounds like what's happening here. Plus, did you see that
That's
she was
impeachment evidence.
she was wiping her eyes Oh yeah, I guess you're right, Sean. Impeachment. But what are they impeaching him on?
Impeachment evidence does not have to be disclosed.
Okay, but what are they using? What are they trying to impeach him on? That he never said.
Well, it seems like, of course, that would be crawling inside of the, the mind of the lawyer to understand his strategy. But it seems like what he's trying to do is to try and expose that, Johnny has said these sorts of possessory things towards women and, violent sort of things towards women. It seems like that's what he's trying to suggest by bringing in these statements.
But without any context and without metadata and all that, I think he's right. They could have just screwed with this last night.
All right.
Yeah.
883 in evidence as redacted.
Yeah, she could have been on his phone.
Mr.
She
Depp,
could have made those
you're
texts
aware
herself.
these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number.
She thinks she's winning.
8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
She barely contained herself.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first.
She thinks she's winning this.
Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Duders, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write,
what?
I need, I want, I take. Is that right?
That
You read
doesn't
it
sound
right.
like anything anyone
But
would
I
say.
did not write that.
A thrashing mackerel?
Perhaps
She's
someone
You
else
wrote
laughing.
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
Who's
Sorry?
Molly?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Duders,
She was
same
always
person, you can
angry.
take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her
Darlene.
about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The plane?
the Boston
Oh, I
plane.
can't believe they got these text
Boston
messages
plane.
in. I thought that these were not
So you're saying that I
allowed.
influenced Mr. Duders? I told him that he had to write this and I told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No, it wasn't uncommon for Mr. Duders to text, to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Duders was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Duders was one of them, yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Ms. Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
just a yes or no,
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Heard
Honor.
had.
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his answer.
Yes or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. It wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate her,
sorry,
correct?
he's sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer,
Yep.
it would turn into World War III.
Okay.
I bet
Can you
Sean
pull up
can
Exhibit 229,
attest to
please?
that. Placate, placate, placate. because a person with her
Your
disability.
Honor, I think
will
you know
not-
where I'm going here, and based on
It just
Mr. Depp's
escalates.
testimony, I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Sure.
I DM'd you some photos, by the way, Megan.
Oh, okay. So I didn't realize this, but yeah, you're right. Molly is the name of MDMA. That's another way to talk about drugs. Could he
I mean-
have been? Why didn't they ask him? What were you referring to when you said Molly? You could be referring to doing drugs that night. And you would not refer to a thrashing mackerel? What? Of all the things I've heard him say, that doesn't sound like something that would come out of his mouth. He's very poetic.
Depp,
that is not poetic at all.
You were
An
pretty
Aqua Woman.
got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
She's crying again.
Angry.
She's trying
I
anyway.
was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning. You claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
One question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting?
It just
her-
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not come
related,
down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single
It's
time.
a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Probably would have had a more helpful answer for you. Actually, let him talk.
The chat is cracking
Is that
me
me
up.
trying to
is
get her
this-
fired?
Oh, baby, thrash me like a mackerel.
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers. She can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 4th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
They're putting the evidence in because this is rebuttal evidence, so or impeachment evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that W film. Did I read that right?
So?
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct.
And then after you sent this text to your sister,
Make the like
following
button
the
thrash
temporary
like a
restraining order,
mackerel.
you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reach out to Sue Kroll to get him to
Particularly.
fire Ms. Heard, right?
I had vetted Ms. Heard. And I had vetted Ms. Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance to
Warner
speak
Brothers
this morning.
had-
Your Honor,
Warner Brothers had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. All right, next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Asked and answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You reached out to
them
Sue Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Kroll
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't care.
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please?
What's this going to say?
He's doing a good job on cross. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, again, he's got a shitty case, right? And you know, but he's doing.
Mr.
the best
Depp, this
he
is
can.
a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then. Don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Ronberg, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
They're doing
Understood.
a lot of things to this judge.
We'll call it 857A.
Yeah, don't you think Johnny should just be saying, I don't remember? I mean,
Yes, sir,
if
thank
he
you.
My
says
apologies, Your Honor.
absolutely no, and then they throw something
Mr.
up at
Depp,
him
you
that
sent
looks
this
like
text
he
to Christian
did.
Carino on it August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay.
I mean, saying I don't want him
And
filmed
in
his
this
sister
text
isn't-
that you sent to Chris, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
Come
No
on,
objection.
Rotten.
All right,
Born.
57A.
Good job.
As redacted will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market.
Well,
I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard.
if the shoe
And I
fits.
cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the
face.
time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face.
Trying to squeeze
I'll
out
show
his
him
ear.
things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off.
Oh,
Did I read that right?
You did.
Oh,
that's incredible.
Now,
I love every second of
not
it.
long after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
And
Chat.
you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
How was that proof he was trying to get her fired?
Was
How
that during
text
the
proof?
I don't
London
think
trial?
it proves he was trying to get her fired.
No.
The chat is moving so fast, I
No.
can't keep up.
No,
Slow
in
down.
February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for
That text was pretty
speculation,
poetic.
lack of personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against the Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that the Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether
Objection
you committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against the Sun because you were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
That's how he ends it? Oh. Okay, they didn't prove that he tried to get her fired in any way
No,
whatsoever.
they did
Mr.
not.
Depp,
They just wanted to get
Mr.
that
Ronborn
text
asked
out
you some
there
questions
and let
about
Amber fake some tears again.
the UK trial.
The chat loves the text. They
Why
love
do you
it.
feel that
I'm
this
saving
is the
their
first time that
comments.
you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
he
up.
said
And
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
You open
Your Honor,
the
he's
door,
talking about
kid.
his experience testifying.
Overruled.
That's right.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a
You
very.
just say you'll be okay.
Yeah.
Like, sit down, Rottenborn. You'll be all right.
Everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right. It's already in evidence. So you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
Quick, get your screenshots now if you want to save that text for later.
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
Gadfly, I may have to do a poetry reading with appropriate jazz music behind it of that text message for later.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Ottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers was about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. We could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Change seats.
So, sorry, you can continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. He's getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman and
Aquanet.
Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise
Found
films?
the crown, the topless crown photo.
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press. that were constant hit pieces. And, you know, on one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Yeah, the crown picture is really, really old. So how dare they bring that up? He was like 25 years
No.
old. So
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing
Come on.
these text messages during Mr. Ronborn's examination?
Oh God, yeah, yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages. Is that
It truly is fair. It's not.
Do you have any?
Knows. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these two text messages?
It's not me.
I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand the. I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes. And did you recall that telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall me showing you this picture during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Ms. Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia. And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Ms. Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Gadfly got those two pictures side by side for us. Here they are. Now, obviously, the one on
Didn't
the
quite
left
get
is
that,
pretty
I'm sorry.
pixelated, but look at the one on the right.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
I do not
All
see a
right.
black guy now. I
Morgan
see a
Tremaine.
shadow. But his nose is obviously more red on the one on the left, and there's like a big dark mark under his eye. And notice that Rottenborn did not let those pictures stay up on the screen very long and did not put them next to one another. Why is that? All right, this is the TMZ.
Because he's got a dog shit case.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because when he showed it by itself, I was like, oh, that does kind of look like a black guy. But now that I'm looking at them together, it doesn't. I mean, am I wrong? Do you guys see a black eye on the left side?
right.
On the
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
And what do
Yeah,
you
I
do
don't
for a
know.
living?
I think
I produce
photos, I
esports
did-
events and design video games.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hot spots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
B-list.
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been
Correct.
tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present
Tipped
there.
you off.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think there's a foundational
I'll
hearsay.
overrule the objection at this point. We'll see.
Elaine didn't
Go ahead,
even know
Mr.
what her
Tremaine.
objection was about.
Can you say the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Holy.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Holy
Yes, I was.
mackerels.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was
Here we
captured
go.
by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
What?
He's just describing how it
Saying
came in.
That's not
I think he's
hearsay.
about to
Oh,
reveal
you
hearsay,
think he's
Your Honor.
about to
I'll overrule for now. We'll see
put
where it
down your crystal ball?
Please continue.
So I received that email, and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection, Your
video.
Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he's just said was a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next
We'll
question.
allow
Go ahead,
it.
next question.
We'll allow it. We're allowing
So you received
it.
a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it, and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
How did they get copyright ownership though? How do you get that?
After you did that, was it posted?
I don't know.
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
They didn't check that they weren't going to get sued by
Did you do
Johnny?
anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do
That's
that?
pretty normal. though,
I
guess.
was instructed to.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
There it is.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images
All
and
right.
videos?
This is what I
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner,
see.
and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
Uh-huh.
And how long
So
does it
which
take
one
to
of those was
copyright
it?
something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you have to
Cameraman's
enter a
honor.
negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
Shut up, Elaine.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Camille's just stretching it out.
Why is Camille doing this to us?
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
Objection
No, they-
leading and cause for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
Shut up.
No,
Elaine.
they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other
So
media
you
source without
bought
backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
That's right.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clipped the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little.
Nope.
When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
to dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes. So how do you know?
Why didn't you ask
what
where it came from?
video
What?
was shown at this trial?
But she
I
didn't
was
ask.
alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum.
Objection,
and Debbie
Your Honor.
Lloyd. Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for
can't.
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not
Right.
aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious
Yes, he is.
organization,
And we just saw
and
that.
I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May
Are you
27th?
aware that they were?
I don't think I understand the question, but I don't think so, no.
either.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay, and when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you
I
know
worked in the
why the
That's why it
deposition
didn't
did not work
I
out?
wasn't there.
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
Vanilla Ice.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct. Not testifying to
I have
that.
no further.
All right, redirect.
Well, that's too bad. He doesn't know.
But
How can he
it
not know?
could have only been edited.
Mr.
by the
Tremaine,
person.
why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I'd received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank
Thank you. All right. You have another witness? Okay.
I mean, I like that he brought
Mr.
up the
Depp calls
fact
Brian
that she
Neumeister, Your Honor.
was
All
snickering.
right, Brian Neumeister.
And she edited out that part of the video of her snickering and setting up the camera.
And they were only able to get
He's not
copyright
responsible.
because it comes from the original holder.
That there's only 3 ways to get it. We took the video, copyright owner gave it to us,
Yep.
or sold it to us, or they literally handed it to us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn,
So-
today is a roller coaster ride, isn't it?
Man,
Yeah.
today's been crazy.
Today has been crazy. I'm still up in the air on whether
Yes, ma'am.
or not Johnny should have
Good
taken a
afternoon,
stand
Mr.
again.
Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's
I read
Norbert,
that text, so I changed it.
Norbert, Brian.
It was worth
I go
it
by
for the
Brian,
text.
Bryan, Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we can end up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon cameras.
Checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with
You're
anything.
checking on
All right,
relevance?
do you have an
This is
objection
not
to
an
him being moved
objection?
in
You're
as
just
an expert in the field?
checking?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
He
Thank you,
didn't
Your
say
Honor.
objection, though. He was like, I'm just
Go ahead, Mr.
checking
Neumeister, you can
on the
continue.
relevance. I don't think that's
Where I
how
left
this
off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up, we are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It can be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes, and what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a proper or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in a helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying to these qualifications on relevance.
Sustained objection. Yep. Mr. Neumeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
For cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have, for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've won, I've done the music to a piece that won the Golden Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies for doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society, we try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Neumeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Yeah, I can object to
good
that.
luck
Mr.
objecting to
Neumeister,
that.
turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of purported injuries to Ms. Heard.
Oh, this is going to be good.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
you want to approach?
What? Chroma's outside the scope of photo coloration? Oh my god.
What did I
You
miss?
didn't miss
Because my
anything,
kid came
Megan.
home. My kid got off the bus and was singing a Froggy Went a Courtin' song to me, and I had to, of course, stop and listen to that because it was cute.
All the experts said was that every time you take a photo, there's thousands of lines of code, and they tell you exactly how the photo was taken and how, if it was changed, if there were settings on the photo. You know, basically, that's basically it. Like if you took a photo with a filter on your phone, that photo data would say that you used a certain filter when you took the picture.
Ah, sure it would. There's tons of data on every picture. Location. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they're
Hey,
just
maybe now
objected
would
to
be a
him from a
time.
color.
Let's see. Let me check the likes. We still haven't got anywhere near 1,000 likes. I can't believe it. I can't use my bruise kit till we get up to that 1,000 likes. And there's no excuse. 5,800 of you have been on YouTube today, and there's only 381 likes. Slap the like button like a thrashing mackerel. Do it now.
You know, I'll tell you, I thought that, you know, those sort of, you know, kinky messages that he was sending, and they're trying to, you know, spin those up into being something completely different. I'm like,
I didn't think they were that bad.
No.
I thought actually it was, you know,
I thought they were funny.
I thought they were kind of cool.
The chat loved them. And by the way, I have the text that we may have to turn into like a
yeah, it was
poetry beat reading, perhaps.
well, that was the world's best epic roast.
Oh my god.
So
Our own
good.
lawyer.
Mr. Newminster, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Newmeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're
objection.
talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics.
I think we have to go straight to specifics.
Okay.
We're waiting. Let's get to the question.
This is really important testimony.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Newmeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303. Your Honor, if I might approach.
All right.
You know, what's really interesting,
Your Honor, I would
again
object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
I'll approach.
Is the potential of what's going to happen here is that if he reveals that she altered this evidence and then, you know, submitted it without talking about how she's altered the evidence, he's effectively testifying about her to the extent that she may have been committing a crime. Fabricating evidence is a crime.
Will she be charged with it? Is the question.
Well, she'll probably never be charged with it, right? And you know, and
Would
and
she have to be
it's
charged
entirely
with that
possible
in
it could be outside the
California?
statute of limitations.
If she did do that, would she have to be charged in California?
Well,
Or would she be charged in Virginia because she submitted fabricated evidence in a Virginia court? Because that would make a difference. No, she's not going to be gone. They're not going to go after her in California, but they might go after her in Virginia,
You're right.
depending on whose jurisdiction it is.
Tom, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which has been admitted into evidence? Mr. Newmeister, is this Does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
There were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative, plaintiff's exhibit 1303.
All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence.
All right.
Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. Not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Could we go publish in this very please? And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes.
Altered.
Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email. Maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustain objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down. You mentioned Photos 1.5 and Photos 3.0 earlier, I believe. What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that of operating system the phone is running on. It would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Oh my God.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach? Yeah, okay. Permission to publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection? Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry, Your
Murphy?
Honor. My
It was just to
co-counsel's talking.
publish
I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Newmeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72:1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would
more.
say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Newmeister?
Yes, again, it's right there, you've got photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the photos 3.0.
I don't get
And again, this
significance.
could not
I
come
hope
out of
you
an
do.
iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got
said
up
she
here on the
never
top,
used
you've
a
got the photos 3.0, and this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence, were gone through photos 3.0 or photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see photos
thing.
3.0, first of all, it's not
Every single
anywhere
photo.
near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
And again, same thing. You've got those.
Same thing.
Okay.
Holy crap.
And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
Let's just go through every photo.
We
in
can
this
take
whole
that one
damn
down.
case.
Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon?
Let's go ahead and take our afternoon
Oh,
recess.
thank God. We have
Just
things to
do not discuss
discuss.
the case.
Please, I need a breath. Holy
Outside research. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow.
Okay, during this
All
break,
right.
I'm going to try to put a bruise on my own face in my photo editing software. Let's see how
Are
I can
you?
do.
Are you?
Yeah.
I've never tried that in the photo editor. I didn't, that wasn't something that I had considered. Okay, Gadfly's going to try and put a bruise on his face with the photo editing software. So are we saying she did not use a bruise kit, but she used her editing software, or maybe
They're saying that these photos have been ran through editing software. Now, he's not testifying to exactly what she's done in that editing software, but he's saying they've absolutely been ran through and were exported from editing software, photo
all
editing
right.
software.
Well, let's see how you can do with your phone.
So we don't know what that means right now. At least in theory, he'll probably tell us what that might mean later.
Well, I can tell you right now that it proves she lied again on the stand, because she said during testimony she has never used a filter. She has never edited a photo. She doesn't even know how.
Oh, really? You're right.
Yeah,
I
she did say that.
remember her saying that.
Yeah, we made fun of her for saying it because I'm like, bitch, you have an Instagram account. Every single photo of you on there is edited. Every single photo of you on Instagram is put through a filter. Do not lie like that. Everyone in 2022 has put a filter on a photo.
I haven't.
You don't. Well, if you use Instagram, you use filters like that. It's just what it is.
But I'm also not a celebrity either. So
true. I have to stop sharing the court stream so that my camera will work again. I'm having an allergy attack again, and my eye is itching me like crazy.
Today has been a roller coaster.
All right, yeah, we got to get to it. Okay, so
wow.
I started a bunch of stuff that I need to explain. Somebody was asking me there's so much just happened that I don't remember what I was going to say. What was I going to say? What did you guys want to know? Who was the witness before this guy? Was Johnny still on the
No,
stand?
TMZ was before the stand.
No, it was
right,
TMZ. Right. I don't remember. I probably started. It's probably somewhere in these starred things. Maybe I should just go through them so I remember the questions. We got, I know what it was. The text messages. We got to look at the text messages again. All right, check this out. So the internet busted up the text message lie like in 30 seconds after that testimony was done. Check this out. Remember this one? The Molly and the flopping mackerel or pleading mackerel? Look at this right here. It says direction, incoming. Incoming. Direction, incoming. How does Johnny's phone have an incoming text from himself?
I don't know. I mean, who are these people that it's, the participants over in that other column?
The participants are him and Stephen Duders, and they were trying to say that him is Johnny, and this other person getting the messages is Stephen Duders. But I don't know. Everybody's saying, like, no, this is wrong because the direction of it is wrong. So here's one. Participants, him, going to Christian Carino, direction, outgoing. So this one was from Johnny, the one that everybody laughed at. She's begging for total global humiliation. That one. So that one is outgoing from his phone. But
right.
Look,
So Johnny was right.
The previous one you just did, right? Depp said, I never wrote that.
He said he never saw this. He doesn't know what this is. And now if you look at it, look at the difference.
Makes sense, wouldn't it?
Look at the difference between this one and that one. This one says outgoing direction. Yeah, from him, to this guy, Christian Carino. Look at this one. Him and Stephen Duders. Incoming. Incoming. How do you send an incoming text to yourself? I mean, I guess you could, but you'd have to be texting yourself. Anyway, Rekieta noticed, he noticed that. He tweeted it out, and he said that this is the kind of shit that his lawyers should be catching, and they are not catching it. Although maybe, he said, this is what I'm talking about. They should have buried this in Rottenborn's face as he is misrepresenting evidence to the jury. You have 6 lawyers in court. Catch this shit. I can't say.
I think they did a good job on Redirect, just talking about how angry he was, and he wrote that.
Yeah, I mean, the text message is not very damaging either. The flopping mackerel thing, it's like, come on. We don't know what he was talking about. We don't know what jokes they were telling. if that was even him in the first place. And if it were, I mean, the chat enjoyed it. The fish jokes have been aplenty, and everyone enjoyed it. I don't think anyone is concerned that Johnny was mean to Amber in a text.
Well, he wasn't even mean to her.
I know, it was like to other people.
Right. He's talking to a friend.
Track 2 says, it's
Right.
scary to think that these are the experts the Virginia lawyer are calling to win their case. I agree. Her witnesses looked like villains from kids' movies. I can't disagree. Danielle, you did miss the TMZ producer. He was only on the stand for about 5 minutes, but he was really freaking wonderful. Very good testimony. And when he wrecked Elaine, that might be my favorite part of this whole damn trial. When Elaine said, aren't you doing this for your 15 minutes of fame? And he said, no. In fact, I'm putting myself in the crosshairs of a powerful media company by doing it. And the same could be said for you, Elaine, because you took Amber Heard as your client.
That was pretty freaking epic.
It was epic. She didn't know what to say. She was like, and then moved on to the next question.
Right, because it literally, he's dead on accurate about that. I mean,
dead on accurate.
You know,
Johnny Cochran made his career on the OJ trial. Lawyers know,
right.
If you get an opportunity to take a high-profile case, it can make or break your career, and most likely it's going to make it, even if you're the one who loses, because your name gets that recognition and you get more and more business.
Right. I mean, I want to be fair. I want to be fair to her for a minute here, right? My assessment as an attorney is that the case that Amber brought to her was a steaming pile of dog shit. And, when you get a steaming pile, I mean, I don't do defense work, but when you get a steaming pile of dog shit like that, sometimes what you do is you do the best you can. And, given what I know about what it's like to actually, go through this process and to, hire experts and to put them on the stand and the amount of money that it costs and to have a client that's difficult to, have good client control over, I don't think that Elaine has done a horrible job. I think that she's done the best she can with a really bad case.
All right, let's get to the fish jokes.
She's got a really bad case.
Uncommon Sense says, talk dirty to me, thrashing mackerel. Has anybody ever heard of dirty talk that includes talks of mackerel? I mean, my God. Although the chat's really getting into it. We have LOL, who doesn't like a little dirty fish talk?
Right.
And one sleepy reader says, I think all of us are changing our name to Molly. John Taylor says, I made the like button thrash like a mackerel. Please do make that like button thrash like a mackerel. We appreciate it. All right. JM says, like a pleading mackerel. LOL. I mean, come on. You can't use those texts like that for evidence.
No. These are a lot of ladies who like to date fishermen.
Oh, it's so funny. Track 2, Depp saying he wants Molly's pussy is his figurative way of saying he's going to get loaded on Molly the drug. Possibly, but now that we know it was an incoming text, he never said it. He never said it. LOL to the mollusk comment, Antoinette says. Yeah, that was in the text message. Something about mollusks. I don't know why. Mega mackerel thrashing sounds like an Aquaman film. I think that the next iteration of Aquaman should be called Aquanet. No, Aquanet, the mega mackerel thrashing. Oh man, Anita says.
Do you think that she has destroyed the Aquaman franchise as well?
I think it's very possible. I don't think anybody's going to go see Aquaman 2, and Aquaman 3 better not have her in it, and then maybe they'll come back. Anita says, wow, I would hate for anyone to describe me as a floppy fish. It really wasn't that big of a deal. Here's the reactions that we got to the text message that was Johnny's rage. That was great. I want to hear that read again and again. Now that will make an epic song. These are beautiful insults. I'm going to put them in the black book of quotes. Who cares if he did try to get her fired, says Julie. She was claiming he beat her. I cannot disagree with that. I cannot disagree with who cares if he tried to get her fired. And they didn't prove it, did they?
Right.
They didn't prove that he tried that. The text was great. Bet Callie says, can you please make that text into a rap? I don't know. But I might do a dramatic reading of it later because it really was quite hilarious. Rafi says Depp lawyers shouldn't have asked Depp to be in the stand. He was winning this case. Now he is digging his grave. I don't know if I agree, although I'm still kind of a toss up on whether he should have retaken the stand. What do you guys think?
I think it was okay, honestly. I don't think it was that bad.
Yeah, I don't think he did as well as he did before, but I don't think he was bad.
They didn't set him up at the end for the big crescendo moment that he had the last time he left the stand, which was, what did you lose? And he said, nothing short of everything. And then he had that very emotional statement about how I told her I'm a victim of domestic abuse. That was very, very powerful. I kind of was wanting another moment like that. I wanted him to have that going out on a big boom, and it kind of didn't happen. It just kind of petered out at the end there. And for me, I just think they could have done that better. But that doesn't mean that I think he's losing. I don't. If he loses this case, I'm going to be surprised at this point, because she has now been, in my opinion, she's been proven to be a malicious liar. Not just a liar, but a malicious liar. This TMZ testimony is absolutely devastating to her case. She testified on the stand. She had nothing to do with TMZ. She didn't do it. She didn't know how. And then TMZ reporter says, well, the only way we could have that video and have the copyright is if it was given to us by the copyright owner. The copyright owner is Amber Heard.
Right.
Done.
Right.
Done.
Yeah. She shot the video.
Okay, so Jody says, why was he on the stand? Once was enough to answer all the questions. I think it was part of the rebuttal to answer some of the questions that maybe were raised during the defense's time. Although I didn't really hear anything during his testimony that I thought really needed to be there. I was already convinced of those things. To me, it did kind of feel like we were going over the same information that we already knew. So I can't really answer that question. What do you think, Sean?
Well, he was there to redirect. So, I mean, that your analysis is right. I mean, that's why he was there. But I also think you're right that I don't think he really needed to be there. Nothing new was said. But
he did have a few moments, though, to connect with the jury again, maybe remind them of why they liked him in the first place. He certainly had a couple of really good laugh moments. We were dying at Tourette's, when he said, yeah, sorry, Tourette's. And he said when the judge said, please wait for the question or wait for the objection. Oh, sorry, Tourette's. That was funny. When he said to Rottenborn, you'll be okay. When Rottenborn was objecting, well, I object and blah, blah, blah. And he says, he'll be all right. That was funny. And that got a laugh out of the gallery. And I'm sure out of the jury.
Rottenborn.
That was also a great moment. Great moment. So yeah, you can't really go wrong putting Johnny on the stand. You just can't. He's already proven that he can handle Rottenborn. He can make Rottenborn look stupid and also get his point across. And I think it was also worthwhile for him to sit there and have Rottenborn be horrible to him again, because I don't think people like it.
No.
Yeah, no.
No, juries don't typically like it when attorneys are nasty to a witness.
Right. And at this point, they may be feeling they are running a very big risk that if the jury feels that he is a victim of abuse, that they are now risking beating up on an abuse victim in front of this jury even more. Rottenborn should watch his tone because I think everybody's kind of looking at Johnny going, he looks exhausted. He's tired. She looks smug and full of herself. And now there's more and more evidence every day that she set the whole thing up. And if that's what the jury is feeling and thinking, Rottenborn is just coming off like a total asshole. What do you think, Gadfly?
Yeah. I'd have to agree. I feel like he's being so argumentative, and it only comes across as if he knows that they're losing this case, basically.
It does feel desperate. Core says, no, there's too much evidence that Amber did all of the things that she has been accused of. I agree. I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming. Alex says, is it possible she feels confident right now? I'm going to say yes. She truly believed that those 2 text messages were going to sink his ship. And you could tell by the way she was reacting when Rottenborn was reading it. She could barely contain herself. She was almost wiggling in her chair. She was like ready to jump out of her chair, and the delight was on her face. She was sure this was the moment, and then she tried to squeeze out a few tears, like, oh, look at this is so and she was really playing it up for the camera. Again, Amber, you testified that somebody like violated you with a bottle, and yet you are pulling out the tears for a mean text that wasn't even sent to you. It doesn't make sense. Frankly, even if that text was about me, I would have found definite lines in there to laugh at. They were funny. As mad as Johnny is, when he gets angry, he still manages to throw in those jokes. And the
Right.
jokes are funny.
All right, Ice. I DM'd you the picture. That's what I could do in the amount of time that I've had.
Oh,
how long I've been doing
Gadfly's
that
got
for.
the picture of he has messed with his phone. So you sent, just to be clear, you sent a picture of your face. You took a picture of your face, and you only wow. Oh my gosh, that's so good.
I have a photo editing software on my computer, so I used Affinity Photo, which is similar to Photoshop, but that's what I was able to come up with, and I did that in what, 8 minutes?
Oh yeah, not even. Hold on, let's
And
see.
you
if
can
I
zoom in.
Oh my gosh, look at this. That's really good. That's really good. Can you guys see it?
You mean the black eye on your right eye?
Yeah. Yeah. Here, I'll go closer.
Yeah, zoom in. It's high quality.
That's really good. That's really good. And you just did that with photo editing software. Did you put anything on there, or did you just use the light settings?
No, that was I got a bruise, a transparent bruise from the internet, and I just blended it with my face mainly. Then I
Wow,
changed the
that's
levels a little bit.
really, really good. You know, let's also talk about the fact that TMZ guy
Wow.
TMZ guy also said that she planned on having the photographers there when she was going to court, and that she would turn her face to look at the camera. Shall we watch her and see her behavior that day in front of the paparazzi? Because she literally turns and shows them the bruise. Hold, please.
Yeah, I tweeted that out, and it went kind of insane as far as my Twitter goes.
When did you? Today? Right now?
Yeah, I tweeted. I said, "TMZ reporter, she was supposed to stop and turn for the cameras."
Oh
Holy
yeah,
Lord.
hold on. Yeah, she was supposed to stop and turn for the cameras. Let me see if I can find it, and then I'll share it just from your tweet stream here.
I just posted the quote. I don't have like the clip of it though. If you want to find the clip.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do, is find the clip. So let me go see, because it's everywhere. I think it's Amber files restraining order. Okay, there she is. Hold on, let me share this with you. Is this the full video? No, this is a news clip. I don't want a news clip. I want the TMZ version. Here she goes. All right, guys. This is where the shit comes down. Watch this. TMZ reporter said she was supposed to turn her face to the camera so that they could get a look at that bruise. Now watch this. And the face goes up and it turns, and the face goes up and it turns back towards the cameras two times. You see that? This is some Gone Girl shit right here. Up and turn.
It really is.
Up and turn. See that? Let's slow it down, shall we? Because that will actually be more fun if we slow it down. Let's go back over here. Oh, look at that face. Oh, see my bruise. Look at my bruise. Everybody look at my bruise. TMZ said they were going to be here. And look, I know where the cameras are. They're over there. Up and turn. And now we're going to turn back towards the cameras. Making eye contact even. Holy crap, you guys. Holy
Oh
crap.
man.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Hey, kiddos, close my door. I
Wow.
mean, that's something, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
That's creepy. That is literally like a scene from Gone Girl. I'm pretty sure that scene exists. I'm so
pretty sure it
scared.
does as well. Avarisi says, I've said horrible things about people, and it doesn't mean I'm going to carry anything out. It's true.
Right. It's actually very healthy. It's a good way of getting it out, and and hearing yourself say it is a way of
Right?
releasing those emotions.
Yeah,
and
no,
you're
I
saying
love
it to your
swearing.
friends.
I love
right?
swearing
So-
about people. Yeah, you say it to your friends, or maybe even just to yourself. Maybe just in a journal. Maybe you I used to email myself sometimes, just to get it off my chest. You ever send a nasty email or want to send one, but you can't send it, so you just write it and then send it to yourself or just delete it? I do that all the time. I do that with tweets all the time. I am
Oh, yeah.
constantly composing tweets that I do not send. All right, let's see what else is going on. Let me make sure I keep an eye on the court stream. Oh, they're back. They're back. My son is playing basketball in the hallway, so if you guys hear thumping, that's what it is. And he won't stop, so there's no point in asking.
Sure.
You better be doing some cool trick shots, or I'll be disappointed.
You can be seated. Your next question. Thank you. Mr. Neumeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review, if that's all right. Okay.
Okay, guys are reminding me in the chat not to forget to put the Facebook stream back up when the stream goes out. That's going to happen in 30 minutes. Thank you for reminding me, but you're going to have to remind me when it happens. Okay, that's the moment I need the reminder, because I will not see it. So, I might see it, but I will try to pay attention. So we are sidebarring, and I'm just going through your comments. When she was walking out of court, your comments are hilarious. You're like, oh my God, you see Rocky in the background. The bruise isn't in the same place as it was earlier, Nina said. Jennifer said she's done, just done. She cannot recover. This is not even 10 years, not even in 10 years, like her lousy witness said. That's funny. Bad actor. She should have known where the cameras were. Yeah, she went the wrong way first. She went the wrong way. But then she corrected herself and she looked right at him. Yes, she did. This is really disrespectful to our intelligence. Yeah, it feels that way. She has to be brought up on charges. David, I agree with you. I agree that the only way this kind of shit will stop is if the people who are perpetrating this kind of absolute bullshit on people are held to very, very high punishments. But it's just never going to happen. This country is way too easy on these hoaxers. Way too easy.
I think you're absolutely right. These people are literally committing perjury and fabricating evidence, and
They're getting away with it.
And they're getting away with it.
Jussie Smollett almost got jail. He had to be in jail for like 4 days at Cook County, which frankly was pretty good. Cook County is a really horrible place. I really wanted him to have all full 3 months there, though, but it's never going to happen. But yeah, our justice system just does not hold people who do this accountable, and it's not okay. It's not okay. We need to hold them accountable, because if she got away with it, she would be perpetrating a consequence on Johnny
Publish, or would you like to
that
see
he
it?
didn't deserve. She should get that
What's
consequence.
demonstrative is this going to be then? This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Could you play it? Thank you.
Subject to Your Honor's ruling.
All right.
Gadfly, look at the
Marked
chat.
as,
Look at
plaintiff's 1305.
I saw it.
This is demonstrative.
Malmo.
Catfly.
Catfly.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you publish it?
Oh, here we go. That just looks like blush.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at this. They're changing. Look at the lighting.
Uh-oh.
So, Mr. Newmeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one this is 9.3.1. There's a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708?
Kids,
Mr. Newmeister, does
don't
the
try to
image in
fool the
defendant
experts.
708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom. Mr. Newmeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows? I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
All right, Stephanie's back in the stream. Are you available to talk, or are you just listening?
I can chat until my phone acts crazy because I just got in the car, so you know it's probably going to happen shortly.
All right, so were you watching?
Unfortunately, no, because I have a.
Oh, it's okay.
Crazy
We've got a
stuff
photo
happening.
expert here who has shown every photo she's shown was edited through some kind of photo editing software.
Oh, really?
On iPhone 6.
Uh-huh.
And she lied on the stand, and she said that she never edited any photos. She doesn't even know how, and she's never used a filter.
Okay, so when I got kicked out the first time because I don't know what happened. I totally lost the stream.
All right. Can we pull up?
Oh, they're back. We have to be quiet
okay.
now.
And Your Honor, this is another video that, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that.
I don't know what we're waiting for. The technology, the video won't play. Rottenborn has to review something.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Turn your microphone on.
What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Yeah, if you'd quit objecting, you'd hear her. How come we can't hear the judge? Her mic is turned down or something?
And if we could go ahead and play that, please.
Now we don't have the judge.
Tom?
Oh, look at this woman. Thank you, Barbara, for the super sticker. I appreciate it.
And Mr. Newmeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's Exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713. They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors, it keeps happening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Neumeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos. Marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata, this keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
So we're not going to let your expert explain anything. We're just going to confuse the jury with stuff they don't understand, and he's not allowed to explain it. Elaine's face why is she smirking?
I don't know. They're done, man.
Look, she's laughing. Elaine is laughing. Look at her. Look at them.
I'm gonna go back to my photo.
Thick as thieves.
I'm gonna take the bruise out, and I'm gonna only do level adjustments. See what I can do here.
All right. These two, they think that they're doing well today. That's what their body language says to me. I don't think that they believe they're losing at this point. Are they high? Did Amber slip Elaine some of her Molly?
So, Mr. Neumeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
This is
Frame
just
my question.
they just
Your
don't want
Honor,
her to
avoid
talk.
the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Well, that was pretty damaging
Good afternoon, Mr.
testimony.
Neumeister.
All right, here we go.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
You accepted him as an expert. This is
And you
not the
have no
time for this.
certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I can't think of any
From
other
the opinions you
questions.
testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain
Yep.
that you kept
What
objecting.
other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the
of
actual
that-
opinions you testified to?
That is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor, that was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
All right, this is going to go on like this. They don't want him to talk, but they are wasting their time and they are running out of time quickly. I wish there was like a countdown. Somebody's got to have that. Wouldn't it be great if there was like a countdown clock, like sitting right above, like on the, we should have one like in the corner that counts down their time. Because I do not see this judge letting them run out of time and then just not doing anything
Sir, you
about
can
it.
answer that question.
Oh, now he can answer the question.
You can
Good.
answer the question.
Can you restate the question?
We've forgotten the question.
I don't recall a question, Your Honor. We can move on.
Maybe we could have the court reporter read it back.
He didn't
They could
want
redirect.
Oh,
Okay, what was the question, Judy?
she's
No.
making him ask the question
I
again.
believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. Let's...
Oh, the judge is having fun now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy, Rottenborn didn't want to ask that question. And now he has to hear it. Thank you, Terry.
That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this
Objection to video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
You're objecting to your own
All right, you
question?
could just answer the question, sir.
He objected to his own question again.
analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope, you would use an RGB parade, you can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
That's Noodle Nuts, by the way. We've been calling him Rottenborn, and it's not Rottenborn. That's
Defendants
Noodle Nuts.
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor.
Or Needle House, or whatever his name is. But we call him Noodle Nuts.
No, this is a different guy.
So you offer testimony regarding this photograph.
Noodle Nuts is next to
during
Amber.
examination, right, Mr. Newmeister?
This is somebody
Here's-
else. They have
That-
two
that's a
guys
yes or
who
no,
object to their own questions?
The photograph like that, I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But on, do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes,
You were under oath?
yes,
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, Mr. Newmeister, if you could please turn to page 76. And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the
Oh,
page
gotcha.
at the top. And do you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH 7101? Response, can I refer to my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you please pull up Exhibit 517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Newmeister?
that's correct. My testimony is
Objection, my question
limited.
was super dumb.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an
They were
opinion that the
doctored,
photo was
though.
visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
But I can tell you they were run through some kind of
So you
filter
testified
or
about Photos 3. Do you recall that
editing.
testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when
I don't like that question
when
either.
The software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0. That could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you change the photo.
Yep.
So if you could please turn to page 233 of that transcript. And line 20, do you see question? When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0, on to 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0, that's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please? At the bottom, line 20, question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. Get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Neumeister.
Okay.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data.
Did you find any evidence in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Neumeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not asking if anyone else could, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Neumeister. The question is, did you yourself, you found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because.
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking about you. Did you found no evidence of that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Objection. This is ridiculous.
Overruled.
He's arguing with
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question.
Why is she overruling that objection?
You're trying to control
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
This is ridiculous. He's telling you it's not a yes or no.
Did you?
It's not a yes or no.
You found no.
Good on this witness for sticking to it.
Metadata modification.
It's impossible to answer that.
Correct.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Clearly, the judge doesn't get it.
No, and that means the jury isn't going to either. If the judge can't understand, either does the jury.
We all
The younger ones
understand.
do.
Is your opinion?
Well,
The
that's
younger
true,
ones
and they're all
understand.
very young. They're all very young.
Reported injuries that
This is like the
were
Rittenhouse pixel thing.
identified as
They
trial
understand.
exhibits
Yeah,
do
that was
not
funny.
indicate that the photographs went through a
Pixelgate.
photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered into evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited on a PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Hurd has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no
exif
further
data.
questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
That did not go well for them
Mr.
at
Meister.
all.
A moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Hurd has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, in this last exhibit, it says metadata, not exif data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking exif data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and exif data. So it's taken out of context. The exif data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond exif metadata.
I think you opened the door on the
overruled the objection.
Yeah, you opened the door.
Go ahead, Brian.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell, because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases, because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness.
Oh my God. I didn't even know that was what the photos we were
Call
looking
Morgan.
at.
You're going to have to explain
Beverly
that to me.
Leonard by
Will
video
do.
link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment.
I'm glad
to
you're
get the
here because
TV
you
up.
understand this stuff, and I'm boomery with my technology skills.
No, that's
which is
okay. I agree
embarrassing.
with what you said. I hope the jury understands what he was saying.
I do too. Okay, Facebook, you're about to go dead, and I will bring you right back. So stick around. You'll get a notification. Make sure you hit the like and follow on my author page on Facebook. Why did the stream go down?
Your
Dang.
stream died.
No, my stream didn't die. Theirs did.
That's what
But
I'm saying. Their stream died.
Yeah, hold on. I'll move to another one. I've got another one. Don't worry. I've got one on the backup, ready to go, because this crap happens to me all the time. So I actually have one. Oh, it looks like every stream went down.
Really?
Yeah, they both went down. Oh, here we go. Back up.
All right, Ms. Leonard, can you hear me?
Oh, the sound is so much better on Law and Crime. I'm telling you.
All right, can you just count to 5 for me so I can get you on the big screen in the
Facebook,
courtroom?
remember, come back.
1,
The
2,
link is going to die
3,
in
4,
50
5.
seconds. And
All
as
right.
soon as it does, I will put it
Let's
back
go.
up.
Can you raise your right hand?
So come back.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth
1200
under
feet
penalty
here,
of law?
Yes, I do.
Or go to YouTube.
Let's
I will drop
start
the link
talking.
in
We'll
the
see.
chat.
Try the first question.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Leonard, if you could speak a little louder for me and try to count to 5 one more time. I'm just trying to get you on the TV screen.
All right, this is a good time for the stream to go down.
Okay,
You won't miss
1,
anything.
2, 3,
15 seconds,
4,
everybody. 15
5.
seconds.
All right, the lessons we learned in COVID, correct? Okay. All right, your first question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
5 seconds.
Would you please state
It'll
your
come
full
back
name
up.
for the record?
Beverly R. Leonard.
Where are you testifying from?
I'm testifying from my home in Arizona.
Are you familiar with the defendant in this matter, Amber Heard?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I met her in 2009 at SeaTac International Airport.
Why were you at the airport?
I worked there.
What happened when you met Ms. Heard in 2009?
I was in the baggage claim area and I observed her with a traveling companion, and they got into an altercation where Ms. Heard had grabbed
this is domestic
her
violence.
traveling companion and pulled something from her neck. At that point, I got up and went over to try to break up what appeared to be a fight. And I summoned a colleague to help me, and I stepped in between them and separated them, stopping any further injuries or escalation.
How would you describe the interaction between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
Ms. Heard was aggressive towards her traveling companion, and
Wow.
she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance?
And I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner. But other than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so she didn't really need to have to defend herself.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on? And
Objection, hearsay. Just objection, hearsay to what she's saying.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard's traveling companion?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
That's not hearsay. How she became aware of the
How
trial.
would you generally describe Ms. Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor. I already asked and answered the specifics.
No.
Stream's down.
This is getting so much
You know,
worse for her. Every
Is
witness.
this woman the police officer?
Yes, John.
It was a police
Okay.
officer. One of the-
Cross-examination?
Ms. Leonard, when did you contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
Late last night.
Late last night.
Oh, boy.
And this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes.
13 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you know that this trial is being televised, right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say, that
Yeah,
that
this
way
is
you
always
can
their
get
argument.
on television, right?
Oh, give us a break, Elaine. Not everybody wants to be on
No,
TV.
I had no desire to be on television. I actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
All right. But you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
Oh,
Why does it
God.
matter that she
Nothing.
contacted them last night? You know what?
right,
If anybody
your
else
next
is out there and
witness.
you know Amber's a liar, contact Johnny's team right now
Your Honor, may
tonight.
we
You might
approach?
be up
Sure.
on the stand tomorrow. Let the truth come out. I'm sick of this. Why should it matter that she only contacted them last night? Anybody?
Well, she's trying to discredit the witness by showing that she has an ulterior motivation.
With
But
no
it's the
evidence
same.
of that.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same, thing that she's basically, saying about everybody. You want trial publicity, blah 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 blah.
This is a good point, Heather. Yeah, they brought Ellen Bark into the stand, who was someone who dated him 25 years ago, to talk about a smashed bottle on the wall. So no, you do not get to say, oh, it was just so long ago and blah, 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 whatever. No, it's totally relevant. And I don't even think this woman was the police officer involved. She just seems to be a witness at the airport that broke them up. Unbelievable. Yeah, Elaine's entire, look at this, 1-800-FREE-JD1. Call now if you have evidence that shows that Amber Heard is an abuser. Johnny needs you now. Come forward. We had the manager of the trailer park come forward. We had now this woman come forward. The TMZ reporter has come forward. You know what, Amber? Get wrecked. Everyone hates you. Everyone.
I have a question.
Yes. What's your question?
How can she be looking for 15 minutes of fame when she wasn't even on the stand for 15 minutes? How does that work?
Some 15 minutes. She got royally screwed. She only got about 3.5 minutes. Oh,
I don't even know what her name was.
DJ Southpaw. Me either. They didn't put it up on the screen. DJ Southpaw. Just wanted to say thanks. These last few days have been great. So much great laughter. Gadfly's music and chat is awesome. Well, you're awesome too, DJ, and thanks for being a moderator for my chat. I appreciate that. And thank you for the super sticker. Okay, Lavender Amethyst sent a super sticker. Thank you very much. She said, I would be so grateful if someone to explain the mackerel and thrashing fish stuff, please. Love you, Megan and Gadfly. Who wants to take this one?
Oh, I saw some steamy texts from a silver-tongued devil that was looking for a lady. That's what I saw. They were beautiful.
Yeah. Somebody who likes fishing.
All right, that came from a purported text that was supposedly from Johnny Depp, but he says he never wrote it. It was basically just, insults about a flappy fish or something. I don't know. What was it?
No.
Mackerel balls?
No. These weren't insulting. It was just someone texting about just pretty aggressively, but saying like, "Oh, this girl Molly or whatever they were talking about," been like, "Man, I want to get that girl, want to claim that girl and thrash her around like a mackerel or something like that."
That's right. Thrash her around like a mackerel. Hilarious.
I don't know, man. That's
Thanks for the super sticker, Misbehaving. I appreciate that. This stream, have we got back up to 1,000? Oh yeah, it looks like our Facebook peeps made it back to the broadcasted stream. Good job, guys. Good job hanging in there and coming back. I appreciate you. This audience is incredible. Oh, I wanted to do this one. Gwinnett. Elbow cough.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning.
Oh, no, Friday morning, I
The plaintiff
can't
only
be
has
here.
one more witness in rebuttal, and then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim. And so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
I can't believe this. I wasn't counting on court on Friday. I can't be here on Friday. I schedule all of my stuff that I need to do on Friday because court's not in session. I'm not going to be here for closing arguments.
It's going to be in session.
Well,
Sounds
what
like
I'll
maybe
have,
you got some rescheduling to do.
No, I'm not rescheduling. I have too much to do on Friday. There's no way that's happening. So I'll just have to put the stream on and just be gone and come back when I can. Dang.
Oh.
Yeah, if you invite me, I can be on, but only on mobile because I'll be driving.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I'll put you on. Dang.
Well, I'm theoretically planning on watching. I've also got
All right,
a motion
and then
to file.
for the record,
all right, I'll get you.
Charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment, and the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're all on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today?
Yes, Your Honor. So I think we just received their comments around noon today, but we've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of disagreement. But largely, I think we're mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to read what they sent.
Mostly, okay. So I have everything, so I don't have everything quite yet then.
It's not final.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening. We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
We're happy to address those. I think we need an opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago. We just got it 3
I
hours ago.
understand, but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
That's fair.
I like that.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
we'll do that, and the
Got 'em.
verdict form also. And if I could read Sammy's handwriting and tell you exactly what he's saying. Sammy, what are you saying here? Oh, yes, we got the 3 jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay? And we'll work on Sammy's penmanship. All right, anything else?
So to be clear, Your Honor wants to hear the disputes right now or tomorrow?
I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Okay. Well, yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're gonna have some extra time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow, but I want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you have clean.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until
For
we
both.
get all that,
Yeah.
for everything. Okay, great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you
you.
in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow, court's done early today. It's 4:44. Thank God I could use the break. But man, I did not understand or know that they were going to be doing court on Friday, and I can't. I have doctor's appointment for my kid. I've got other stuff I have to be doing, and then I have a concert on Friday night. So I guess I'm going to miss closing arguments. I can't believe it. Cannot believe it.
So they could possibly give their verdict on Friday, but if not Friday, it would be Tuesday. Is that right?
There's no way they're going to give their verdict on Friday.
And no, they won't. I wouldn't think so, because they're not going to wrap it up on Friday either till late. You can tell, because they're also doing their, not just closing arguments, but they have some other shit they have to do, rebuttals or something.
Well, she said they're bringing in some other witnesses tomorrow on the counterclaim. So, you're still hearing testimony tomorrow.
Yeah, so I guess we have to listen to that tomorrow. Man, I am.
And it
so
sounds like they've
bummed.
got a massive stack of jury instructions fight that they've, going back and forth on. It was interesting to see that she just basically ordered them. No one's leaving until that's resolved and, it's on my desk.
What does that mean? They're going to be ordering dinner at the courthouse tonight? I mean,
Maybe. I mean,
Sounds like it.
maybe. So, jury instructions are, they cover what the elements are of the claims and the counterclaims and all of the evidentiary decisions that the jury has to make. And typically there are pattern jury instructions, but pattern jury instructions still often have language in it that can be come or go. So counsel,
Depp's ordering takeout.
Yeah. So they're going to argue about that.
He'll
And I
order
don't know
takeout, and then tomorrow Elaine will be like, Your Honor, did Johnny Depp buy you dinner last night?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the attorneys are stuck in court for the rest of the evening until they figure out jury instructions.
Yeah.
Iron Dog says, this trial has been like a drug. I don't want to think about the withdrawals I will suffer when it's over. Me too, and I'm just feeling really defeated that Friday is closing arguments. How did this happen to me? I
It's
cannot
not going to
be
be
here.
over. It's
Yeah.
not going to be over. I predict Amber's going to lose and she's going to file an appeal.
Okay,
All right, well,
that's your
here's what I'm
prediction.
going to have to do. I'm going to have to, I won't be here on Friday, but I will set up the live stream. I will give Gadfly the login on StreamYard so he can at least, if you're mobile, you can do it on mobile too. Because that's how I do it when I go mobile. So you can control the thing. Now, I don't know if you can control the stream that way. I'll have to test it. But you can at least come in and out and not get locked out and stuff like that.
Okay. It's too much responsibility, but I appreciate it.
Oh man. Well, I might be able to get John Della Rose in here to do it for me. He might sit in if I can talk him into it. He can use my stream to sell his books. I don't care. But we'll see. I can't believe this is happening on Friday. What a slap in the face. I had no idea. But there was nothing I could do about it. I have a lot going on that day. So there's
Hey,
nothing.
at least we'll. Well, I'll still be mobile because I'll still be on Memorial Day weekend thing. But for the verdict, if it is on Tuesday, at least we'll be there for that.
Oh, yeah. Tuesday, no problem. Tuesday's no problem, but Friday is the day, because of this trial schedule that I've been scheduling, everything that I have to do happens on Friday. My schedule is not normally sit in front of the computer for 8 hours a day. That is not what I do all day. So I put my life on hold for this thing, and I was grateful it was Monday through Thursday because Friday then gives me a chance to at least catch up. Okay, let's go over to Twitter, shall we? Because we need to know what's going on over there.
Sure.
Because I have not checked it out since I actually haven't looked at it in a couple hours. So let me share my screen with you and let's go see what's trending because that's always fun. Elaine Breedhoft and I Stand with Amber Heard is trending at 15.9 thousand tweets, but you got to go look at them to see what they really mean. Dr. Charlotte Proudman says, as a barrister representing victims of domestic abuse, so she's in the UK, I stand with Amber Heard because I've seen abusers use litigation to continue controlling victims, and that's what we're seeing here. Deep
Thanks,
sigh.
Doc.
Okay. These are the top ones. So Amber not only took pictures of her injury, she told professionals about the abuse. She spoke about it in front of JD with professionals present, and he didn't deny it. Yes, he did. He did too deny it. That's nonsense.
She's talking about the couples therapy? Is that what she's
she's
saying?
talking about the couples therapist and the therapy notes. She didn't go to any medical doctors, people.
Oh
Not one medical doctor.
Yeah. You know what? Why don't you use that argument for every person who's ever been abused and say you didn't say anything about it in couples therapy, when they claim that they weren't abusive, so you're fine.
Exactly. This person says, haven't been watching the trial, have we? As a victim of past abuse and rape, I find Amber Heard repugnant. She and people like her are the reason I went unheard and without justice. Yeah. You can say I stand with Amber Heard if you want, but it doesn't change the fact that Amber is a liar. So what you're seeing right now with the trending going on with I Stand with Amber is PR. It's PR spin. That's what they do. They get it trending. They get bots to push stuff out. This one says, actually, the Me Too movement is lost if you accept non-victims based solely on their gender when all the evidence has clearly shown they're lying. Real victims will suffer if you allow women like Amber Heard to make a mockery of that movement. That is great. So look, the only positive ones for her are 1, 2, 3. 3 of them. The rest of them, as you go down, is like, I cannot believe this is happening.
Yeah, and she has some supporters and defenders still. You know, it's not like she has zero, but oh man. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's look at the latest on this thread, because you also, that was the top, but let's look at the latest tweets. Depp's messages show him calling her a 50-cent hooker, saying she's begging for humiliation. If you're woman hating on Amber, you're just stupid. No, just woman hating on a 50-cent hooker who begs for humiliation by lying. Because
it's okay for someone to talk bad about their ex also. So, you know.
Yeah, free speech is a thing.
Not a big deal.
It's real. It's real, and it's not a big deal. Right. Words are not violence, people. Words are not violence. Okay.
And he's saying it in the context as her cheating on him with Elon Musk. That's what the whole text is about.
Right.
I mean,
when someone's cheating on you, you say nasty things. Okay, let's see why Elaine is trending. It's so annoying when Elaine Breedhoft and Rottenborn admonish Johnny's witnesses for wasting time with their testimony. Then they proceed to burn time by not being prepared. I've seen a lot of that. Have you seen a lot of that? Because I have. Yeah. Then the world is watching you. Every smirk, every giggle, all of it. The jury sees you being Regina George. If you're so terrified of someone, how are you going to giggle and gawk? Lying. All right. Amber Heard's team thinks just because they ran their time on bullshit testimony that everyone else should pick up the pace on answering questions. Yeah, it's true. They did. They did that. They were like, we're running low on time. You need to hurry up.
yeah, it's like that's not the witness's fault. Okay? You messed up on your time. Don't tell anyone to hurry up.
Me, I could never be a lawyer. Watches Elaine for 5 minutes. Me, I could totally be a lawyer. You know what I love about these trials? I'll tell you what. I love the fact that a bunch of people right now are actually having that thought, and they're thinking, you know what? I can go to law school. I could do this. And you know what? You should. If you're out there and you're thinking to yourself, I could do better than these people, go to law school, become a lawyer, and help some people, because people are desperate for good lawyers. Stephanie, can you hear me? Can you respond? Steph? All right, she's working again. She worked too much today. I can't take it. But yeah, if you are, that's another thing that's great about these trials, don't you think, Sean? Because they're so educational, and they let you look into the legal system and maybe make people discover a love for the law.
Yeah. I mean, they really do. I mean, especially cases like this, and now that cameras are more accepted than they used to be. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to learn from this case on both sides, right?
Oh, totally. And I just love the idea of it being a catalyst for somebody who decides, you know what, I want to be a lawyer. I want to help somebody discover the truth. I want to fight on someone's behalf. I heard a great explanation of Camille's role in this trial. I don't remember who said it. It was probably one of the LawTube guys. But he said Camille's been waiting for this moment, for her moment to cross Amber Heard since this trial started. And that is her moment to fight for her client. That's her moment to be her client's voice. He hasn't been able to say these things to Amber. She's the one who is tasked with doing it. And it's a huge moment. And after she was done with her cross-examination of Amber Heard that day, she bust out crying. The tears started coming because she was at such an emotional state. She had finally done it. And when you do have a client you believe in, you feel what they feel during that trial. You feel the weight of it is very heavy on you. Is that right, Sean?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I just recently defended a man against a domestic violence protection order. And so his soon-to-be ex-wife was, alleging that he was, domestically violent, and the facts that she put forward were honestly a joke. But riding along inside of that issue was the fact that he's an undocumented immigrant from Mexico. His parents brought him here when he was 8 years old.
Oh, boy.
And the rest of his family from Mexico then wound up, immigrating to the United States, and they all live here legally. He's the last illegal immigrant to this country left, and he has no family left at all in Mexico. And he came here as a kid, educated here, all of that. And so riding along on this issue of this, on this DVPO was the fact that if she got this, it was going to improve her opportunity to immigrate to this country, and it was going to decrease his and make him potentially subject to deportation. So, the stakes were extraordinarily high, and, fortunately we won.
Congratulations. I didn't know that it was over. Oh, that's great.
But it's, you're right. You feel a lot of these emotions, for your client. And that's, it's particularly sad, of course, when you're seeing family law, because family law, and this is sort of a reflection of family law, because family law creates an enormous amount of trauma and conflict that it doesn't need to, but yeah, I'm not surprised she broke down and cried, and in some sense, what she was also doing is providing a lot of emotional rehabilitation to Johnny.
Right. He hasn't been able to confront her on these things. He's physically
Wait a minute.
incapable. What?
Who broke down and cried about what? I missed everything.
Well, that wasn't today, but Camille, after she finished her cross-examination of Amber Heard, she burst into tears. I don't know if you saw that or not, but they were hugging her in the courtroom, and then she started to cry.
I didn't see them crying.
And I heard a lot of lawyers talking about this, basically just saying, when you're wrapped up in your client, and you believe in your client, and this is your chance to fight for that client in the ring. And you do such a great job, and you finally get to your client's voice is finally heard because they speak through you. There's a huge emotional release when that's done. And, she had that, the adrenaline buildup, and she wanted it. She wanted it really bad for him, that he was able to finally be heard. We were just talking about how it feels to be a lawyer, and that there are people out there in the audience right now who may be watching thinking, I want to be a lawyer. I want to help people like this. And I'm just saying, I'm encouraging them, go to law school, do it, become a lawyer, because people are in desperate, desperate need of good lawyers who will believe in them and who will fight for them. In particular, in the realm of defense lawyers, for people who are facing the state. We saw it in the Rittenhouse trial. There are prosecutors in this country who should be run out on a rail. They should not be practicing.
Sure.
They should not be practicing. If you are going to become an attorney, don't work for the man. Become a criminal defense attorney and screw the man, sue the man, and get justice for people.
Okay, but there are also prosecutors who do an excellent job and who are
above
board and who are honorable.
This is true, but we have not seen any of those on television recently.
No, but I would venture to say those are the ones that you don't hear about. They're not making the news because they're just doing their job appropriately. Right. They're following the law. They honor the Constitution, and they should be lauded for what they do. We don't
see a whole lot of it, though, because when we get close-up looks at prosecution and state prosecutors, et cetera, like in the Rittenhouse trial, they are just a bunch of yahoos pointing AK-47s at the jury. Like, are you kidding?
That guy.
E. Thomas Binger will forever go down as a verb. You bingered it. If you bingered it, you did something wrong. And by the way, I've been watching on Netflix the documentary The Staircase. I'm not finished with it, but the prosecutorial misconduct in that case is enough to make your skin crawl.
Oh yeah.
Fabrication of blood spatter evidence, a total misrepresentation of blood spatter evidence, complete. I mean, it's just, there's so much. And it wasn't just the guy in that case. There were like 6 other cases that the same guy did this to. And guys are sitting in jail because this blood spatter person was just a total nut job. And the state knew it, and the state let it happen. So I personally feel that because the state has so much power, that we need more people working for the defense on defense, because the state is just, Or maybe we need more people who are good people working for the state. What do I know? But become a lawyer. It's a good thing to be.
Yeah, sure. And here's a dirty little secret. If you adequately prepare for the bar exam, the key is adequately prepare for the bar exam. It's easy.
Well, so I
Seriously.
was just hearing that the California bar exam is so hard that they have a 30% pass rate. Is it really that hard, or are people just not studying?
I don't know. I haven't taken the California bar exam, but I will say that when you sit down at the bar and you open up the page and you look at a question, you read the question, the first thing that comes to mind for you should be, oh yeah, I can do this. I've done this before. And if that's not what comes to your mind, then you didn't adequately prepare. Now, when I took the bar exam, I spent, about 8 weeks working 85 hours a week preparing for the bar exam. That was adequate preparation.
Wow, that's a lot
of
preparation.
And passed the bar on the first try.
Yeah.
Right? But if you don't adequately prepare, then you'll find it to be very hard. But if you adequately prepare.
Let's address Laura. She says, shame on you for attacking prosecutors. You wouldn't be saying that if they were going after the person that brutalized you or your family. I'll tell you this, Laura, I would be absolutely rooting for the prosecutor to do their job, but I would not have a whole lot of confidence that they could do it accurately and competently in order to get me justice based on what I've seen with prosecutors in public trials that I've watched recently. I'm not saying all prosecutors are incompetent. I'm saying that I don't have a high level of confidence.
It's because the ones who do bad things are the ones who get in the news.
Well, wait a minute, though. You don't know who's going to be the bad prosecutor when the media asks for a trial to be on television. And yet every time we watch these big televised trials, the prosecution in the criminal cases has been lackluster. For instance, the OJ trial. The prosecution lost that case, and they did it because of their incompetence, because of poor handling of evidence. The police also, the police represent the state. I'm sorry, but they're an arm of the state. They are. Gadfly's like, disavow, turn the camera off.
I avow everything you said so far.
In that case, the prosecutor was stuck with the steaming pile of garbage that they were handed by the police. That Mark Furman guy completely screwed up that case. And she had to deal with what they were given.
True.
So,
and that was an uphill battle. Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I'm telling you what it is there's the prosecutors who are doing a good job, who are not cheating, who are not trying to put on false evidence. They're the bread and butter of prosecutors.
I agree, but unfortunately, as the public, we have not been shown really terrific prosecutors. I can't even name one. I can name great defense attorneys. I can name some great defense attorneys that I've seen make prosecutors look like garbage. I can name those all day long, like
because
Johnny Cochran.
That makes the news. Those big cases are the ones that.
But those cases were in the news before that stuff happened. Is what I'm saying. So
these are high-profile cases that you're talking about.
So are you saying that the likelihood of prosecution messing up is higher in a high-profile case?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, for sure.
Well, how about the cases? How about the cases that weren't high profile, but then got made into documentaries later, where prosecution, same thing, incompetence, dropping the ball.
There's a great bit about that. So here's sort of a rule of thumb. If a case makes it into a case law book, so if you're reading about it,
there was a problem.
It's because something went wrong.
Something went
terrible.
It's not because something went right.
Novel legal issue that created new law.
True. Well, there was one.
Let me give you a really great example. Miranda versus Arizona, right? So Miranda, everyone knows what it is, right? You have to have your Miranda rights when the cops are arresting you, okay? But what most people don't know, all right, is the backstory of that. Is that Mr. Miranda gets arrested for, I believe, armed robbery, right? He gets taken to the police house. They question him for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. They never tell him that he has a right to, an attorney. I think if I remember right, there's some allegations that they physically coerced him. He finally confesses. They use that against him in his conviction. He goes up and says, if I'd known about my right to an attorney, I would have exercised it. The court comes along and says, you're right. If your right to an attorney doesn't mean anything, if they don't tell you about it. And so, Miranda versus Arizona comes out. It never would have happened if they hadn't engaged in that excess of police power. So the cases that you're reading that are in the case book are something that went wrong, or that the facts were peculiar enough to create new law. But there's hundreds of thousands of cases where things don't go wrong, and they're just
I don't think I ever saw a worse prosecutor than the one in the documentary about making a murderer, the Stephen Avery case. That prosecutor was so horrendous. I can't figure out how these people get hired. And I realized, like you're saying, something went wrong. Something went wrong in that case because his initial case was he was convicted falsely for a rape charge and then let out and then again, prosecuted for murder. But the prosecution in that case, he got caught sending sext messages to victims of crime that he was representing. That's how bad. Yeah, I mean, so I'm just saying, I'm sure there are some bad defense attorneys out there too. But if I were to go to law school, and I were to practice law, I believe that I would want to do defense. I would want to do criminal defense. I have a friend.
I'll tell you. Sorry, Meg. I was just going to say, if you don't understand the value and the importance of a competent criminal defense lawyer, you don't understand our system. And it's exactly because the state has all the power. The state has all the power. So that's why our system requires that it be that it actually be a fair process. And to have a fair process, every accused person must have competent representation.
Yeah, and the problem with a lot of what I see, I have a friend who's a public defender. She's been a public defender for over 20 years. And yeah, I know Stephanie's audio is crinkly. I'm not sure why, but it's okay. She's probably going to lose the connection soon anyway. It's kind of staticky. But I have a friend who's a criminal defense attorney for the state because she works as a public defender. 20 years she's been doing that. And for 20 years, I mean, the stories, I sat down and interviewed her for a podcast on PJ Media. Her stories would just light your hair on fire of police misconduct. One of the things that she told me about was that every time, and she works with indigent people. Okay. These are people who cannot afford an attorney, which is it's a serious problem in our justice system. When we're watching these rich people, right, with their attorneys that they paid bazillions of dollars for, and they can get any expert they want. But the majority of people who are going through the court system right now cannot afford it. And at least in criminal court, you get appointed an attorney. If you're in family court, though, you don't have a right to an attorney. So if you can't afford one, guess what? You're on your own. Too bad. But even in the criminal side, though, when these people are being represented by public defenders, they better hope that they have one who cares, like my friend does, like Julie Sianka does. She's a public defender in Monroe County. She has told me stories about police overcharging these people with crimes that they know will not stick, so that they can intimidate them to plead it down before it goes to court. And if they don't know that they need to talk to a lawyer first, these police will badger them before they even get to court to say, well, we worked out a deal with the prosecutor, and if you cop to this, you'll only get this much time. But they overcharged in the first place. She said like almost 100% of the cases that come to her, the charges are far too high to begin with. That's so bad. It's so bad. It's so wrong. And I don't see, at least in Monroe County, New York, I don't see prosecutors trying to fix that. I don't see them saying to the police officers, hey, stop doing that, because it's dishonest.
Well, and can you hear me, Meg?
Yeah, you're just staticky. Are you on headphones or no headphones?
No headphones. I'm in my car.
All right, but I don't know why all of a sudden it's bad. It's bad, but go ahead.
I was just going to say that is one area where prosecutors could do a better job, and that is controlling and training the cops, because there are a lot of stories of police misconduct that just shouldn't happen. And I feel like if maybe prosecutors had more time, I mean, I don't know what the issue is, why you continually hear stories of police doing things they should not do.
It happens all the time. Here's one of our chat members says, this happened to my little brother exactly. Made him take a plea to something he didn't do. Yeah, and they scare them and they say, if you don't take this plea, you're going to do 10 years in the lockup. Well, that's not true. If they talk to any defense attorney, the defense attorney would be like, oh, hell no. We'll plead this down. I'll get you 3 months of probation, maybe 6 tops. But they scare them with 10 years in prison, and so they take 2 instead. That's absurd, and it needs to stop because it's not okay. It's just not okay to do that to people, whether or not they've committed a crime. Yes, police can lie, and people don't understand. You should never, ever, ever talk to police. Never, unless you're lost at a carnival or something. But if they ever want to talk to you about some crime that happened, the answer is not without my lawyer. No, absolutely not, because they are looking for someone to pin it on, and they will pin it on you if they can. Now, that doesn't mean that all cops are bastards or anything like that, because I don't believe that either. But they have a job to do, and they're going to do that job, and they're going to get a conviction if they can. And it's not, you're not required to talk to police. Watch the video on YouTube called Never Talk to Police, and it's taught by a lawyer and a police officer. And the greatest part about it is the cop tells all the dirty secrets. The cop says, here's why you should never talk to me. And it's fan-freaking-tastic. So look it up on YouTube, Never Talk to Police. But before we end this stream, because I am going to end it because I got to go make dinner and I haven't planned anything, I want to play Elaine getting wrecked in court today by the TMZ reporter.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp, okay,
Purely logical. I find it to be purely logical.
A little argumentative, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Right,
Well,
she opened the door on that one.
She sure did. And she was the one being argumentative. Yes, he is a legend. A legend.
Yeah, if it's true for Johnny's side, it's true for your side. I mean, that's a dumb
right.
thing to say.
It is a dumb thing to say, and that was really fun. That was probably the best part of the trial. I hope I'm going to write an article about that tonight. That will be fun. I'll do that after hours when I'm finished with this. But now you know what it's time for, don't you? Because the end of the stream is here. Does everybody know what time it is?
I'm playing this Pac-Man again.
It's time to hear our favorite song by Gadfly, our favorite co-host. And have a great night, everybody. We'll be back here in the morning, just like usual. Same time, same channel. Tune in. Oh, no.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Same bad time. Same Gad time. Same Gad
No.
channel.
I saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in the sights that was spewing lies. But don't look at his eyes. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran out, so did all the friends. And right down, you're lying on the stand, legend down. Not the same, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what do you give me? You just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Come here. Sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think of what a crazy life can make it up. I while we get gaslit by her. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Call me